Okay. Now, we're going to go on to Building, Dwelling, and Thinking, which is written 2 years after the essay on the thing, and in some ways, I think, has gotten better about certain issues. But in general, I must say I was disappointed rereading it today. I was hoping to get more support out of it for the view I think it holds than I can. So I'm going to have to put a rather heavy interpretation on it to make it interesting. And I'm not sure whether it supports it or not. But at least we can start as a kind of review of the fourfold, to just getting clearer about the fourfold, because it seems to me that Heidegger's gotten a lot clearer about the fourfold. So let's start on 150 with the mortals. They're always so hard. Now, it looks a little more like what I wanted to say on the second paragraph on 150. Okay, the mortals are the human beings. That's fine. They're called mortals because they can die. Well, we don't know what that means yet. That means to be capable of death as death. Well, now comes the part that I said, but wasn't very clear in thinking. But that's got, I would say, to put it extremely, nothing to do with what happens to people on their deathbed when they're croaking. I said that, but it didn't have much text to back it up. I just said that's how it was in Being in Time. But it's even clearer here than in Being in Time when he says only man dies, and indeed continually. Well, you've got to ask yourself, what in the world can that be? I mean, it doesn't mean that you're just getting old and gradually shriveling up and will eventually come to an end. It means that there's something that you do all the time as a mortal, and either you hide it or you are in touch with it. But as long as he remains on earth, under the sky, before the divinities, that is, while he's doing that, man is dying. It has nothing to do, he says at the top of 151, nor does it mean to darken dwelling by blindly staring towards the end. I mean, it has nothing to do with the end, I don't think. The end is something in the future, and dying is whatever it is happening right now. And so, what is it then? Well, he doesn't give you much help. But at least there's no more talk about being and nothing, which is Being in Time talk that was there in the thinking. So what is it? Well, all I can think of is it's a way of living such that you have an identity which you are always ready to give up for another identity. Certainly, if you're going to let yourself be pulled into various worlds in which you will have different identities. Remember, my mother, who is also a jet pilot, is going to have very different identities in the different worlds where things are thinking. And that means you would hold on to each of these identities while you were in them in a different way. You would hold on to them as something you appreciate and brought out in its ownness, not by holding on to it and making it as stable as possible, and in Kierkegaardian terms, defining yourself in terms of it and having it eternally, the way Kierkegaard talks about your identity. But it would be you would have your identity and bring it out in the full awareness that it's only one identity that you have among others, and that there will be times when it is appropriate to have it and other times when it's appropriate not to have it. And that is to say, you are not going to be an autonomous subject who has one identity and character a la Kant, and you're not going to be a resource either, which has no identities at all, but which is just a flexible something or other. You're going to be this poly kind of person, which is what human beings are really, I think Heidegger's holding at this point, whether they know it or not. They are, as mortals, capable of having different identities in different worlds, and that's what it is to be a mortal. Or at least that's my story about it. If anybody has a better story about it, I'm certainly open to hearing it. I mean, the fourfold thing is so hard to make sense out of it without either turning it into something else or make sense out of it simply by repeating Heidegger's words. It's a real challenge for exegetical struggle. But so that's it. Now, on the divinities, I also think he's made progress. And what's wrong, I mean, I gather from Liz that people didn't buy my story that the divinities were the other, what I was thinking of calling endangered species of practices that are around. Endangered because technology is in the process of trying to make them all efficient and rational, and will do it, whereas we want to keep poesis and physis practices and Christian practices, so we have to cultivate these endangered species of practices. And I said that when they were working in a particular case of things thinging, they were the divinities. And I had text to back it up, remember, the text from the letter to the student, what is left still, how does it up the sacred or something that's still around and still in our world. Where's the student thing? Again, at the end of the thing thinking, isn't it? I mean, I quoted, and I don't think I was wrong, I just think there's a missing piece in it. I had two stories. Here's a way to put this, which will be illuminating, I hope. I had two different stories about the divinity. One was that they were these endangered species of practices that were around, and the other was that they were that to which we were grateful when we said, when the dinner really worked, or when the thing really thung, or whatever. And now I think that those two things are really the same. That is, it's to these. And remember, I said what we were grateful for is that it wasn't something that we were in control of, whether the dinner worked, but it either took off and worked or it didn't, and then if it did, we were grateful. Well, now I want to put this together and say that the divinities are these other possible practices which enable us to have identities and enable things to think, and for which we are grateful because it's up to them whether we get called into some world that works or not. Now, the new element is this being called into. The divinity, we have to get in tune with the divinities, in sync with the divinities. That is, to take my example, when you're playing with your kid, you could be called by the poesis divinities to get in sync with and in tune with your nurturing role. You could also sort of impose on the kid the efficiency story that is around. But it seems to me that wouldn't be appropriate, although maybe in sometimes when you're playing with your kid it would be appropriate. Then you'd be called by those, beckoned by that divinity. I'm making a big fuss about the top of 150. The divinities are the beckoning messengers of the Godhead. Beckoning, that is, the divinities are what calls us to get, and we have to get in tune with or in sync with, to bring out this everything in its own most in a particular case of things thing. So I'm trying to pull together the gratitude receptivity story and the remaining skills from other understandings of being story and put them both together. Remember, and I have a sentence at least that supports this. I just want to remind you on 184, I think it's very important, this little passage I've got, where he says the default of God and the divinities is absence, but absence is not nothing. It's precisely the presence which must first be appropriated of the hidden fullness and wealth of what has been and what is thus gathered, and what thus gathering is presencing of the divine in the world of the Greeks, prophetic Judaism, the preaching of Jesus, and so forth. That is, those must be those other styles of understandings of being, and he does think of them as the divinities. And I think they beckon us, and we either get in tune with them or fail to get in tune with them. That's my new story. Let's see. So we have to be receptive to them. And if we are, and I'll come back to this, not only do we bring things out in their own most, but we get out of this hassled unrest situation that we are in. He mentions this, that phrase. I'll come back to that phrase. But I think part of our gratitude is that everything is being brought out in its own mode. The child, or at the dinner, the the guests, each in their own way, and also that we're feeling centered. That's this focal practice thing. Instead of feeling hassled, we're at peace. We'll hear more about that in a minute. And for all that, we're grateful. And I wrote down here, and we can even get in tune with the technological practices. Why do I say that? There's the hassling stuff, but let me see. What I say is, I want to read the one before last paragraph on 150. Mortals dwell in that they receive the sky, the sun, the earth, the stars, and so forth. They do not turn night into day, nor into harassed unrest. Now, that's a funny, I don't understand. That's true, all right. Why I'm citing it right here and the way I am, I'm not sure. But what I've written here, never mind everything, I do want to say, but I say we'll come back to it when I do it right, that you're one of the things you're grateful for is this peace, this being centered and not hassled. And I also want to say, before I leave the divinities, that I agree with Forrest now about the divinities on the highway bridge, that they're never completely gone. He talks about how they can be absent, but they can only be absent in the sense that we are not being sensitive to them. We're not being attuned to them. Not that they're not there to be attuned to. I think that's right. That's got to do with how I was reading, and it's partly the fault of the translation, which at the top of 153, when we're talking about the highway bridge, the bridge gathers as a passage that crosses before the divinities, whether we explicitly think of and visibly give thanks for their presence as in the figure of the saint on the bridge, or whether that divine presence is obstructed or even pushed. The holy is not in the German. That just makes it more extreme. It's simply pushed aside. Pushed aside isn't gotten rid of. It's just hidden. It's not. It's other things are getting in the way of it. But we can, and I guess maybe that's the next point I should turn to. Let's see if I do. Well, I will, but it's a long point. We can get in tune with the divinities. You want to say something? Yeah.
Well, okay, with the bridge, if the divinities of the old modes of revealing, or practices from the old modes of revealing, what would that mean for the bridge?
For the current bridge, which bridge? The highway bridge. Oh, it wouldn't. But a good question, because it shows that I haven't been clear. Now, it would turn out that each bridge had its own modes of revealing. And I have to sort of bear down a bit on all these other bridges, but if you beat on them enough, you can make them look like a Christian bridge, a subject-object bridge, a poesis bridge, and a technology bridge. He's got these four different bridges here. So the technology bridge, the only gods around would be the flexibility practices. And now the challenge, you're the perfect straight man for this. That's exactly what I was going to take up next. What would it be like to be beckoned into and get in sync with the divinities that are around for highway bridges, which have been hidden from everybody but Heidegger, presumably, but which are there? And if I'm right, that would have to mean to be beckoned, that is, to be drawn to get in tune in a positive way with the flexibility of the bridge. And now comes the hard part to swallow, but I think I can defend it. And to make yourself into a flexible resource. But I say right now, but I'll come back to it, but not to make yourself into a flexible resource in general and always, but to have the possibility of that too. It's only if you think that you are a flexible resource, then you've lost your mortalness. Then you've lost the fact that that's just one of your possibilities and one of your identities. But once you see that you can also be a nurturer and also be a subject-object dominator, you can then let yourself fully be, and I'll try to give you a description for fun, of what it would be to be a happy resource on an Autobahn highway. That's the line I want to take. Let me develop that step by step. But what would it be like to preserve and promote a style of challenging forth? opposed to nurturing, it seems. How could you, so to speak, cultivate the highway bridge? It seems like a contradiction. And in a certain way, it is. I mean, if you think it's not going to look like cultivating your child. It has no identity, if this story is right, no stable purpose. It's that way. It's not like the Brooklyn Bridge, which has a very serious job getting people from Manhattan to Brooklyn. I mean, I'm thinking of an Autobahn bridge, sort of, as I say, in the middle of nowhere with lots of interchanges that go to lots of different places, and it's not in the particular subject-object job of satisfying a particular desire to get to some particular place in a stable way. It satisfies. It's flexible. You can go to Lake Como, or you can go to Hamburg, or you can go to Berlin. And all the signs tell you which of the turnoffs in the exchange you can take. So what is it to cultivate this with no stable purpose? And what is it for us to become resources with a different sort of identity by getting in sync with it? It won't, for instance, be gathering. It will be dispersing, because that's what it should be doing in its flexibleness. It can't exactly be bringing things into their own. I'm trying to make the case as hard as I can, because insofar as we're in the modern flexibility, postmodern flexibility mode that we are in, the technicity mode, things don't have some essence to be brought out into their own. So what's going on there? Well, first, I mean, now there are lots of things affixing. I mean, this is the problem that he's posing. And I got another problem which you haven't posed me, but I posed myself for the first time this morning with a shock. Namely, I never realized that the Borgman can, though very helpful, get in the way of something I want to say right now. It looks like there must be two kinds of technological something or others. I don't have any name for both of them. Technological entities. There's technological devices. Now, technological devices are very interesting, and Borgman has a great story about them. But you can't get into tune with them. There's no question about it. They're just not in the getting in tune with business. And you can see it if you take the heating story. I mean, as the central heating system gets more and more completely invisible, and the thermostat's doing its job, and there isn't even any hot air vent, it's the radiant heating is in the floor, and now you've just got the commodity, namely your room stays exactly the same temperature, winter and summer, and night and day, if you want it that way, and so forth. Once you've got that, there's nothing like getting in tune with it. It's become invisible. Devices just become invisible. So now comes a new question I never thought about before. Is the only kind of technological entities devices? And the answer seems to be no. I mean, if something like the Autobahn exchange is going to be a technological something, it's going to be a technological thingy. It doesn't, I mean, it can disappear too, but in a different sort of way. It disappears in the sense that we'll talk about, and did already, when it becomes so customary that you can, so to speak, be in sync with it without even paying any attention. But it doesn't even make any sense to say you're in sync with the central heating system without paying any attention. It isn't as if you developed a skill for doing the heating system thing so well that now you can do it without paying any attention to it. Maybe in the old days they had that with the fireplace. I mean, having got up every day, chopped the wood, lit the fire, you might be able to do the foyer in a way that was completely gewohnt. That is, completely habitual, completely invisible, but nonetheless drawing on all this skill and drawing the fourfold. Well, that's not how the central heating system works, I think. So now I'm just going to have to introduce a new distinction that isn't in Heidegger, but then he never had the Borgman story about devices, which I like. But there seem to be technological entities which are just in the process of disappearing, which require no skill to use them, and never, from beginning to end, did you ever have to pay any attention to them. You could have been born and died without even knowing there was a central heating system, and people will, probably, pretty soon. be just like that. And then there are technological things, of which the Autobahn bridge is an example, but there must be lots of other examples too. I think computers must be an example. It takes a lot of skill to use a computer, though you can get so you can use it transparently when you're word processing. But it isn't as if the computer is ever going to disappear in the way that somehow the word processing just takes care of itself. You're going to have to do it. Okay, now having got all that together, what's my picture of what happens on the bridge? Okay, the technological thing, let's take the Autobahn bridge, will draw you in as a mortal. That means you won't become just a resource. It means that you won't have to treat yourself as a resource all the time and treat everything in the flexible, efficient mode. So if that's true, it might be then, I think, safe to be a resource if that's what's called for. So now it looks like on the bridge what's called for is letting yourself resonate to the technological style as opposed to the other styles. And that means you get in sync with its flexibility. You just of all the various gods, you are beckoned by that one. And what would that look like? Well, it looks like I'm sort of able to. I have this example from Charles Spinoza. You're driving on the Autobahn bridge, and you think you're heading toward Mannheim or something, and then you get a call on your cell phone, and everybody's in a conference call, and they say, on a day like this, wouldn't it be better to meet in Lake Como? And so you instead of taking this on-ramp, you take that off-ramp, you take that off-ramp. That's getting in sync with the amazing flexibility that the highway system is offering you. And you can be grateful for that, and you can do that. And just to make it even further, and suppose there's a traffic jam. Or I want to say, and you can do it in a way that you're not being frantic and hassled. I mean, there's a way to do it in a way that is sort of letting it push you around, and in which you are, say, for instance, mixing up two styles. So that what you really want to do is, your desire is to get from here to there as quickly as possible. If that's what you want, then you're in a subject-object mode, and you're going to be very annoyed if there's a traffic jam. But if you are really sort of in the right laid-back relation to technicity, what you do, this is again, Charles Spinoza is my techno man, so I go to him to find out what it's like. He says, well, if there's a traffic jam, then you take out your cell phone and you talk to people and you turn on your Carfax and you get your latest information that you need, and you listen to your tape deck, which is teaching you some language so you'll be more efficient and so forth. And that's all, and you can do all that without being hassled. And you can still be, in a funny way, at peace in the middle of all of this and centered in the middle of all of this. Well, this is a weird story. I don't know whether Heidegger wants us to believe this story or not. Forrest looks like he doesn't believe this story.
I know, that's true. But one of the problems I find originally with this is some slippage in the metaphor.
Okay.
When you use the word bridge here, it's got to be a comparable bridge, i.e. this is not an interchange. The Germans would certainly have a different word for this interchange kind of thing. And it's certainly not the whole Autobahn system. Now, if he said the whole Autobahn system, that's clearly immensely flexible.
He says an Autobahn bridge in the German, right? Can you look it up?
It is
right.
an Autobahn bridge,
right.
But that bridge is just going to, it's going to be a hill here, and you're going to go from one side of the hill to the other with this little valley in between. This isn't the interchange. And Hofstadter, again, is melodramatic, like with your whole here, because the German could just as easily be translated something like this. Designed for the fastest possible long-distance traffic.
Right.
No, I understand.
Well, isn't that what it said?
No,
I can't
it said
remember.
something much more melodramatic.
But it's still technological, isn't it?
It is still, it's still modern bridge.
Right, okay, well, that's all.
Technology.
Okay.
But
there's no network of long distance, network?
There's a network.
Okay,
yeah.
I like the network,
And
okay.
No, I knew you would.
All right.
But it's the bridge. It's just this bridge, like any other bridge.
But tied into the network. I mean, that's not an accident. I mean, it's not a bridge between this city and that city.
No, I know, but it's still just this bridge. It's not the interchange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I build my interchange in by tied into the network. What do you think, John? You look like you have an opinion. What's at stake? Oh, well, Forrest... Okay, well, if Forrest's story makes it... I couldn't distinguish it from a subject-object bridge if we take Forrest's story. It just is the most sort of direct way to get from here to there and satisfy my desire when I'm here to get to there.
Yeah.
And so I want to say it's important it's tied into the network. That's why I can go to Como or Mannheim or Berlin or anywhere. It's not an interchange, granted, but I think Heidegger wants it to be like an interchange. I didn't put the network in there. Okay, John?
Keep following up. So if it's not a bridge that's part of ethnicity, then what part of the argument that you've made doesn't work?
Well, if it was a bridge that was like subject-object, it just would be, I'd have to have another example. There would be nothing wrong with it, except that I wouldn't be getting into it by using the technicity gods or skills. I would be using my subject-object gods or skills, trying to get from here to there as directly as possible to satisfy my desire to get there. Whereas I want to be flexible resource that can go anywhere on a highway that can take me anywhere. That's what would be to get in tune with the technicity gods.
And so is there, of course, an important reason why a technicity bridge couldn't be thinging?
Oh, we want it to be thinking. Both of us do that.
Both of us do, yeah.
So
Oh, good.
dispute is just over whether...
Right. It's a question of whether it's thinking in a subject-object mode or good. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, I'm trying to say that even technological things can think. I keep stressing this because nobody else in the history of reading this book has ever noticed the highway bridge, and I didn't notice it for years. I mean, when something doesn't seem to belong there, you can have an amazing capacity for not seeing it. But Heidegger's obviously hitting you in the face with the technicity of this bridge, maximum yield.
Well, that's not what it says. That's the problem.
Oh, no maximum yield.
No.
What does it say?
It just says designed for the fastest possible long-distance traffic. That's why this is such a melodramatic statement, like the whole was elsewhere. I mean, it's still modern. Don't misunderstand.
Yeah, okay. Still postmodern, you mean. But anyway, just by our jargon. But, okay. Well, anyway.
Insofar as it gathers, it doesn't matter if it's
Right.
technological. Otherwise,
Right.
it'll still be a thing.
That's right. So it's doing its kind of gathering, but it's a very peculiar kind of gathering, a kind of dispersing kind of gathering. I say that's a very interesting puzzle. And your way of cultivating it, see, it's all puzzlingly contradictory and fun in a way. I mean, its way of gathering is certainly a dispersion. I mean, that's the business of you can go anywhere. It's flexible. It's not like the dinner, pulling everybody in and fixing them for a while anyway in a certain role and giving them a closed world. It's sort of an opening up kind of world. And secondly, your way of cultivating it isn't bringing out its essence in the normal sense of essence, because in the normal sense of essence it hasn't got any. It's not the bridge to go to Berlin or the bridge to go to Como. Its essence is to be able to be whatever you efficiently have it doing. And so, but nonetheless, you can cultivate that. That's what I think. You can cultivate it as a thing as long as you're immortal. Meaning, and the question, remember, I ask is, but if you cultivate it in its dispersion and in its lack of having an essence and in your lack of having an identity, haven't you just become a resource? And the answer is you would have, if it wasn't that, as a mortal, you understand that you have other skills to be beckoned by other divinities in other situations. That's the punchline. That's what saves you and makes you able to have a relation of cultivating and gratitude even to the technological mode of being. And that was the challenge. How would you do that? I think now there are two levels for doing it. Just to connect with my previous lecture, I said one is, well, you've got to cultivate the skills for flexibility, and that's right. But I didn't have any ontic story. Now I want to say, and here's what it looks like to cultivate the skill of flexibility in a particular case, where a particular things, and you help it, cultivate it, preserve it. And now, John.
And I assume that to cultivate a thing within technicity is already to be on the way to a pre-relation technology.
Absolutely, not only on the way. Yes, good. Yeah, I need help as much as I can get, and you're helping. Yes, all of this is in the mode of saying, and this is what it is to have a free relation to technology. That's the only way to have a free relation to technology is not just to recognize it as a mode of givenness. That's too abstract. That's what I said last time. And one wonders, and what would it be like to do that? To just sit there and be receptive to the technological understanding of being. And you've got to do it ontically. You've got to do it really today at 5 o'clock. And I'm trying to tell you what that would look like. Yeah.
Just one last deemer on this kind of thing. When he talks about the river bridge there, near the country town, brings wagons and horses to surrounding villages, i.e., you go over this bridge, and then it says, well, this is the road to Le Mans, this is the road to Marseille, this is the road to wherever. I mean, it's identical so far as I can gather.
Well, that's a challenge. Let me think. What do I think about that?
You know, maybe the prices are better in Limoges than in Marseille today, so let's, you know, the messenger comes by and says, so you take this road instead of that road. I just don't see the difference.
And if there's no difference with the...
Well, that he just can't use this as an example for what he wants to say about the technicity. That's the only thing to state.
Yes, well, I would sort of make it work as well as I can, and I'm trying to think to the surrounding villages.
Yeah,
that's a start toward technicity, I admit, but it's a big difference from that yet, and I don't think we're disagreeing, to the Autobahn network that can get you to any town as efficiently as possible anywhere. I mean, you get a few villages here, and I see the problem. I mean, it would be more if it was like the Brooklyn Bridge. I would like it better where it only went to Brooklyn, but I'm not concerned with so much with worrying about the details of the passage. I want to make it I want to use it to try to tell you a story about the phenomena that makes Heidegger very interesting and very unnostalgic. Much better than Borgmann. I've written a paper about this, which I gave in front of Borgmann at Missoula about 2 years ago, called Feasts and Highway Bridges. And I think, whereas Borgmann, remember, thinks that he thinks the funny. I'm doing a kind of, this is just a parenthetical. I mean, Borgmann is kind of down on Heidegger, although he's Heideggerian through and through. He says, but there is this aura of nostalgia that clings to Heidegger because he only believes that old-fashioned things are how does he put it, are conthing, and then Borgmann says, I'm more modern. I think the technological stuff is good as long as it serves focal practices, like good running shoes for running. And I presume dishwashers could help the celebratory meal, and so forth. And I want to say, well, that's nice, Borgmann. You're right. I mean, there's certainly true that technology can serve things of other sorts. But Heidegger's way ahead of you. He thinks that there can be technological things singing, and that and gods, and that we can get in touch with them. Something just off the chart. And Borgmann, listen to me, not at all happy about this. He doesn't buy it. But in any case, it's an interesting proposal. Now, well, anyway, we've already had the discussion that goes with maybe, but if other people want to say anything, that's the end of my story on on the bridge business. I should put a copy of my paper, I will remember, of Feasts and Highway Bridges, where I explain in a lot of detail what I just did in the lecture in a condensed way, how Heidegger's Highway Bridge and Borgmann's Feast are related to, and why I think Heidegger's less nostalgic than Borgmann. Okay, and no more questions about that? Yeah. Yeah, right, my feeling is you feel just, if you do it right, you just feel happy being able to do this, to switch the lanes, to be so fast, to be so efficient. I love it sometimes, and when I'm on the highway like that, and I don't want to think that I've become a resource. I want to think that it's wonderful that there are such things. It's interesting what Borgmann says about the highway system. He wrote an article on it, I don't think he was aware of how he was relating to the bridge story. He thinks the highway system is really bad because it avoids all the towns. And it was important to go into the towns and meet the people and see the local stuff. I mean, that's again a subject-object sort of thing. To be a tourist is not what we're talking about here. To be a tourist, in Borgmann's sense, I guess it isn't even tourist. Heidegger wouldn't like tourists, and neither would Borgmann. But to be able to enter into to some extent, these various towns, and he complains in the end of how now they can go very fast from Missoula to so-and-so, and they never have to go near this town they used to stop and eat in, and so forth. And he thinks the highway system is not a nice thing. He says about it that's fascinating. It's the only thing besides the Great Wall of China that you can see from the moon is the American highway system, he said. And he sees it as one great big entity, which is a great big technological entity, and he doesn't like it. Okay, anything else?
A
Yeah.
lot of this, of course, is going to depend on the extent to which you understand what the divinities might be in this case. So,
Yeah.
our interpretation as to what that is.
Right.
And
Well,
if divinities are practices,
right.
Then that is something that could be gathered in it, i.e., technological practices.
Right.
But if divinities weren't practices,
Yeah.
then this whole story would not work.
Well, there got to be a kind of style of practices, right? Because at least that's the only way I could make sense of what it would be like for the highway bridge to thing and for us to cultivate it. That's why that passage is so important to me again. He doesn't call them practices. I'm trying to look what he says again. The divinities are not nothing but the hidden fullness and wealth of what has been, and what thus gathered is presencing of the divine from these various worlds. And so I just want to say, how could this divine from these various worlds be around yet, but in these marginal and endangered species of practices? And then there will be the efficiency practices, which are around too.
These worlds did have divinities.
Yes, okay.
And indeed, those divinities are no longer, and they are no longer in the sense of absence, because for Heidegger, the gods are absent. And their absence is a kind of presence, but I just don't see why
right.
we have to refer to practice.
It's a hidden fullness, and it can
From that
be
passage.
appropriated, and it's still gathering and presencing. But you're right, it was the divine in those worlds. So you have to ask, well, what is it now? And then you're right, I'm extrapolating and saying, well, whatever, for instance, in the subject-object world, there were also practices that allowed things to presence as objects, and these are all modes of givenness. And the divinities are supposed to be there but hidden in the highway bridge, so we better figure out what they could be, and that's my guess. Yeah?
Someone else asked in the discussion how does this not become Earth? How does these old practices...
They are like Earth. In that one aspect of Earth where Earth is a reservoir of other possible future and already past marginal practices, a kind of fullness, a hidden fullness.
So there's just a crossover between all...
Well, that's good. I find only the funny way you put your question, as if somehow that would be bad news if it was Earth. You might want to say, how is the Earth going to be there in the highway bridge story? I see. How can it be the divinities and the Earth? That's what you're asking. It's got to do one job or the other. Interesting. I got to think about that.
How are they distinct?
Right, how are they distinct?
Have Earth,
Okay. Why aren't the divinities just the Earth? The hidden fullness. Okay, here's my answer, which is that, and it's just perfect for getting back to where we started, it's the beckoning aspect of it that's the divinities. That is, there is the hidden fullness, but that it calls you to be attuned to it. That isn't in the Earth. The Earth is either just sitting there or even more trying to be hidden and withdrawing and being secluded. But then there's some other function here that we are being called to get in sync with these divinities, whatever they are. That's the other element. Yeah?
Well, the divinities aren't hidden. The
No.
divinities are flown, absent.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
They're still around, and when we hear flown and absent, I mean, I constantly wanting to fill in some phenomena, then I say marginal. But then he says, but the Earth was supposed to be the marginal, and I say yes, and now I've got a story. The marginal as beckoning us to get back in attunement with it, then it's divinities. Okay, yeah, B.
What page was that quote you just read?
The one I keep reading, it's the letter to the student on page 184, tacked on at the end of the thing essay. It's the first full paragraph. On 184, the default of God and the divinities is absent. Is not like that for you?
What's that?
You look like it isn't on your book. In your book.
I have it.
Oh, okay.
I want to read it again. I'm just confused. What the divinities are leftover practices. Why does he call them divinities?
Well, I mean, that's a good. Okay. Well, what are you going to call divinities? You've got to be careful. You don't want something onto-theological to be divinities. Let me just tell you that what he says the divinities are in the Parmenides lectures, where he does the Homeric gods and says, in effect, I'm the only one who has an ontology and a phenomenology that can make sense of the Homeric gods. What were they? And then he says, they are the attuning ones. They are that which pulls you into attunement with various situations. And then he does his Aphrodite story that I was spelling out, and Hermes, and, well, Ares, and so forth. So, insofar as you need a story about the divinities, and you can't just have, I mean, it's a big puzzle, what are the divinities? And how are they still here, and somehow gathered and presencing and absent and all that? So I've got a story. But it's some, God only knows what Heidegger has in mind. Maybe we'll find out. We're going to read about the last God in this thing I'm going to pass out to you, but I wouldn't have much hope for it. It is, boy, is it obscure. Okay, I'm going to go on because I have to finish. It's only because I want to make sure that I finish today what I have to do, because we're going to go on to language for sure next time. So, and we can come back. In fact, I have a subject for interesting discussion if we get to the end. But let me see now. We want to say that the things give us a directive. They have an authority. We're called to conform to them. This is still part of the beckoning business, and we get in tune with it. However we get in tune with things, whichever kind of thing we've got, and whichever kind of practices we use, there is always the fact that it conditions us, that it is what's making the demand on us and calling us. And then I wanted to quote the passage which I couldn't find, but surely somebody knows where it is, where he says we're bethemed. Oh, where? Just open to it. What marvelous luck. I couldn't open to it at all when I was trying this morning. On 181, it's an important thing just to read, because it's neat to what he gets out of it here. On 181, at the second full paragraph, we let the thing be present in its thing from out of the worlding world, then we are thinking of the thing as a thing. Taking thought in this way, we let ourselves be concerned by and then the, never mind being, there's no being in there, the worlding essence of things. I now discovered that every time there is being, it turns out that the translator has translated Wesen, that is essence, that is the way something works, as being. By the way, another one, just so to defend my view that being doesn't show up in here, in the big paragraph at the middle of the next page, in accordance with this ringing thinging itself is unpretentious, and each present thing modestly compliant fits into its own being, that's Wesen again, essence. So here we are. So anyway, we are thinking of the thing as thing. Thinking in this way, we are called by the thing as the thing. There's this calling business. In the strict sense of the German word bedingt, we are bethemed, the conditioned ones. We've left behind us the presumption of unconditionedness. That is, we're no longer subjects dominating objects. We're no longer resources just flexibly adapting to the situation. There is some authority, some directive, something that calls on us to get in tune with it, and that's the sense in which the thing is what conditions us. And that's very important to Heidegger, that there still be something that has authority, something that we calls on us, and that that we can take seriously, and gives us some kind of no longer meaningful differences, I think, but centeredness. I'm going to come to that now. I mean, the issue is no longer, it seems to me, the nihilism that comes from no longer having any meaningful differences. That's part of the being story. That's part of the history of the truth of being. That's the story that there were a whole series of meaningful differences when there were artworks working and when there was a God. But there aren't any artworks working anymore. And there isn't a God anymore. There's divinities. So how does anything give us meaningful differences? Well, I'm not sure that anything does. I used to think so. I think we wouldn't have meaningful differences unless we got a new God, which is always something Heidegger thinks would be nice. But on the other hand, what is the question now is something different. We're so dispersed and hassled because we're just resources, are becoming just resources. We need to be centered. We need to have a directive. We need to have something that has authority for us and conditions us. It doesn't give us meaningful differences anymore, I think. It just gives us a sense that there's something that matters and that we are called to conform to it. And that, I think, is enough. I have to find some general statement to make life worth living. You don't have to have meaningful differences to make life worth living, but if you don't have things thinging, then life isn't worth living, because then you just become a flexible resource. Yes?
If divinities are the marginal practices calling us to get in tune with them, why do you think the story is the technicity bridge? Because if it's a marginal practice, I don't understand where the bridge is the kind of understanding.
Okay. The technological practices are not marginal. Good. And therefore, the divinities aren't always hidden because they're marginal practices from some other time. The divinities are whatever it is that gives us a directive, calls us to get in sync with them, and so forth. Right. You're absolutely right. I was unclear about that. Because all the other divinities are hidden and in a reservoir and so forth. Yeah?
And that still doesn't answer the question of how things they did things for the early Greeks, you know.
They would do it in a physis way, and only in a physis way. They didn't have these other practices yet. Well, physis and poiesis seem very twined together. They had nurturing practices and physis practices. That's about all they had. I guess they had already a certain amount of techne and production practices, but they were pretty marginal. I think what you
doesn't seem like the physis is hidden.
Okay, good. Well, that's her question. It doesn't. I mean, that's my fault. I mean, or sort of. I'm trying to say two things at once. I mean, the divinities are mostly absent and hidden because they are practices from other times that have been eclipsed by technicity. But they needn't be hidden that way. I've got two things to say. They could be hidden just because they're so pervasive we haven't noticed them. That seems to be what technicity does. And now he's saying maybe they won't be hidden at all, because in the physis story, there they are. Things are just welling up, and everybody just knows they're welling up. Yeah?
That's being. Isn't that different? I mean, that's the whole artwork story. That's not a thing.
Well, you guys are pushing me into a complicated mess here. I think we were in this once before, and I repressed it. Wait, notice that insofar as physis is both the total understanding of being, and you're getting to the point where it looks like things can't thing in pre-Socratic Greece. That's what you people are batting me into, right? Because it looks like there are no marginal practices to do the divinity job. I'm going to make a big stab, and then I'll let you talk. I mean, insofar as you go back far enough to polytheism, you've got a plurality of divinities that have authority and are pulling you into various situations. But that seems to be... But the physis story doesn't give you that. Maybe you have to have, when you have the physis story, they did, also have the polytheism at the same time. Maybe at that point, the divinities were the polytheistic divinities, not the fragments of previous understandings of being, which they are now, because now we don't have Aphrodite and Ares, but we have bits of Poesis and Treasus. Getting rather complicated. I'm sorry about this. Yes.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the polytheistic gods, because I was wondering just if maybe instead of modes of revealing, it's just more like moods. Like,
well, it's very much
just,
like moods.
But moods in general, like, doesn't have to be the overarching mood
Okay.
of
Well,
revealing, like.
well, let's
then
sort
you
it
can
out.
have, like, Aphrodite comes and there's.
Right. That's how it must have been at the Croesus time. And maybe it still is now.
Right.
But now it's particularly important, though, that there be, for instance, a nurturing mood. And it may be that there are some moods which, I'd be happy with this. Some of the moods are old leftover practices that were once total, like nurturing. Comes over you as a mood when you're with your kid or something. And there may be other moods, like friendship, which were never definitive of being. But when you're with your best friend, then that's what you're called to do. Of course, that's a nurturing. Then you cultivate your friendship, as people say. But you could, I guess the erotic one, the Marilyn Monroe one, there's no reason why that mood, which was never an understanding of being, couldn't also call you in, and then a thing with thing as an erotic thing. I think that's right. It's broader, the divinities, than just the endangered species of total practices now in the margin and fragmented. Okay, but we got to go on. But all that's been very helpful. I will listen to this tape with great interest the next time I give the course. Okay, but I want to do one more thing, mainly this heavy reading of the building, dwelling, and thinking, because I think it's interesting what you can make of it. I'm afraid in these two essays, we have to put in a lot of phenomena on our own, but I don't think it's just random. I think if Heidegger hadn't written these essays, we wouldn't be pointed toward these phenomena, and once you have these phenomena, you can go back and see what he's sensing in these essays. That's my story, anyway. Okay, now, the nearness question gets to be the question of being at home. That is, remember that what begins the thing essay is we don't have nearness and farness anymore. And what happens is, he doesn't say, let's go back to the good old days where we paid attention to the local issues and never mind worrying about what's going on in China and Yugoslavia, then we have nearness again. He doesn't say that at all. He says we can invent a whole new story about nearness where it isn't a spatial kind of nearness and farness at all. Those who are pulled together in a world, I don't even say local, because it could be on the internet, I think. You could be involved in some maybe game on the internet in which those participating were all gathered together, and maybe, I'm not going to try to do it, the divinities would be there, I'm not sure, I'm very suspicious of whether the divinities are on the internet. But in any case, he does try to do nearness in terms of not a spatial nearness, but what is self-enclosed within the world is near, and what is outside and irrelevant is far. Now, he comes at a new question. There is a lack of being at home, and that's this new question about what are we going to do about the problem of dwelling, of homelessness. And as usual, people think Heidegger's being nostalgic. He looks like, just as it looks like the old stone bridge with the saint on it was what he really liked, and he thinks it's been downhill all the time, and that you would think highway bridges would be the last thing that could think, and not at all. So it looks like he likes the home, and you get this, and there's always this sort of kitschy side of Heidegger, this sort of Black Forest cuckoo clock side, and you get this on 160, where he's going on and on about the wonderful peasant house, where I don't even want to go into it all, except that just he's about fourth line. Let us think for a while of the farmhouse in the Black Forest, that's what he is, which is built some 200 years ago for the dwelling of the peasants, and there's the simple oneness and so forth, and it's got death in it, and it's got earth in it, and it's got everything in it. I presume he also thinks it's great that people have lived in it for generations and generations. It's the old homestead where they were born and where they will die, and their children will be born and their children will die. And that's all very nice. And I think Heidegger thinks that it would be great if we could still have that. But we can't have that, and he knows we can't have that. He says that in the next paragraph. Our reference to the Black Forest farm in no way means that we should or could go back to building such houses. Rather, it illustrates by a dwelling that has been how it was able to build. But now we have to find dwelling, however, is the basic character of being in keeping with which mortals exist. By the way, I take it being there, of course never with a capital B anytime, is more like it's got to do with the being of mortals. I mean, it's like in being in time. It's not about the truth of being, that is, the basic character of everything. But it's the kind of being which mortals have and have to be in touch with, I think. In any case, he's not going to tell you a story about how we're going to go back to the old peasant house. He's got to have some story about dwelling, which isn't going to require even, houses, let alone old homesteads. And there's going to be a different meaning of dwelling, presumably, and he doesn't do this, but one could, and I'll just run through it. I was thinking about it. In each of the epochs in the history of being, and there's no reason why there shouldn't be some kind of dwelling in ours too, and there also may be some cross-them-all understanding of being. That's this basic understanding of dwelling. That's the basic character that he wants to get. But, I mean, it's interesting how, for the Greeks, dwelling was really being rooted. How many read the Odyssey? Remember that Odysseus' bed is made out of a tree rooted in the ground in Ithaca. There is really the rootedness of home. That's what you don't get anymore. And the Christians, of course, their ways of dwelling in the world was always passing through. And the subject-object dwelling would be the really solid house that didn't leak and kept you warm and snug. And nowadays, there's Le Corbusier says that houses and buildings are machines for living. And there you get this sort of, and that would be that they would be flexible, presumably, and technological. But what's important is, to Heidegger, what is it all these modes of dwelling would have in common? And that's what he's talking about in this essay, though he's talking about it in the most roundabout way. But he says on two-thirds down on 161, the real dwelling plight, he says it's certainly not a problem I mean, he worries about the fact that there are not enough houses and so forth, but the real dwelling plight lies in this, that mortals ever search anew for the nature of dwelling, that they must ever learn to dwell. What if man's homelessness consisted in this, that man still does not even think of the real plight of dwelling as the plight? Okay, and then what is then the real problem, and what is the real solution to this homelessness or rootlessness or dispersedness of the current, never mind dispersedness, that's more the theme essay, and that's the focal practice story. This is not going to be a focal practice story, but we want to know what is the answer to rootedness, what gives us a sense of, and this is the clue, I think. The real question is, what gives us a sense of being at home? Now, this gets a little confused, not by anybody's fault, but he starts out by saying that the driver's at home in the truck and the power plant, the guy's at home in the power plant. There he just means that, and I don't know, I bet the German is different than the English. That is, that's where he's at work. I don't think that it has the sense of at home that we have. I think that he wants to say that what replaces rootedness is whatever it is that's being at home, just like he's going to replace spatial nearness and local nearness with whatever it is that happens when a world whirls. And so you find little pieces of this. So remember, I wanted to tell you, I kept promising that dwelling has got to do with being centered and at peace in the job of preserving, he says on 149. And about a third of the way down. To dwell, to be set at peace, means to remain at peace within the free, the preserved, the free sphere that safeguards each thing in its nature. Then the fundamental character of dwelling is this sparing and preserving. It's all got to do with this some kind of nurturing. It pervades dwelling in its whole range. And what do I think? Well, what does that seem to be? Well, I think it's something like what it would be like to feel at home, or sort of make yourself at home, where making yourself at home means cultivating the sort of practices that enable you to have a familiarity so that you pervade, in his language, the whole situation from a center. I mean, all this sounds very strange and abstract, and it is, and I don't even know if I can make it work. But he's got this business of pervading. I mean, there are all these little pieces scattered around, which I'm trying to put together. So he talks about how on 157, and at the bottom of the long paragraph, when I go towards the door of the lecture hall, I'm already there, and I could not go to it at all if I were not such that I am there. I'm never here only in this encapsulated body, rather I am there. That is, I already pervade the room, and only thus can I go through it. Well, what is it to pervade the room? I think it's to have the skill for dealing with the stuff in the room. This is something that's in being and time. There he calls it familiarity. And being able to get into a relation of something so that you are familiar with it and at home in it, I think is what it is to dwell in. No, there's more to dwell. That's what it is. That's what you cultivate, I think. That's really what building is all about. Building is, I think, cultivating the kind of familiarity that enables you to pervade a space, which means to be at home in it. And now let's see if I can find more. So, but that that means that, I think, it's tied up in a way that I'm not too clear about, I'm afraid. That sense of pervading and familiarity is tied up with cultivating practices that make it possible for things to think. Now, these two things are related in ways that I don't even have a page number. Did I make that up? Where is it? Well, it's got to do with the bridge. And yeah, for instance, here's the last sentence in the second paragraph on 159, which says, for building brings the fourfold hither into the thing, the bridge, and brings forth the thing as a location, out into what is already there, room for which is only now made by this location. Well, it's all about sort of having a place, having a location. It's not, I'm trying to distinguish it from the gathering of the fourfold. I mean, they're both gatherings of the fourfold, but in the thing essay, I guess here's the best I can do. In the thing essay, the emphasis is on the focal practice, the way it draws together the earth, the sky, the mortals, and the divinities. And in this essay, the emphasis is on how you feel at home in it, how it's familiar to you and you pervade it, and it gives you a sense of being centered and at peace. Did I ever read the centered and at peace? I forget. Actually, I was about to. Didn't I do it? I'll go look. I started to, but I don't see now that I did, but I don't see now where it is either. I said it was on 149. To dwell is to set at peace, or at peace within the free. Yes, I did read that. Okay, that's what I think. So I think they're just two aspects of the same thing that he's getting at. And I only need one more thing now, which I mentioned last time, but which I'll say again, is, well, if that's building, if building is cultivating the practices by which you can let things thing, which give you then a sense of familiarity and being at home and centeredness, even if it's not the old homestead, even if it's not even a house, then the final thing you want to put in here is, and this could become so customary that it was just the taken for granted background of your life, where you were dwelling in a whole bunch of familiar things which you had cultivated the practices to make a thing for you. The gardening and the eating and the driving on the highway and all of that. Then I think that would be dwelling, because dwelling has to do with what becomes customary. It's gewohnt, it's habitual. To dwell on earth, if we could do it, would be able to just habitually feel at home in the centered worlds that we had cultivated the practices to produce. I don't find all this about as much fun as the highway bridge, and I don't find as much text to back it up, when that was already pretty minimal. But I had to say this because we read this essay and I had to get something out of it. And that's what I managed to get out of it when I reread it. See, I'm trying to make sense of the end of the one before the last paragraph. As soon as man gives thought to his homelessness, he is in misery no longer. Rightly considered and kept well in mind, it is the soul's summons that calls mortals into their dwelling. What can that mean? Well, once we become aware that we won't have any home unless we are able to respond to and appreciate what is familiar and are attentive to things singing, then we'll see that we're already at home, because we can that's something available to us. There's no housing shortage. The fact that we are not rooted anymore, the fact that there's no old homesteads around anymore, doesn't matter. Once we see that what we really need is this ability to be focused and centered and have a world, we will see, I take it, that we're already dwelling, or that we could be already dwelling, and maybe not that we are already dwelling. We're summoned into dwelling. I'll repeat, that is, we're summoned into appreciating the familiar and being attentive and cultivating things. It's a funny way to do it. I want to stop with, I don't want to go on with this, and I don't even want to discuss it. I feel that I can't do it. I have not done it justice. I don't know how to get anything more out of it. Let's go to something more fun. Okay, I think before we stop, with the next 10 minutes, we must discuss the relation of things thinking to works of art working. That's interesting and serious. Because I used to think that things thinking were just mini works of art working. And in some way they are. But there are also some very important differences. And so let's go through them. Here's what they have in common. And there are important things they have in common. They gather. In the case of works of art, they gather the whole culture. In the case of things thinking, they gather some people for some time. But in both cases, gathering is a big part of it. They both have earth and sky functions. But that's the similarity. Maybe I'll say the differences. They have earth and sky functions. It's earth and world, it's called in the work of art, but it's not really. I mean, it's the same thing. They have the hidden and the manifest aspects. When they're working, when works of art are working and things are thinging, Heidegger describes them as shining. That is, that we see things in the light of them. And in both cases, the way he describes it, they open up a world. They disclose. And one is the big historical world of a historical people, and one is the world of the dinner while it's happening. And in both cases, they make us aware when it's all working best that we're needed as preservers. And it's our job. The creators need the preservers, as he says about the works of art. And certainly we have to cultivate the things singing. Now, here are the differences that are important. And then they're so obvious, and we've sort of touched on them many times. The work of art is one big deal, pretentious thing. It lights up all of being. It establishes truth. It gives a style for a whole historical world. Whereas the thinking is not a pretentious, it's humble. It only lights up I keep wanting to say local world, but that's not right because it sounds too spatial. A nearness, and it only lights up a nearness for a while. And then the other important difference, which is related, if you can see how, is that, and this is one of the striking differences, that there's a struggle between, I'm going to call it earth and sky, even though it says earth and world, just so you can see the parallel. Now, Forrest doesn't like that. Okay. There's a struggle between earth and world in the work of art, where earth is the concealing and world is the out in the open manifest. And there's a parallel concealed and manifest in the thinking, but there's not a struggle. There's a marriage. They are just happily together. And now, why is that? Well, that's because the artwork is trying, so to speak, to cover everything, to gather in all paths of destiny, to bring everything into that one style. So it's going to come up against the resistance, all sorts of resistance, namely the reservoir of other possible styles, the material which is never going to be fully brought under any given style, and so forth. But the thinking isn't trying to make itself universal. It isn't trying to set up a style. It isn't gathering in all the paths. So when it comes up with what can't be brought into manifestness, like the sensuous side and the body side in the dinner, it'll be different in different things thinking. When it comes up against the limits to what is clear, it just happily connects with the limits to what is clear. It isn't in the job of making everything clear, bringing everything under one style, getting a universal truth of being. And now, interestingly enough, and this is something I only figured out today, there's no talk of mortals. I mean, it hits you in the face. At least I don't remember any talk of mortals for the work of art. Are there mortals? Yeah, well, that's one of the meaningful differences. But that mortals are one of the functions in it, so to speak, along with earth and sky. There are two things. I'll make my pitch. There are no divinities and no mortals. And now I think that's just as it should be. At least it fits my story. I mean, if mortals are able to have lots of different identities, if that's what it is to be a mortal, you don't want one, because it gives you the identity, the work of art, as an Athenian or as a nurturer or whatever. It tells you what human beings are and what you are insofar as you're a Christian or you're a Greek or you're a modern. It tells you you're a subject. So it seems to me it wouldn't have mortals in the sense of people who realize they could be in various worlds and have various identities, because it's telling you can only be in one world and in a certain sense have the identity that kind of world gives people. And of course, it also hits you in the face, but it took me a while to notice it, that you have a God in the temple, not divinities. But of course that follows too. It's going to be one God that's going to give you the center for one world. Whereas if there's a poly thing going on, where there are lots of things thinking, then there's going to be lots of different divinities coming out in different cases of things thinking. So those are the big differences. Now, yeah.
And add one.
Oh, good.
Artworks are created.
That's true. That's right, and it's probably important, but I don't know how to do with it. It's true that artworks are created in a way that things aren't.
And created meaning that they are not, they don't use up the earthly element. But if a jug is a thing, and a jug looks like it is thinging, it's also serving, and it's not simply created as a created work. It's equipment.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me more. We'll have to talk about it in office hours. It's a difference, all right, but I don't know what to do with it. And because particularly since created is played way down, and the creators are, after all, what's really doing the thing is, he says, art. The creators are being receptive to art, and they're sort of channels, the way that when somebody's making a chalice, which is a kind of thing, the maker is a kind of channel. And therefore, I'm not, but it's true that somehow when a thing thinks, there's no one person or anything that's well, there needn't be one person who creates the temple either. Who knows who creates the temple? I mean, people.
Deer and row.
They don't have creators at all. Well, what you need is cultivators. Take the preservers. They're preservers but not creators, you're saying, right? There have to be cultivators. Deer and row don't just go around thinking if there aren't any people. If the human race got wiped out, they wouldn't think anymore. That's clear. Okay, so there is some special thing about creators, but I don't know what it is. Am I about to run out of time? Well, I think I may have 1 minute. Let's try. I want to say one more thing, and it should have been said slowly, but I'm now going to have to say it fast. But it's very moving to me, and I think I may have said it already. Have I told you about how Heidegger switches from why he switches his preference from the artwork to the thing? That is, having talked about the truth of being most of his life, you can't tell, but believe me, we're coming in only on the end of things when we talk about the thing. And having said great thinkers only have one thought, and his thought was the ontological difference, the difference between being, big deal being, and the beings that show up in a given where there is big deal being. He comes around at the end to think that maybe he shouldn't have been doing that, that what's more important is to think about things thinking. In his last seminar, Time and Being, which we were going to read, but only for this sentence, he says, let's see, he wants to talk about appropriation. That is this very special thing of how all these practices gather to bring things out in their own. And there are two kinds of appropriation. Works of art gather to bring the whole culture out in its own, and things thinking gather to bring these nearness worlds in their own. He says, from the perspective of appropriation, it becomes necessary to free thinking from the ontological difference. From the perspective on appropriation, this relation shows itself in the relation of world and thing, a relation which could in a way be understood as the relation of being and beings, but then its peculiar quality would be lost. I take that, what that means is that it's more important, given the fact that we're probably not going to get a new God, and that we've got to live lives that are worth living, and he's got to have some way to do it, that he's going to think about thing and world. That's what you ought to be thinking about. And that if you think about thing and world in terms of being and beings, you will sort of subsume the thing and world into whatever current mode of revealing there is. So you think of a thing as a technological thing, you could put the emphasis on the fact that what's really going on is technicity. But you don't want to do that. You want to think about it instead as this individual entity, which for a while makes a world, and then gives people a center, and gives people a directive, gives people an authority, gets people in a tune with it, and thereby makes their life worth living and saves them from being resources. And it's that that's more important than the big deal distinction between being and beings. That is, and it's amazing that somebody would be so flexible in their old age to give up the thought, which they said in their middle age was every thinker has only one thought, Heidegger said, and mine is the ontological difference. By the time he's hoping that a new God will come along and save us, even in the technology essay. But in the last seminar, he finally says, no, I think that the thing we should be really caring about is thing and world. So that's why we've been caring about thing and world. And now we're going to stop caring about thing and world. We're going to go on to language. Okay, so now we have two jobs. I really should have warned you, but it doesn't matter since it's in this same book, that I'm going to talk first about language as it's discussed at the end of the origin of the work of art. Remember, I said that we were going to come back to that. And I said that we were going to come back to the shoes, too. And I'm afraid we will probably have to come back to the shoes event today, maybe. But right now, the main thing is that for the next, for half the time, roughly, I want to discuss the way language is talked about here at the end of the origin of the work of art, and contrast it with this, I think now, radically different way that language is talked about in the essay Language. And it's not surprising at all that they should be so different, because we're reading, the origin of the work of art is middle Heidegger. There are really three stages in Heidegger. I may never have said this, so I'll say it now so you can understand the shorthand. Being in Time and the stuff around that, which was published in 1927, is early Heidegger. The origin of the work of art and the stuff around that, which is from about 1930 to 40-something, until 40, let's say, is middle Heidegger. And then someplace by 1945, I'd say let's go to 1945. That's all middle Heidegger. Middle Heidegger, well, let me just tell you what. Being in Time, remember, gives you the general transcendental conditions for the possibility of world in general. So for any culture, anywhere, anytime, so far as their Dasein and world, this is the structure of it. Then comes the history of being. Heidegger switches over and says, I'm only interested in the West, and I'm interested in the epochs, in the state, in the various understandings of being, the various ways being is revealed, in Heidegger jargon, the various truths of being in the West. And that's what goes on roughly, I think, through 45. And then comes late Heidegger, which is the thing, thinking, and building, dwelling, thinking, and the essay on language we're just reading, and on the way to language, all of which are cross-cultural again. They are about something that happens any time in any culture, namely things in ancient Egypt and in Bali and now, though less, in the current West. But it's not a transcendental structure anymore. He's not telling you that this is sort of the structure of intelligibility. He's saying this is something important that happens. Then, in order for human beings to be fully human in all cultures, whether they've got an understanding of being or not. And that's the stage we're in now. But now we're going back. It's very interesting and helps, I hope, for you and me to understand each of his views of language, to see how different they are, when in one case you've got your discussion of language's role as, what I'll explain in a minute, the house of being. Somehow language is going to play an essential role in setting up, preserving the various worlds or various feelings or various understandings of being, the 5 or 6 or whatever there are of them. The number changes every time you list it. But anyway, language is going to play an essential role in that. And then we're going to, and after that, we're going to get the way language plays an essential role in there being things seen. So, okay, now, so back to page 73. By the way, here I said that this middle Heidegger lasted until 1950. I said that, it's also arbitrary. 1950 is the date of the essay Language, and by that time he's surely got things. I didn't go back and look, maybe let me just check it. No, I couldn't have said that, not quite. the thing is 1949, and I guess that's where you should draw the line. So let me go back to 45, because presumably it took him a while to get around to this new view. 1930 to 45, that's where we are now, middle Heidegger. And on page 73, and we're in, there are only 2 pages, really. Or let's see, is it 2? Yeah, 2. Page 73 and 74, you get this extremely condensed, sudden, out of nowhere story about language, starting at the bottom of 73. And every sentence needs lots of explaining, and maybe more explaining than I can give it. Well, it starts in the middle of 73 with a surprising claim. That though, in effect, we started talking about a temple, and we went on and on and on about the temple, and with an occasional reference to Greek tragedies, but mostly the temple. And then all of a sudden we're told on 73 at the end of the second paragraph, nevertheless, the linguistic work, the poem in the narrower sense, has a privileged position in the domain of the arts. And now we wonder why. Why should that be? Why is it better than the temple or Jesus as a god for setting up and maintaining worlds? Well, to begin with, it's obviously not important if all you mean by language, Heidegger means, is communicating, as language is speech acts. He's always trying to differentiate his view of language from all the views of language that people have held in the history of philosophy in the West. He gives you a lot more in the language essay. Here he's only interested in the fact that language is for him not basically communication. How many have ever heard of Habermas? Does that mean anything to you? For Habermas, the essential function of language is communication. He could be getting at Habermas here. And when Charles Taylor, for instance, tries to turn against Habermas, who's a good friend of his, but nonetheless, he thinks wrong, Taylor does a Heideggerian thing and says, what makes you think that the basic use of language is communication? The real use of language is opening up worlds, and inside of worlds, then you can have communication. This is very upsetting to Habermas, because there's the whole essay to how horrible and wrong-headed Heidegger is, mistaking this deep story about language. But anyway, Heidegger certainly doesn't think that the basic role of language is communication. I think Heidegger's got a point on his side in that Habermas doesn't try to say that language as communication is basic because if you didn't have that, you couldn't set up worlds. He just says language is for communication, and setting up worlds is something that happens in the realm of art, and art is nice, but it's not where politics and human life takes place. But Heidegger has a view which is a lot more philosophically interesting. Language is a part of setting up worlds, and it's only once you've got a world set up that you can have communication. So he's really got an argument that it isn't just a case of preferences, I'm trying to say. It isn't as if there's no answer to what the essential role of language is. Each one can take his pick. Heidegger's got an argument that his role, that Habermas is correct, but Heidegger is true. That's the typical Heidegger slogan. I mean, sure language is used for communication, but that's not the deepest, most basic way language functions. So he's talking about that on 73. He says, if you're going to see why language is so important, right after the sentence I just read, to see this, only the right concept of language is needed. In the current view, language is held to be a kind of communication. It serves for verbal exchange and agreement. I mean, have you read Habermas? Surely not. Habermas wasn't writing until after 57. He's making up Habermas. And in general for communicating. But language is not only and not primarily an audible and written expression of what is to be communicated. It not only puts forth in words and sentences what is overtly or covertly intended in communication. Language alone brings what is as something that is into the open for the first time. That's the deepest claim. So without language, there wouldn't be any openness at all, any world at all. So that means that there's something more basic than just plain naming. There is a kind of naming which he says, let's go on language by naming beings for the first time. First brings beings to word and to appearance. Only this naming nominates beings to their being from out of their being. Such saying is a projection of the clearing, in which announcement is made of what it is that beings come into the open as. Boy, is that dense and obscure. Now, let me try to say what I think that it means, but I'm not sure. I mean, language isn't just ordinary naming, like naming tables and chairs, though it's probably true that if it weren't for us picking out tables and chairs and naming them, instead of, say, naming the spaces between the tables and chairs, or some strange object like John Searle talks about, which is made up partly of the table and partly of the floor and so forth, and maybe some religious object in some culture. The way we pick out tables and chairs is important, all right, but the important thing for Heidegger is, I think, that something like it's only because of a certain style, a certain understanding of being, that we pick out and name the things we do. We just don't go around naming things at random. That's not what's interesting. Or, to put it the other way, this is my hunch, he thinks that naming certain things and not naming others distinguishes what is worthy of paying attention to and dealing with from what isn't. Like this strange thing that's half table and half floor. Or another example that my C.A. Charles Spinoza had, which was that the way we move our legs on flats and on hills, the different ways we move our legs when we're walking flat and climbing. The way there's a difference there we mean, but the difference in how we move our legs isn't important to us, and so we don't name it. But the difference between walking and climbing is important to us, and we do name it. So in terms of partly, I guess, on one level, our simple needs as sort of embodied creatures, but on a more interesting level to Heidegger, on the basis of what really matters to us, we name things. We name things like teaching and love and subjects and objects and resources. And when we're doing that, you begin to recognize that we're not just naming any old things. We're naming things that the style makes important, and in naming them, we help make the style important. I think that's what goes on. Let's try this again now. Language by the naming of beings for the first time. I guess that's when you name subjects. I mean, remember, thinkers can do this. You name subjects for the first time, or resources, or whatever. Bring to word and to appearance. First brings beings, that kind of beings, to word and appearance. Only this naming nominates beings to their being from out of their being. Such saying is and saying is, I take the technical name for the important kind of naming. It's called projective saying. The kind of naming where you pick what's worthy from what's not worthy, where you name the kind of things that your style makes important and helps make your style important. So saying is a projecting of the clearing. See, that's why I talked about subjects, objects, resources, in which announcement is made of what it is that beings come into the clearing as. So, okay, now we can see what, and if you don't have that, you just have dim confusion at the top of page 74. That is, before, I'm not sure you really have dim confusion. Later he's going to say plenty of stuff goes on, things, and lots of cultures are there. But at this point, he seems to think, if you don't name them into the clearing, whichever clearing is the current clearing, you just have dim confusion. Dim confusion must be something like the distress that you have at the beginning of the basic questions before they get wonder and pieces and can name the first understanding of being. So now let's see. So language articulates and preserves the current clearing. And that sounds, he's talking like articulation when he's talking about that at the top, where it looks like it gets us out of the dim confusion. But, and now there are lots of marginal notes to Origin of the Work of Art. He read it over and over and he commented on it. And the marginal notes are in the German, they're not in this translation. They're bringing out a new translation, not so soon, in a year or two, from Cambridge, which will have them. But anyway, in the marginal note at this point, he says, where it looks like it saves us from dim confusion, and I mean by that maybe only articulate things, then he says, only that? What about the sending? For example, Gestell and framing. Now, I take it, what he's saying is, it's not just articulating that language does, it's also reconfiguring. That there's something even more important than language bringing out the current style. Language plays some kind of crucial role when you bring out a new style, I guess. So this is what I think is going on at the top of 74. Projective saying is poetry. Now keep your eye on that ball. Poetry just means something quite different here, I think, than poetry means in the essay where he goes on and on about Trockel's poem, which that is the language essay. Poetry is the saying of world and earth, the saying of the arena of their conflict, and thus the place of all nearness and remoteness of the gods. So that means poetry opens a space. Arena is just another word for clearing, I think. The German word is Spielraum, which is an open place where a room for play, but it isn't play in any sort of fun. It's sort of like play in a motor where there are huge pieces. I mean, it's the space where there's what? Freedom of motion or something like that. Yeah.
What about open? Is that the same as...
Open is just plain open. Often, I think. Open, yeah.
I mean, is that clearing or...
Open and clearing are pretty much the same. Sometimes it looks like, and I once tried to make it work, that open would be a clearing before it had a work of art in it that stabilized it and focused it. But I don't think so, because I couldn't make the words line up. I think world, open, clearing are all so close that I can't make it distinguish the difference. It'd be an interesting project for a paper to see if you could really, I'd be so happy and you'd get an A+, and I would base my lecture on it if you could find some consistent story about this. Let's see what else you need. Well, that, anything else? Truth of being. What are any other names for it? I think that's all the names I know for it. Clearing is, I think, his favorite name for it. Okay, so, but here, oddly enough, Spielraum is the word. That's the only time I know he says that. The saying of world and earth, the saying of the arena of their conflict, and thus of the place of all nearness and remoteness of the gods. It's funny how close he comes there to the nearness and remoteness we talked about last time, where things set up nearness and remoteness. But here it's an entirely different issue. It's a question of whether there's going to be some focus in it. The gods. Gee, I wish I had this done. I'm surprised it wouldn't be the god. No, I didn't bring it. Holzfeger. Can you remember? Let's look. I mean, I suppose that's accurate. I would make more sense. I mean, gods don't play any role in this, except one at a time, so to speak. In any given understanding of being, there's a god that focuses it. It's the god in the temple. The gods are so polytheistic, they really belong with things. One way to put the change in Heidegger, between middle and late Heidegger, is it goes from a monotheistic story, where there's one clearing and there's one founding entity, which of course isn't like an old-fashioned ontotheological God, but which is the one work of art like, or if there are several, they all do the same job. There's only one job, and gods can do it. A god can do it. And then in late Heidegger, there are lots of gods, divinities. Whatever the divinities are, there are plenty of them, and it isn't sort of one after another. but in any given world even. Any given world, any case of things singing. My story was, remember, in any case of things singing, you also have opened the possibility of other things singing in other styles, with other divinities. But that's not what's going on here. So I want to say, you get a world and earth, you get a struggle, you get a clearing, you get a God in the clearing. Poetry is the saying of the unconcealedness of what is. Actual language at any given moment, I think what that means is the current language at any given moment, is the happening of this saying, in which a people's world historically arises for it, and the earth is preserved as that which remains closed. Projective saying is saying which, in preparing the sayable, brings the unsayable as such into the world. Well, that's the earth and world again. In such saying, the concepts of historical people's nature are formed for the folk and so forth. That's a familiar story, only he didn't tell it in terms of language before. Now, it turns out, if this story is right, that it's poetry, or projective saying, which is, I take it, again, in my language, naming what is worthy and leaving in the dark what isn't, that is the main role of language, and that is the main way the clearing gets set up, and that's why he can say this famous phrase, language is the house of being. That's a phrase, you may have heard it, from the Letter on Humanism from 1945, which says, in effect, I think, language is what gives you whatever particular clearing is the one that you're talking about, or the one that you're in the series of clearings. And I brought along a Letter on Humanism just to read you this quote, because people are talking about it all the time, at least the kind of people I talk to. At the bottom of 236, the essence of language in the history of being, the essence of language in the history of being is the following: language is the house of being. Well, I don't want to read more, it's full of other kind of jargon. That was on 236 here. To say it's the house of being is the same thing as to say it's the arena, I think, in which historical worlds happen. Now, what is puzzling is, after he says this, and I'm not sure I know the answer, he drops the temple and goes over to language as the basic way clearings are articulated and reconfigured. Where is that now? Start skipping a paragraph. Language itself is poetry in the essential sense that since language is the happening in which for man beings first disclose themselves to him, each time as beings, poesy, or poetry in the narrow sense, is the most original form of poetry in the essential sense. So poetry in the essential sense, remember, is just naming whatever it is that's worthy according to a particular style. And poesy in the narrow sense is poems, like the poem about a winter evening, which comes up in the other essay. Language is not poetry because it is the primal. Language is not poetry. I'm sorry, I got to read this whole sentence. Language is not poetry because it is the primal poesy. Rather, poesy, poems, take place in language because language preserves the original nature of poetry. Now comes the funny claim. Building and plastic creation, there's the temple, on the other hand, always happen already and only in the open of saying and naming. So, now it turns out that the temple depends on language. It's language, not the temple, that opens the clearing. I guess the thing to say, I hadn't thought of it as I was writing it down, is on this view, language opens the clearing and the temple stabilizes the clearing. Let's see if that works. That's what I think is now happening. Let me see. Yes, he says that in effect, the temple in effect articulates what's already happened in language. namely that there is a clearing. This is right further down. Let's see. I might as well read all the way. It is the open that pervades and guides them. I'm just going on. But for this very reason they remain, them meaning the other works of art, this very reason they remain their own ways and modes in which truth orders itself into work. They are an ever special poetizing within the clearing of what is, now comes the crucial thing, which has already happened unnoticed in language. Okay, so my thesis, language unnoticed to people has separated the worthy from the unworthy according to a style. Or maybe we should say separated the worthy from the unworthy and thereby made a style. I mean, it's a sort of chicken and egg question. They're simultaneous. And that happens, I take it, unnoticed in language. That gives you a new clearing with a new style when that happens. And then you can have works of art that articulate it. Yeah?
What's the difference here now between being worthy and unworthy and being unconcealed?
I guess what I'm trying to say is what's concealed and unconcealed is what language names. And I'm trying to say that it doesn't name things at random, unconcealed and concealed, but there's some things that seem worth naming and unconcealing, and other things that don't, and then they stay concealed. But that's the difference. And up there? Okay. So there's a whole interesting story going on here, as you can see. Okay, I'm going to read from my notes now, because I have a big paragraph here. Language is poetry can in an unnoticed way open a new clearing by naming things, new things as worthy, and ignoring old things as no longer relevant. Now I try to give an example for the Oresteia fans. The Furies, the old gods, the new gods, the Eumenides, and so forth, has already, this is the way things are, is already in the myths and the sagas. And they've already given the Greeks a new style, which is poesis, I think. At least that's what we've been calling it, namely the nurturing style. And then, thanks to that makes possible Aeschylus's poem, in which he holds it up to the Athenians and they pay attention to it. And does that seem right? I think that must be how it's supposed to happen. And then Heidegger asks this funny question in the footnotes: does the clearing happen by way of language, or does the clearing first make language possible? That's the chicken and egg question. I mean, is it the style that makes language pick out certain things as worthy, or is it picking out certain things as worthy that make the style possible? And he doesn't answer it. He just puts it at the bottom of the page. Now, maybe that could be a question. I mean, either that's a question in which I think the answer is neither. They're correlative, this naming and this style. Or he really wants to know which happens first, language or the clearing. In which case, there's an answer of sorts. He's given an answer in Being and Time one way, and he's now giving an answer that's different. In Being and Time, he's very clear that non-linguistic practices of using things is prior to linguistic practices. And you can picture a bunch of sort of Dasein types, who are going around using equipment, but who haven't got language yet. And he believes that's possible. And then language will name the joints, so to speak, in this equipmental totality that these people already got. That's what he says in Being and Time. That would mean the answer to this question is that the clearing happens before language and makes language possible. But in the margin of Being and Time, maybe after he wrote this question, I don't know when, he writes false! Exclamation mark, which is very unusual for Heidegger to say. Anything he ever said was false. I only know 2 instances in the total corpus of Heidegger where he says that something he said was wrong. But he's very adamant about it, and he says false language is not layered, but is the very opening of the clearing or the there. There's another word for it, the there, in that quote. So it's clear that by the time at some point he's clear about the answer to this question. Later Heidegger thinks you couldn't have a referential totality of equipment and without already having language. And that's another way of saying, by the way, that language is the house of being. That the linguistic practices and the style that they make possible are the bottom level. There's nothing that grounds that. And that's another way of saying that is to say language speaks. When he says language speaks in the language essay, which we haven't got to yet, he says there's nothing that grounds language. In Being and Time, he thought he could ground language, mainly in coping and equipment. He doesn't believe that anymore. He gets much more appreciative of how important language is and how bottom of everything language is as he goes along. Okay, let's see now. Okay, so let me put this now in a way that's going to turn out to be useful to us later, and then we'll go on to the language essay. You could say then that the ontological difference is set up and preserved by language. The ontological difference, I mention it every once in a while. I don't think it's ever been a term we've seen in anything we've read, has it? Okay, the ontological difference is a very important term for Heidegger. It's the name for the difference between being and beings. So there is the style, or the clearing, or the world. That's one side of the ontological difference. And then there's the stuff that shows up in it. Those are the beings. So when you've got this distinction between the clearing and what shows up in the clearing, then you've got a distinction between being and beings. Then you have what Heidegger says is called the ontological difference. Remember, I think I said last time that for him, the discovery of the ontological difference is his great discovery. It was missed by everybody. I mean, even the pre-Socratics didn't have it. If they had, we wouldn't be better. We wouldn't have fallen into metaphysics, but they didn't. They sensed it. They sort of sensed there was something that made everything intelligible, but they didn't know it was the clearing. They thought it was just another super thing, or at least that they didn't know what it was. And then Plato said it was just a big thing. And then the good, or the unmoved mover in Aristotle and so forth. Anyway, the moral of it is Heidegger is the first to have seen that there is always a clearing and stuff in the clearing, and language does the job of setting up the clearing, and thereby, and at the same time, naming the things in the clearing. And by the way, by naming them, it sets up the clearing, and because it's got the clearing, it can name them. It's all so interrelated, you can't say which comes first. That's the end of that story. That's the story you get about language if you believe that there's these big clearings. And you should stop there. I finished reading, I believe, everything that has to do with language. But let me make sure that I got all the way I wanted to get. Well, I could do one more thing just to avoid your being confused. I was going to avoid reading it to avoid confusing you, but then that might be more confusing. And having brought all this talk about poetry as a kind of, projective saying in which the very important things are named by the thinkers and everything that matters in a certain style is named and all that, he has another meaning for poetry at the bottom of 74, which is just very confusing, where poetry means poesis. It means preserving and nurturing. Because he now switches to art. And art is also poetry, but in a different way. Art as the setting into work of truth is poetry. So now the temple turns out to be poetry. That's very confusing. Just when he said, poetry is more important than the temple. Well, technically, I think, projective saying is more fundamental than the temple. And projective saying makes possible ordinary kinds of poetry, namely poesy, and it makes possible artworks. And they all have a poesis function. Namely, they are all ways of preserving and nurturing a certain style. It's very confusing. And here he's switching over to poesis, I think. Art is poetry. Not only the creation of the work is poetic, but equally poetic, though in its own way, is the preserving of the work. And now we're in the nurturing business. Because what else could he be saying? Preserving is always nurturing, safeguarding, and that's always poesis. For a work is an actual effect as a work only when we remove ourselves from our commonplace routine and move into what is disclosed by the work, and so as to bring our own nature itself to take a stand in the truth. That doesn't help any. The nature of art is poetry. The nature of poetry in turn is, and now we're off into a whole other story about how art works, found and bestow and ground, and it's all about that and preserving. And this sort of paragraph is a very fast move from one issue to another, I'm afraid. Maybe I'm just not getting it. But from then on, poetry drops out of the story altogether, and we're back into, well, no, look, I just opened a poem. I wonder what happens here. On page 76, poetic is back. I thought I carefully screamed it out. Let's see what this is. On page 76, I'm preparing myself for it, whatever happens there. The end of the first paragraph. Poetic projection comes from nothing in this respect, that it never takes its gift in the ordinary, that it never comes from nothing, and that what is projected by it is only the withheld location of the historical being of man himself. Poetic projection is probably projective saying, and projective saying I don't know. It looks to me like projective saying is there being said to be what happens when one receives the style. When people receive the style, then the thinkers particularly start saying things like poesis or physis or subject and object. And when they do, it isn't as if they just said it out of nowhere, but they are taking up the next stage in the historical understanding. That it doesn't happen very often. Mostly he's at a level of abstraction in this latter part, where it doesn't matter whether it's poetic saying, or gods, or statesmen. It seems to be just at the level in which truth setting itself to work has these three aspects of taking up the practices, reconfiguring them, projecting a future. So as far as I'm concerned, the best I can tell you is that this talk about language, really language, stops at the bottom of 74. Okay, that's how I'm going to stop. Yeah?
What does this sentence in between sentences, this is on the bottom of page 73, and there's a sentence
Okay.
in between the sentences you made sentence.
Okay, maybe I can't understand it. Go ahead.
And that's the sentence, only this naming nominates beings to their being from out of their being.
Oh, I did read that. I thought I understood that one. But I didn't think it meant much of anything, so let me see. Language, by naming beings for the first time, first brings beings to word and to appearance. So now we're going to name some new plant, say, it's become important to us. Only this naming nominates beings to their being from out of their being.
I guess it's the from out of their being that I think.
Yeah, what does that mean? I have no idea. Greg, can you look this one up too? Do you see where we are? We're at the, when we get the book, we're at the bottom of 73, 4 lines from the bottom. I don't know what it means. I can't make any sense out of it. Let's hope it's a mistake in the translation. Yeah.
I think that what you quoted before about poetic projection comes from nothing in this respect. I think maybe the answer to that could be on 59.
59.
Where he talks about creation, physis, and technique. That paragraph you quoted, one of the things he wants to say is that art isn't about, the creation of art doesn't come from a genius creating something in like the normal sense we think of it.
Yeah.
But rather kind of yet all this happens in the midst of the being that grows out of its own accord.
Physis.
Physis.
Okay, when the Greek temple gets made, that's right. The artist is responding to the physis style. And how is that supposed to help me? I forget.
Because it's not the the genius who's creating something.
Okay, right.
Something coming out of nothing.
Good.
So
It's never, right, it's never a
like
genius.
Drusus
I see, you're right. It's never, but let's generalize the story. It's not just about Drusus, but in any case, whenever you start naming new things as worthy, and you don't just name them arbitrarily. By the way, it sounds, you might want to say he's excluding Rorty here, if any of you know Rorty, where it looks like you just, and Rorty said in one funny place, well, somebody's neuron gets hit by a cosmic ray, and they say something new, like objectification. I mean, there's no sense in Rorty that there are the practices, the marginal practices that are having authority or constraining, or his picture is, well, either you get into a problem and then people sort of say all sorts of things, and somebody says something that helps, or even in his wilder moment, people just say new things at random, and something sticks. Now, that's what you certainly don't want. You want it to be responsive to the style. I was thinking, let's see, Rorty reminded me of something else that it isn't. No, I think that, well, let me see, I wrote something, where did I write it? In the language yesterday when I was thinking about this. I'll look and see if I want to say it. I mean, no, because it's really got to do with the language essay. Let me in due course. Okay, now, we're ready for the next, and keep your eye on all these laws. Poetry is going to mean something different, and language is going to mean something different, and world is going to mean something different, and a whole new ballgame. So how does Heidegger rethink the role of language and the difference between being and beings, the ontological difference, once he has the idea of a thing thinging, and thereby gathering, I keep saying a local world, because I have no really better way to say it, but remember the local world could be spread all over. What I really mean always is a self-enclosed world that sets itself off from what's far, a world in which for a while what's relevant is determined by that world and everything else is irrelevant. But it's easier just to say a local world, as long as you don't get stuck in the spatial story. The spatial, my picture is, and I think Heidegger's picture too, the localness of it, the spatial nearness of nearness is old-fashioned. Now nearness means whatever it is which pulls together people and a thing in a way that gathers the fourfold. That's near, and inside that world there's nearness. It still usually happens in a local place, like where you're having dinner. But I think it could happen. I mean, I'm never sure about this, and I think somebody should worry about it, maybe me. Whether it could happen on the internet, where the people involved in this event are all over the place, but they have some common concern which works. I don't know whether that makes sense, but you've got to keep it open as a possibility anyway. You don't want to get stuck with nearness necessarily being local and taking place in the same dining room. So, but I'm going to talk anyway that way because it's easier. So, remember that the thing discloses an enclosed world in which we get a distinction between nearness and farness, and now we want to know what is the role of language in setting up that kind of world, this enclosed world. I've got a kind of slogan. I can see how Heidegger could be drunk on these slogans. I made one up that in English that seems to me that it's very important, that the thinging discloses an enclosed world. So this disclosing of what is enclosed is a sort of little slogan that tells you what's new in the nearness story. Okay. And the question is, what's the role of language in this? Well, he says language speaks, and that means don't understand language in terms of anything else. That's on 191. I already mentioned it. He's going to say that. He says that the top, we do not wish to ground language in something else that is not language itself. Now, that's an argument against early Heidegger, namely being in time, that wants to ground linguistic practices in non-linguistic practices. It's also an argument against all sorts of people that you know very well if you've taken courses in this department, which is fun. He's got, again, the communication people. That's the Habermas thing, but he's got a whole bunch of new people that he's opposed to. Another one that we don't really have any around, I don't think, is a sort of a romantic view that language is for expressing your inner feelings. Where is that? That's the second paragraph, and the second paragraph on 192. Speech, this is another view he's against. Speech is the audible expression and communication of human feelings. The feelings are accompanied by thoughts and so forth. He's against that. But he's also against two views that ought to sound familiar. That there's something, he's against the view of language as expression in the next paragraph. That there's an idea of something internal and that gets externalized. And this something internal is what is really basic, and then language just says it. Does that sound familiar? Well, what is it? It's Searle. I mean, there is this intrinsic intentionality which only exists in minds, and language is then an expression of it. A book of Searle's collected papers are called Expression and Meaning. And then it's all this business of how intrinsic meaning gets made external. And then there's one, I may be far-fetched, but he finally, at the bottom there, secondly, it's not a human activity, because, well, that's important. We're going to get back to that. So first, it's not the intentionality story that you get in Searle and Husserl in various versions. Second, it's not, according to Heidegger, that man in any way brings about language, because language brings about man. We'll have to put that off for a minute. Then finally, human expression is always another wrong view. Human expression is a presentation and representation of the real and the unreal. I wonder what that means. Maybe that means that you independently define what's real and unreal, true and not true. And then you define language and meaning in terms of the truth conditions. What does that sound like, if that's what it means? That's Davidson. I don't know if that's what it means, but I suspect that something like that you're going to try to derive ground meaning in truth. So you can't ground meaning in intentional states, according to Heidegger. You can't ground meaning in truth. And those are the two big grounding attempts that he's picked out and that we've got here that he wants to go against.
And you can't regard it as an activity of man that is probably, I don't know, it would just be like a pragmatic.
Good, yes, I suppose that's right. That's somebody, we haven't got somebody, but that's Rorty, where language is something instrumental that we use to make order and sense of things, and we switch it around whenever things get to be a problem. We pick up a new vocabulary, according to Rorty. We make up a new vocabulary. Okay.
Again,
yeah.
It's not that he's against these views qua views, but he's against these views as...
Right, they're correct. We mustn't leave Davidson and Searle in any way wrong. They're certainly correct. He says so on the next page. This view of language is correct, and so forth. And a lot of stuff about correct ideas about language. But, of course, he wants to say, but they all presuppose something else that makes them possible, so they are correct but not true. And then he's going to tell you his story. Okay. So far, it sounds just like the other one, only more spelled out, and a little bit more grumpy maybe. But what does language do? Well, it turns out language grants an abode for mortals. 192. That to reflect, the top paragraph, to reflect on language means to reach the speaking of language in such a way that this speaking takes place is that which grants an abode for the being of mortals. So what does that mean? Well, it means that language has a crucial role of setting up a world. But now it means a plural world. I mean, it says, what do I... Well, I don't have a quote for that, but it's obvious through here. What I quote is just that language... Oh, wait a minute, I'm just trying to... Oh, I'm saying something else. It does grant an abode to mortals. And I just misspelled... okay, and language does set up worlds. That's right. And I just wrote, which is important, but language isn't about words. Basically, language is more important than words. But it's very important, and it's very hard to understand this if you don't understand that when he talks about language and language speaking, he's not talking about worlds. He's talking about, so to speak, whatever it is that sets up worlds and makes human beings into human beings. So he can say things like, where it says second again, I'm going to read that again. It is language that first brings man about and brings him into existence. Man is bespoken by language. Well, then language can't be words, because human beings speak words, and there aren't any human beings yet. And somehow or other, whatever this language thing is, it makes it possible that there are human beings and that they use words. You don't think so?
I don't see anything that would indicate that language sets up worlds.
Language, you don't see the language. Well, it's true. I have nothing on this page. We don't get that until we get later, where it turns out that language makes near and far and worlds possible, I think. But that's not our... We'll take it back. Nothing so far. I was getting ahead of the story. But that it's very important, we all agree, I hope, language doesn't mean words. Why is it called language, then, what he's talking about? Well, it's a good question, it seems to me. All I can think of is, it's because it calls us to, to respond here to things singing, in effect. And to say that it calls us is just a kind of funny pun, it seems to me, but we have to at least get clear. That is, we are solicited by the way the practices work, in that they gather, and they gather us in, and they gather things into things thinking. We are drawn into that. And so we are called to do this, whatever it is that preserves and supports things thinking. And this thing about us being called is what makes him say that it's language. That's the best I can do. How about you, Forrest?
Well, I think it is language that he wants to talk about, what we think of as language, and now he wants to find out what is the essence of this thing we think language is.
Yeah, and it turns out...
I think it's what we're doing.
Right, oh, absolutely.
But it's otherwise.
Right, it's otherwise. And why would we call that language? Because it's... I'll tell you one reason why, it just occurs to me. This is Heidegger doing this pedagogically insane thing, isn't it? Again, if you read Being and Time, you know that the conditions of the possibility of truth are called truth, and the conditions of the possibility, I once made a whole list of them, of X. He holds the view that the conditions of the possibility of X is primordial X. So whatever it makes it possible to use words and language is okay to call it language. That seems to be what's going on. That's what you say too. Yeah. Language is this thing that that not only makes it possible for us to use words, but sort of calls forth words from us.
As long as this isn't read too ontologically, because those were structures that he's talking about, these conditions of possibility. This is not so much a condition of possibility as it is something more primordial than
good.
So it
is.
In fact, it is more.
That's right. It's not a transcendental structure, as in Being and Time these things were. Although one of the big ones in Being and Time is that which makes temporality possible as a succession of moments, which is not itself even a succession, is called primordial temporality. But never mind those weird ones. What we're getting here is whatever it is that makes it possible for us to use words, but not in the sense that it's some kind of structure. Forrest is right. In my language, it's the way the practices work to do it. But he doesn't say that. He just says language is the way, I have to say something like the way things work, or the way something works, such that human beings can come into existence and use, qua human beings as opposed to animals, and use words and have worlds. That's what we're going to talk about. But it's very confusing to call it language when it isn't yet words. But it's not utterly unrelated to words. So we got two theses now on the table. They're not contradictory. I think they're both right. One, it's language is what makes it possible for us to use words. It's some way I can't help saying the practices work. It makes it possible for us to use words. And secondly, there is something that's calling us to do certain things, and for both reasons, we're going to call this way the practices work, sort of primordial language, namely that it calls us to do things, and calls as a kind of pun, and that it makes it possible for us to say things. Yeah?
Can you, I know we've talked about this before, but can you explain briefly the difference between a condition of possibility and the way things work?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Forrest did in a way. A condition of possibility might be some kind of abstract structure. Space and time might be the conditions of the possibility of any entity showing up, like in Kant. There's a Kantian phrase, conditions of possibility. Or they might be rules in the mind, like the categories in Kant. Those are more conditions of possibility. Whereas for Heidegger, these are not abstract structures, and they're not rules. They're something much more, I don't know, down to earth and ordinary, which I call the practices. And they are what make possible, but they're not this kind of Kantian abstract something, the structure that makes it possible. They're way things actually function that makes it possible. That's a good question, though. And it's a point that isn't going to make any difference for our discussion.
Right.
But it's a good thing not to be confused. And I started it. I now finished it, I hope.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay? Be sure and stop me. This is all weird and hard stuff. I mean, we're going from the weirder to the weirder. I'm afraid that's how the course goes. I mean, you were at home when we were talking about technology, where you had lots of phenomena, and you were talking about what's going on right now and all around us. Then before that, things were pretty abstract, and they're heading into some strangeness again. Yeah?
When you say language, something calls us, or language calls us, I'm not clear what you mean by that, except to me that would mean it calls us to be mortals.
Well, that's part of what it calls us to do. It calls us also to
because this is the relationship between language and the thing.
yes.
In which we are, the thing is in this sense called, but in the calling, what we are is mortals. We're not called to do anything in particular.
Well, let's see.
But
That's
he
a good
more
question.
often, he doesn't so often say it calls us. He says it calls the thing into its thinking.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the point.
Good. Well, then let's.
That makes
Good.
it
Good.
more
Good. Then let's get rid of it. I don't care. I want the calls part, not the. But so let's get it right. What it calls. Language is the name of whatever calls the thing to thing and set up a world. Good. But it's this idea about that he wants to say that there is something pulling this to happen, bidding this to happen, and it sounds like, and so he thinks that, and so he can say primordial language calls us, or not us, things to things. I think it calls us as mortals to preserve it. That's what you'll all
Well,
want to say.
and, insofar as it things, it unfolds a world, and the world has the fourfold, and...
We're in there as mortals, and as mortals we preserve it, and that's fine too. Okay.
But this calls is speaking.
Yes, but again, speaking without words, primordial speaking. I mean, everything, you've got to get used to this. I mean, it's just another move of when you can't, when you hear language, you're not supposed to think of words if it's primordial language, and when you hear calling, you're not supposed to think of words, and now you're supposed to hear speaking, and you're still not supposed to think of words.
You're supposed to hear pealing and silence.
And when you hear stillness and pealing, you're also not supposed to think of words. Okay, yes.
Well, I don't know. We'll get back to it.
But it turns out later on that words are somehow necessary in all this. Maybe that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, I mean,
how they fit in. Yeah, how they fit in. Way later. We should keep this in mind, because I think it's one of the hardest things, and I don't understand it. All of us, finally, having done all this stuff without speaking, here, we might as well get right to it and bear it in mind a puzzle, about 4 lines down, a puzzle that I don't get.
On what page?
I'm on 206, 4 lines down. The primal calling, which bids the intimacy of world and thing to come as the authentic bidding. This bidding is the nature of speaking. Speaking occurs in what is spoken in the poem. It is the speaking of language. Language speaks. That's still not words. There's a place where I've got to find what I'm looking for.
Are you looking for mortals?
Yeah, the role that mortals play.
209.
And here's 208. Let's try this. Mortal speech is a calling that names a bidding out of something. I'm now in the first full paragraph on 208. What is purely bidden in mortal speech is what is spoken in the poem. Yeah, so mortal speech comes in here, and human speech on 208. As the speech of mortals. The speech of mortals rests in its relation to the speaking of language. This is at the end of the one before the last paragraph on 208. But what one wants to know is sort of, what is the job of mortal speech? That's what I'm not clear about.
The mortal speech is going to be the hearing of the language speaking.
The hearing of it?
The hearing belonging, and it's that upon again, the hearing belonging of it.
So they respond,
Mortals speak
they listen.
insofar as they listen.
Yep, they listen.
The mortals speak out of such a listening, and as such, mortals speak insofar as they listen. This speaking that listens and accepts is responding. So, that's the answer to me. There isn't any real place for people talking.
Sure there is.
We haven't found any yet.
Well, that's the place for it.
But they didn't do any talking. They just listened.
But the listening is a speaking.
Well, that's not helpful. I mean
no,
real
no,
talking.
no.
I mean blah, blah, blah talking.
No, they're going to use words.
Are they?
The listening is going to use words.
Well, how do we know that?
Well, I think
Let's get to it after we
Yeah,
get to it.
okay, good. Liz is right. I jumped into this. But what you could have in mind, when you hear all this about primordial language, primordial speaking, primordial calling and so forth, we haven't got to words yet. So you want to bear in mind, and what role does the stuff that comes out of people's mouths, these acoustic blasts, as Searle would call them, what role does that play in all this? And it takes a long time to find out, and I hadn't found out by the time I came in here to lecture. But I'll find out by next time, luckily, yes. Okay.
Bert, I don't understand why that doesn't have to do with words, that people are speaking.
What? It doesn't.
Okay, this, listening, insofar as mortals listen to language and become mortals in terms of belonging to language, and therefore they can speak the words that they speak as, and insofar as they listen to language speaking. Now, the language
Sounds good.
speaking isn't words, but the mortals do use words, and that's okay.
Well, that's good. That's good. We'll get to that.
All
That
right.
sounds plausible to me. But then I still have a question. Do those words serve any important function?
Yes.
That's the question. Keep in mind that. Because we know what the word did. Let me just tell you what's in the back of my mind. We know what the words did in the origin of the work of art. They named what was worthy. They made the style, and the style made them. And the thinkers had these super words like poesis and physis and so forth. And we had a big job for words. And I don't know what the job for the words is here.
The job of these words is going to be, this may not mean anything to you,
Right.
it's going to be doing the bidding of language,
Oh, I'm sure that's true.
which is going to be calling things to be the things which they are, and it's going
Okay.
to be...
Well, you're all coming. I mean, I put all this on the back burner, but let me now say my thing. My worry and puzzle about this is the following. It's important to say this because you can think about it before next time. I mean, what I'm worrying about is the following. We've got lots of information about what words do in poems. And the whole article is practically, the whole essay is about what the poet's words are doing. I want to know what people's words are doing when they're not poets writing poems, and I don't understand it. I mean, obviously they do something that's crucial for things, thinking, and worlding, and they do it with actual words. And I guess it has to do with naming. Now, I've told you a story about how I think naming works when you're naming a style and naming a whole understanding of being into being. At least I got a story about it. And we've got examples of thinkers who did it using these special words. I don't have a story yet. Maybe I will next time if I consult with Forrest and you all who come and talk to me. But I want to know. I want to know what role words play in things thinking when it's not in a poem, and when I want to know that, this is just me reading these things, I want examples. I want just plain phenomena where people say things and that does something that enables things to thing and worlds. That oughtn't to be too hard. I can't do it. And when I try to find in this essay any example of it, all I find is examples of how poets use words to tell us about these things. But now, backing up, I'm going to get there slowly. But please think about that for next time. Have I made clear what? I'll say it one more time. Think of how actually saying words plays a role in their being, things, thinging, and worlding worlds. And not only think about it in Heidegger language, but give me examples, phenomena, where it actually happened to you one day, that something you said or somebody said helped things thing and world. That would be terrific. To give you a kind of almost joke, but maybe it's pointing in the right direction, when somebody says dinner is served, that might have some important function in making the celebratory meal happen, but that seems sort of like a joke. But we want a real example. Okay, here we go. Backwards. Back to the language. To have a clue, Heidegger says, to what happens when language speaks, we can look at the purest use of actual words, namely poetry. So we're going to read Troffel's poem, A Winter Evening, as an example of how language calls forth, that language now in actual words calls forth a thing thinking, even though in general this primal calling doesn't actually happen in words and naming, but it does in the poem. Let me show you where I find that, because this is part of my puzzle that I keep having. Okay, let's look at 206. Okay, I'm skipping to the third sentence. The primal calling, that's got to do with, I take it, this wordless way language speaks, which bids the intimacy of world and thing to come, is the authentic bidding. The bidding is the nature of speaking. Speaking occurs in what is spoken in the poem. Now we switch to language. It is the speaking of language, but in the poem, language is really speaking words. It looks like language speaks. It speaks by bidding the bidden thing for it to come to the between of the difference. So my problem is sort of how did we get from primal calling, which didn't seem to me to be involving actual speaking in words, to speaking in words. And have I read this right? In the poem, language speaks by the poet using the words that evoke, I can't even say an experience, evoke a thing thinking, a celebratory meal. But in general, we haven't, see, my problem, I hope you can get this, but in general, we have not been given an account of the role of words in things thinking. We've been given two things. We've been given this pure account that language is speaking and calling in this primordial way that doesn't seem to necessarily involve words, plays a crucial role. And we've been shown how in a poem, in pure poetry, words function to evoke a description, give us a description of things seen. But we haven't been shown how in everyday world, not in poems, and real words do it. That's where I'm confused, and maybe I'm just confused and confusing everybody else. But the poem uses words, and now let's talk about that for a while, because there Heidegger's on solid ground. There's no doubt the poem uses words to invoke things singing. On 200, you get started with this, about the second paragraph, second middle. Hence, the first stanza names not only things, there's real words naming stuff. It simultaneously names worlds. It calls the many who belong to who belong as mortals to the worlds fourfold. And he calls them, that is, names them, names those many. Things, the thing that now means, well, that's enough. The poem names world. That's all I want to say there. Now, parenthetically, I can't help saying, there's some important remarks about world on page 201, which maybe you've never seen before in such clear form. What in the world, what is a world? We need some notion of world here, which is big enough to include the world of the Christians or the world of the Greeks, and sort of small enough to include the nearness world of Babette's feast. And so he says something about that. He says in the middle of 201, the unitary fourfold is the world. The word world is now no longer used in a metaphysical sense. So here we're going to find out at least what it isn't. It designates neither the universe, that's a very important distinction. The universe is just the totality of entities. So it's not the universe of nature and history. It's not the universe of nature. It designates neither the universe of nature and history in its secular representation, nor the theologically conceived creation, so that God's world, nor does it mean the whole of entities present, the cosmos. I mean, that I don't see the difference between the cosmos and the universe of nature, really. But in any case, it's important to see that the world isn't any of those things which you might have thought it was. And whatever the world is, as I'm going to say, has to include things like the Greek world and the Christian world. That's middle Heidegger. And it's going to have to include, though it's a funny use of world, the world of Babette's feast and the world of, well, whatever other things thinking you happen to have in mind. Okay, let me see if I can find... So the poem invokes a meal, well, just an ordinary meal, I think, and calls to things and bids them to come, he says on 199. It says, the middle, what does the first stanza call? It calls things, bids them come. And it calls them really using words and really naming them. And it evokes a local world in which people and things come into their own. Back here on 194. Oh. Yeah, there's this funny sentence that we puzzled about, which I'll try to read you. The second sentence on the first full paragraph on 194. What is spoken purely, those are words, that's poetry, is that in which the completion of the speaking that is proper to what is spoken is in its turn an original. We think that means an originating. That is, when words are spoken in a poem, they actually, well, now I don't know what to say. When words are spoken in a poem, I keep wanting to say they evoke this thinging. But they don't really produce a thing. And Heidegger says that nothing happens in the classroom when he's discussing this poem. There's no meal and there's no bread and wine. But they inside the poem, they give you a description of things thinging, and that's a kind of originating. I'm not sure it makes any sense. But okay, inside the poem, the words enable the thing to thing, originate the world of the thing thinging, call and evoke and the meal. Okay. So, and now there's supposed to be a parallel. Or maybe we should, I don't know. Let's get to this. Somehow you get from the poem to but I don't know how you get there exactly. See, it says the first stanza names not only things. I'm about a third of the way down. It simultaneously names world. That's all inside the poem. It calls the many who belong as mortals to the world's fourfold. Things, conditions, mortals. This now means things, each in its time, literally visit mortals with a world. Now, that's sort of outside the poem. The poem is telling you something about how things and mortals and worlds operate. But here's my question again. Once you switch to the story about how things and worlds and mortals actually operate, then I don't understand anymore the role of naming. We're back to that again. Let me see if I can. This is the last thing I'm going to say at the bottom of 201. As the calling that names things calls here and there, so the saying that names the world calls into itself, calling here and there. The trust worlds to the things and simultaneously keeps the things in the splendor of the world. The world grants to things their presence, things bear world. Now we switched out of the poem, as far as I can see, into a claim that actually, when things sing, then there is actual naming with words, and that calls the world, and that makes things sing. Is that right? Have I missed?
Yeah, it's on
okay.
199.
And 199 also where?
Well, it says in the middle, it says the naming call bids things to come into such an arrival. Bidding is inviting and invites things in so that they may bear upon men and things.
Okay, but that's ambiguous. It's not clear in there whether we're inside the poem and whether we're hearing about how the naming and bidding and stuff is taking place in the poem. But I see what you mean. And certainly what takes place in the poem, we're also told takes place outside the poem.
Right.
And that's what I
But
think
then go at the bottom of the same, in 99.
Hmm?
In the naming, the things named are called into their thinging. Thinging, they unfold the world.
Okay, well that's, I mean, I'm not sure, you have to read carefully whether that is what Trockle is doing or whether that's the way it really happens. But but you see, but he's got it both ways. I mean, I'm going to state my thing one more time and then time is up. My problem is I can understand how Trockle in the poem, with his words and his naming, names world, names things, names calling, names mortals, and how all that naming makes it possible to evoke a thing thinking. I don't see that that gives us any reason yet to think that for there to be things thinging and worlds worlding, there has to be naming. I want to know what the role of naming is when we're not inside the poem. And I'm sure there's an answer. I will begin there next time. Maybe I'll know by then. Maybe you'll know by then. But I haven't got it now. That's where we have to stop. So now we go back to talking about language, the essay Language Today. And for next time, we will read On the Way to Language. I've got to go back to the language essay to straighten out something which has been a subject of confusion in this course, and I now see, in retrospect, maybe in the last 15 years that I've been teaching the later Heidegger, namely the issue about, oddly enough, because it seems so important we should have settled it by now, what is a thing thinking? And the problem is that many of you have noted that Heidegger doesn't talk about celebratory meals like Babette's feast. He talks about jugs and bridges and ponds and herons and all kinds of clasps of books, a weird collection of things. But he never talks about some communal activity. So it looks like maybe I've got things wrong. When you're that far from the text, you should stop and worry. I did every once in a while stop and worry, but I was convinced of one thing, that I had the phenomenon right all along, which I still think. And then as long as you got the phenomenon right, it doesn't much matter what the text says. You will beat it into shape. But it would be nice if the text and what Heidegger says fitted the phenomenon, and it does. But only if you read it carefully and differently than I've ever read it before. So here we go. We're going to get Heidegger's vocabulary now of what it is for a thing to thing, fitted with the phenomenon that a celebratory meal would be a paradigm case of something to do with things thinging. But it isn't anymore going to be a paradigm case of things thinging, because Heidegger never mentions that kind of activity as a case of things thinging. So how is all this going to fit together? Well, we want to understand how jugs, tables, bread, wine, or to follow Rick's way of talking last time, podium, blackboard, textbook, and lecture notes those can be things thinging, and it isn't the dinner that's the thing thinging, and it isn't the lecture here that's the thing thinging. Okay, it looks like for Heidegger. First, I'm going to tell it just tell it, and then I'm going to give you the text, because if I go back and forth, you will lose the train of thought. It looks like Heidegger thinks that things are thinging all over the place, lots of the time, but not everything. I mean, there are certain technological stuff and just boring stuff that isn't thinging, but lots of stuff is thinging. And whenever anything is thinging, it's gathering the fourfold. And it's gathering the fourfold into a world. That surprises me, for reasons you'll see in a minute. But that somehow that is not anything like a celebratory meal or a lecture. It's not a focal activity, to bring in Borgmann, who has the same kind of intuition I have, that what Heidegger is really talking about in the thing essay is a focal activity. So how is this going to be related to the thing thingy? Well, I think the story is that these separate things, each thingy, have to be coordinated. And when they're coordinated, they can open up a single world, a disclosive space, in which then they and the mortals all show up and are brought out in their own most. So the podium things, which I was objecting to last time when Rick said it, but now I have to buy it, I think it's right. The podium things and the bread things and the wine things and the blackboard things seems odd, but if Heidegger was it that way, that's okay. But then, if that all gets coordinated, let's say the blackboard and the notebooks and you and me and all this, into one shared activity, in which you are brought out in your own as students and I'm brought into my own as teacher, and if everything's doing well, the blackboard is doing its job and the podium's doing its job. When that happens, then we've got then the things singing world together, world a world. And that's like the celebratory feast. And so, just to remind you of in Babette's feast, we could say, okay, the turtle soup was singing, and the wine was singing, and all those, and this beautifully laid out tablecloth was singing, and they were singing even before they were all brought together in the room. But then something else happened when the meal took off, and all those things singing got coordinated in such a way that, for instance, the general was brought out into his own. Not, interestingly enough, as in his identity as general, but in his identity as lover. He has lots of different identities in this stage in Heidegger, I think. And in that world, the bread is brought out at its best, and the wine is brought out at its best, and the general is brought out, I call him the general, he must have a name, is brought out as a lover at his best. And just as, let's hope if the lecture goes well, you're brought out as students at your best, and I'm brought out as professor at my best, although you have other identities, and I'm also a father. But in this enclosed world, the fact that I'm a father, and you're also, a webmaster, doesn't come into this. Yes?
What's the difference between a thing thinking and a thing being its own?
The thing being its own, as I'm using it, and we'll now get to we're just ready to go to the text and check all this, is when it comes, it is brought into this shared world, this enclosed activity, in which it is one of its possibilities is brought out in its richest way. I mean, it might have others that just are ignored, it seems to me. I suppose you could say that, I'm just trying to think of an example. Let's think of something in Babette's feast. I mean, I guess another possibility for the bread is that you could carry it around to these poor people, and each of them could eat it on their own, and it would nourish them. And that's nice too, and that's another way bread could be brought out. But it's not bread. But this is where it's brought out as this special, festive, communal kind of bread. You want to say something about that?
I think this is a related question. Why do you want to say that the thing is singing all along, and then additionally something else happens when the...
I don't. I hate it, but that's what Heidegger seems to say. I mean, it doesn't fit my field for the phenomenon. And if you can make the text which I'm about to turn to, it not only does he say the thing is singing all along, this is what I objected to when Rick said it last time, and I wish it weren't so, but anyway, he not only says the thing is singing all the time, but worse, he says it's whirling all the time. When I went back and looked at the text. And yet, surely, something special, he's quite clear about that, something else special happens when the things are gathered in such a way as to whirl a joint thing like a celebration. So it's weird and complicated, and I wouldn't have written it this way. I wouldn't have written it at all, because I would never have thought of this. So let's go to page 200. We're starting at 200, and that's where the poem is calling out to all these various things, the snow and the people walking around outdoors and so forth. I'm going to read the first paragraph. I'm going to read a lot of stuff here because this is really an important issue in this course, that you should come out of here at least knowing what it is for things to thing and how they whirl the world and what the relation of Borgmann and me is to Heidegger. So, and here, okay, and it's in here somewhere. So the first stanza calls things into their thinging, bids them come. The bidding that calls things calls them here, invites them, and at the same time calls out to the things, commending them to the world out of which they appear. Hence, now, I don't think that's the same as the world that's going to be talked about later, which is wholly different. Do you?
But I think that supports my reading, the reading you would like to have.
Okay,
what? You just read.
What?
Well, it calls the things into their thinking, right?
No, they aren't thinking yet.
Yeah.
You earlier think that the snow was singing already?
I think the snow thing is singing in the poem.
But no,
But
only
not
after it's...
all along.
Oh, really? Only after the whole world thing?
It's just, I wanted to, just the point I was trying to make earlier was that snow is singing even though it's on the other side of the threshold.
I see, but it's not singing until it's part of the part where the wanderers have to go through. Well, that would make me so much happier.
That's not what the text says.
I was afraid of that. You see, I don't think it is either. I mean, following up or reading it. Let's go on. I mean, keep in mind we go which way we're going to read this. I mean, we want is it that things are thinking all the time, and then they get dragged into and whirling all the time, and then they get dragged into this other world in which they are brought out in their own and coordinated, or not? What? Called into. Okay.
They don't come
called. Okay. Called into. Good. Okay. Now let's go on. Let's see now. Invites them at the same time. Calls out to the things, as Forrest says, commending them to the world out of which they appear. We'll leave that open for what that means yet. Hence, the first stanza names not only things, it simultaneously names world. It calls the many who belong as mortals to the world's fourfold. Things, the thing, conditions, mortals. This now means things each in its time literally visit mortals with a world. The first stanza speaks by bidding the things to come. I guess that's still open. Which way to read it?
I think I can read.
You could read it your way, and Forrest could read it his way. Okay, good. Let's see if it gets any clearer. The first verse, so let's go. The second, then we go on and name the mortals. That's at the bottom of page 200. So the second stanza, let's see. The second stanza begins by calling more than a few of the mortals, although mortals belong to the world's fourfold along with the divinities and so on. So the first two verses of the second stanza do not expressly call the world. Rather, very much like the first stanza, but in a different sequence, they at the same time name things, the door, the dark paths. It is the two remaining verses that expressly name the world. Suddenly they name something wholly different. Now, that's, I think, what we all have to agree on. Whatever it was that we were talking about before, when we were talking about things, whether they were thinking or not, is open. And whether they were in a world of some sort or not is still open. Once the two last verses name something entirely different, namely, they name the dinner. That is, they name the situation in which the things, the snow, the bread, the wine, the table, the mortals are all coordinated into something that's shining. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's see now. Something wholly different. 200.
The very bottom of the page.
The very bottom of page, what? Yes, at the very bottom, exactly. As the calling that names things calls here and there, so the saying that names the world calls into itself, calling here and there. Entrusts world to the things and simultaneously keeps the things in the splendor of world. The world grants to things their presence, things bear world, world grants things. Okay, now that's the new, wholly different move. Now let's go back, because we got to settle this between Liz and Forrest and me and Heidegger. Not that I'm putting myself on the side of Heidegger. That's what we're trying to find out. But anyway, is it that they only become things thinging and only get a world when they answer this bidding and do this wholly different thing where they come into one coordinated world? Where's the evidence for us in the text that they were already thinging and there was already a world?
Because they're called as things. They're not called to things.
Well, they're called as things, but are they called? Yeah, are they called things? Are they called as things thinging? That's the question. And are they called as worlding worlds?
Yeah, but they're not called a thing. If they are truly things, they are thinging. Because a thing isn't something that subsequently things. The thing is only the thing.
We have sometimes said that things can possibly think, right? Things thing from time to time, each in their own way. Things,
so it doesn't say things,
and
they thing every once in a while. They certainly shine every once in a while. Do we think that they thing every once in a while? That's what you think. You think they thing. Whenever there's a thing, it's always thinging. It's always gathering.
Otherwise, it's an
object.
What?
What it means to be a thing is to be thinking.
Well, then that's what Forrest thinks.
Yeah,
you think that things are entities and that they thing now and then, and when they thing, then they gather the
Well, I think there's things which have sort of the live possibility of thinking, right?
Okay.
Not all objects are things.
Yeah, okay, because they're in a world where our practices enable them to gather and do
That's
that.
what I
Okay,
like.
let me think now. Wait a minute. Just a second. So, if that view says there are things around which potentially gather, and from time to time they actually gather, and then is it even a third thing? And we think that even a third thing is, and sometimes they even shine, and that's even more than gathering, which could be gewohnt and taken for granted in the background. But let's not worry about that. The main distinction does Heidegger have a place for things, potentially but not actually thinging, and potentially but not actually worlding, which is what you want and I want? Yes.
Well, in the origin of the work of art, in the very beginning of it, he talks about basically as everything being a thing, but there's a difference between mere things. There's a sense it is mere things, excluding even use objects that count as things in the strict sense. So he's making a distinction between things that become works of art, things that are used up in equipment, and just things like clods of earth.
Yes.
So, could you be using thing here as it's just a thing, but then thinking is something different that probably any object.
Well, that's a sensible thing to say, but it doesn't seem to fit this essay, because he seems to already in this essay think that things are special, and he says a lot of stuff isn't things. Remember that phrase? There's lots of stuff around where that's at the very end of the thing essay, I think. There's lots of stuff around that isn't things at all, and thinking at all. And then, but things are also compliant and modest in number compared with the countless objects everywhere and so forth. That's it on 182. So he's changed his mind. Thing is now a special subclass of entity. An object is another big subclass of entity. Okay, so, yeah.
I know that line that you just read, that confused me, but other than that, the more I read, I think that I got the feeling that thinking is a much more mundane thing than we've been making it. It's not this magical moment. It happens much more often. In fact, all things, I tend to think like Thor said, that maybe all things are thinking. And I think they think in as much as they gather this fourfold, whatever that fourfold is. But if you look in Building, Dwelling, Thinking, on page 153, I think that it's interesting, the second paragraph, where he says, gathering or assembly by an ancient word of our language is called thing. a thing is defined by gathering, and he says that all things gather.
Whoa,
The
whoa,
bridge
whoa,
is-
whoa, whoa.
See that on page 153?
Yeah.
All things gather. Well,
Well,
yes,
yeah, bridge
yes,
is
by
bridge.
definition.
Right.
But
It
not
is
all
just
entities.
as the gathering.
Right. All things gather, but are all entities things?
Well, only, it seems like that's what he's saying here, that that's the definition of a thing by the ancient word, is that it gathers.
Yeah, but the trust
And
is
thinking.
an object a thing. He seems to say no. A technological resource too isn't a thing. It only is there. Only something that has the capacity to do this gathering, and he clearly. Well, as long as we're quoting things, yes. To text. Go ahead.
Just, this could be just a ridiculous grammar thing, but can't we say, I mean, okay, the first stanza calls things into their thinking, right? Well, can't we also say something similar, saying like, boot camp brings all soldiers into their soldiering? Would that be, and then, but it's not meaning they were always soldiers, but now they are soldiers.
And that's how Liz wants to read it. It recruits them.
Except for I want to say that they are
capacities.
They are
Yeah.
things.
So there are
They're
these.
called things.
But all men have.
Okay. Well, not everything has even this capacity. Just ordinary objects don't, according to that line I was reading. Yeah.
I'm not quite ready to jump into text and point out what I'm about to say, but my general feel from reading this is that we are mortals. Insofar as we're mortals, we're gathered by things. Insofar as we're gathered by things, things are thinking. And it's not, it's just things.
Wait. I think that's all correct, but that doesn't, and that's completely neutral with respect to what Liz says and what Forrest says.
It is?
Yes, because they both of them want, but both of them want to say when things are thinking, they're gathering the fourfold. The question is, when is that? I mean, that is, and we know that every time there's a thing, it is at least potentially capable of thinking. That's what makes it a thing. So that's Liz's line. And Forrest's line is when there's a thing and it is thinking and gathering. But the fact that when it thinks, it gathers us as mortals, that's, I think, neutral.
Is it the gathering? Well, maybe this is where I'm confused. Isn't it the gathering that allows us to be mortals? Or is being mortal, can that be abstracted from the gathering of things?
Oh, I think definitely, because being mortal is to be able to die, and that seems to mean something like, I don't know for sure, but it seems to be have a fragile identity is how I put it. But let's say something even more general. It means to be finite in some way or other. And I think we're finite whether things are gathering us in or not. I mean, I don't see any reason to doubt it.
Though being born, being conditioned by things
Is part of our finitude. Right?
and makes us more sort of
aware of our
cultivates our mortality or
okay.
something. Right?
Yeah, something like the fact that we're conditioned and not sort of like the pure subject who's the autonomous organizer of everything is certainly kind of borne in on us when we're the thing that is drawn in and conditioned by things. He certainly thinks that whether being finite and mortal requires being drawn in and conditioned by things, I don't know. I doubt it, but I haven't got any evidence either in the text. Yeah.
I'm also interested on 153. He says, but the bridge, if it is a true bridge, is never first of all a mere bridge, and then afterward a symbol. So there's something in this true bridge that makes it different than just an entity. But I don't have an answer for what the true means.
Okay, I once tried to figure this out, and I decided, but this may be wrong, that a true bridge really brings together the banks of or the town and the fields. It brings together something and creates a place that you can go from some recognizable, meaningful place to some other meaningful place. Now, you might think any bridge did this, but I was thinking London Bridge in Arizona, is that where it is? They've taken London Bridge and put it someplace for tourists. Is it there? In Arizona is not a true bridge, and it's not doing that. That's sure. And maybe...
So then all entities can't be things.
Good,
Yeah.
good, right, right. The London Bridge in Arizona can't be a thing, I believe. At least not, unless you go through a lot of trouble and make up a new, you could set up a kind of tribe that had a ritual and put the bridge in the center of it and walked across it and thought about their mortality, or not thought about it, but I don't know, killed each other as they went across. Demonstrated it. I mean, you might get some story, but just sitting there in Arizona, it's not. You can have an entity, an object. It's really a resource, if ever there was one. Just a flexible thing yanked out of London and stuck in Arizona for tourists to look at. So, right, good point. Yes, I think it's clear, and I'm not sure anybody disagrees, except maybe you, that not every entity is a thing. Until otherwise, because there's at least a sentence that supports that view, that not every entity is a thing, let's agree on. And when there are things, they have to at least potentially be able to gather the fourfold, or they wouldn't be things. That much we can agree on. What we don't agree on is whether to be a thing they have to actually be gathered in the fourfold, right? Is that, yeah?
And I would just, there's all the stuff at the end of, I guess they were saying from time to time.
Right, now and then, from time to time, here and there, they do it. Let's see if we can, that seems important. So let's look at that for a minute. Each thing from time to time on 182, in its own way, are so-and-so. Things, each staying in its own way. So there's these two interesting things. The in its own way, which has to do with its ownness and maybe with the style, I'm not sure, but he makes a big fuss about that, is one issue, which we're not talking about. But this issue of time to time is really interesting. It doesn't look like things have to thing all the time. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that only refers to when they're called and not called. I mean, things can be thinging and not being called, and in that sense, if are.
Things, but it says they thing from time to time, not that they get near and get called from time to time. Things each. Okay, somebody else had a hand up. Wait, no, it was John. No, John? No, what? Yeah, John. Okay.
I was over there.
Yeah, I know, you confuse me. You don't look the same over there.
You changed it? Yeah. Here now. And I forgot what I was going to say. I was just going to add on to quote-unquote things that we agree on. We also agree that there's no way of saying in advance what the feature of an object could only be an entity and not an entity.
What would it take for it to be an entity and not a thing? No, I don't think we do. We could even make the London Bridge in Arizona a thing if we worked at it, had enough practices.
There's no common feature to entities.
No, I think that's right. Okay, I'm going to go on operating on the view now with a little bit of text to support that, and it makes me a lot happier that things are capable of thinking, but they really get thinking when they get gathered bidden to come, and thereby arrive at and get gathered into a world. They don't gather the fourfold, they just potential until they get actually pulled together in something like a celebratory feast. Then the bread does its thing, and the wine does its thing, and the table does its thing, but only because, and they only do it because they're in that world. Remember the line, let's just go back where I was, because that's what I'm saying when I say at the top of 202, the world grants to things their presence, things bear world, world grants things. And that's the splendor of the world, by the way. That means that seems to be some really like a celebratory occasion. When you get pulled into a shining world, then all this stuff seems to happen. Now, Liz.
Can you just reiterate what the difference is between your view before and your view now?
Okay.
No, I meant between last week and this week.
Okay.
Because we've been focusing on the sort of...
Right, okay. Last week I thought, and this is not a phenomena issue, it's a vocabulary issue, I thought Heidegger's term for feast working was that it was a thing thinking. Now I think a feast working is a world worlding, and a world worlding coordinates a lot of things thinking.
Like bread and wine and tablecloths.
Yes, and snow and people and all that. gets coordinated into an activity, an enclosed activity, which is not called a thing thinking. It's called a world worlding, and they are very closely related. Without things thinking, there couldn't be any world worlding, and without the world worlding, there wouldn't be any things thinking. This is the intimacy and difference stuff, which I'm going to read in a minute. But is that okay now? Yeah. Okay, let's see where we are. So we've now done. I just have to see what we've read.
Can I just ask a quick question? I wanted to know if I understood you correctly.
Okay.
Did you say that you think that things only potentially gather?
Well, no, only until they are bidden to come into a world where they are coordinated with people and other things, and then they actually gather. But we need a distinction. This is Liz's story, and I have to buy it because I can't think of anything better. We need a threefold distinction. Stuff around, which are these objects, which are never things, just poor, pathetic objects, or usually not things. I mean, you could work at it, but I mean, not on the things like I hate to call them objects, of course, because that's narrow. Entities are around. Then there are the entities which are in a culture which makes it possible for them to think. Yes, and we call those entities things. And then they get bidden into a world which makes it actual for them to think and gather the fourfold, and then we call them things thinking. That's the thesis. Yeah.
If you look on page 174.
Oh, good. You got something. Let's see what you got. We need some new stuff. Okay.
The first two sentences of the first full paragraph.
The first full paragraph.
The judge's essential nature.
Okay. Its presencing, so experienced and thought in these terms is what we call thing. We are now thinking this so far. Its presencing so experienced, namely that it's thinging. Is that what you mean? Because that follows the paragraph in which it says the thinging gathers, appropriates the fourfold. The jug's essential nature, its presencing so experienced, namely as gathering, we call thing. So you're on Forrest's side, if I understand you right.
Well, I'm not taking a side. I just read the first two sentences.
Yeah.
It sounds like Forrest. I just want to make sure we understand each other. Yes, it sounds like Forrest. Go ahead.
We are now thinking of this word by way of the gathering, appropriating, staying of the fourfold. It's as a word.
Okay, so it looks in the thing essay. I see that to be a thing is to be gathering the fourfold. Then how is it? Now it's Heidegger's problem, because now we've got that statement, and on the other hand we've got things thing from time to time.
Yeah,
what do they do from time?
Page, it says something that stays for a while. The line above the paragraph. But
okay.
As
So when they stop gathering, they stop being things?
Yes.
Is that what you think?
Definitely.
Then, but how can it be each thinging from time to time, unless the German is different?
Because they don't last forever. They're not permanent.
No, that's not the point. If things, each thing from time to time, it means they're things even when they're not thinging. I mean, unless the sentence is wrong, because it says that the thing itself, things from time to time. That contradicts the other quotation, which makes it definitive of a thing,
I don't
that
think
it thinks.
Contradicts it, that's all. They think from time to time. They are prevalent. They have a stay with us.
Okay, but when they aren't thinking, I mean, is it...
But stay so long as they're
you say, I see.
Now,
Things, each thing from time to time.
They're not thinking, and they're not gathering us. They're not seeing us through our lives.
Thing, I don't get it yet. Things, each thing... what you want to say is things, when they thing only for a certain period, at which point they stop thinking and stop being things.
Of course.
And
they stop thinking, but they're not gathering anymore.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be what this sentence says, but it could be,
But that
the
would
German.
be fine. I mean, the reason we got into all this was the sentence on 200 in language. The first stanza calls things into their thinking, bids them to come, right? And the question that we started all this with was whether they were already thinking outside of the bidding, or whether they were called into their thinking by the bidding. Right. And if we all agree that they only thing when they're thinking, right, then they weren't thinking before they got bid into the thinking.
Oh, that doesn't follow.
But they weren't. But were they things then? No.
No, it doesn't.
They called them to be things. You understand?
I mean, you can either think that they are things when they are potentially thinking, or you can think they're only things when they actually think.
And they weren't
right?
things when they were
called. But in either case, they're not thinking before
they're
called into.
Things can't potentially thing. A thing is thinking. It is not.
Well then, okay. Well then, we take the other view and say they just aren't things. They're just entities out there, and they get called in.
But Heidegger calls them things.
Well, if he calls them things,
he does.
then
He says the things are called. He doesn't say objects or entities or beings are called to be things.
They're called to be things. So
He says things called into.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, Rick. B. Rick, and then what? Jeff. Okay. B. Rick. B. And Jeff.
Yeah. Something that can maybe help clarify this is understanding what Heidegger means by near and far.
Well, maybe.
When things are present and shining, then like your podium last week when it was singing, then it was it's just singing. But when it's when we just when we walk into the room, I mean, there's obviously a transition between when it's singing and when it's not singing. And I think it's just at least for Heidegger, you can think of it in terms of nearness and farness. That maybe when I walk into this room and it's not really the lecture happening, I'm taking my books out of my bag, whatever, it's far. But then once the lecture gets going, now it's near. And it's just a difference in nearness and farness.
Well, that might be, but does it solve the problem? I take it are you saying
so it's
that...
a thing when I come in this room, but it's a far thing. And now during the lecture, it's a near present thing.
Well, that's really fancy Heidegger language for Liz's position. That is, your far thing is her potential thing, and your near thing is her thing thingy, and that's okay. Except Forrest doesn't like it, and it doesn't feel very Heideggerian, I must say. Potential thinking doesn't feel Heideggerian, and far thinking doesn't feel very Heideggerian.
He does talk about things being preserved in their absence.
Well, what I would say is that while I'm walking into the room, if something else is thinking, because I think I have a world, and whatever that is near, the podium at the time is farther.
Well, maybe you've got no world at all. I mean, in this sense of world, people don't always have a world. What?
I think there's always world.
Well, there's always world in a very different sense of world. I mean, the being in time world is always around. Do you think people always are in a world that is bringing them out as mortals and bringing the gods and the earth and everything around?
Yeah. He says that dwelling is the basic character of the mortal's being. And
we have to learn to dwell. Are we always dwelling?
Well, I think dwelling there's like the pure dwelling is the kind of poetic dwelling where things are shining and we're nurturing things. But then there's, he always starts from like the derivative. And you have like the ordinary thing and how come the thing isn't a thing. And he wants to contrast that with the scientific nihilistic attitude.
Well, I mean, I'm a little...
That's what he says that's how he gets into the thing essay. He starts off science.
Yeah, but I mean, there seems to be but let's not get off on this. I mean, what it's like when the world is, but I do like this, at least helpful way of thinking about it. You walk into the room, nobody else is here yet, there's no lecture going on, no course going on, this entity is sitting here. What about it? Is it already a thing, gathering mortals and gods and fourfold? It sounds very unlikely. You think it is? I mean, just sitting here in this empty classroom and nobody paying any attention to it and the 9 notes aren't on it, I can't believe that it's a thing.
But you see, it is part of your life. It's like the jug sitting on the shelf. It does get used. It's part of your life.
Right.
It's not the focal.
Right.
I mean, it becomes more focal when you're leaning on it.
Right.
But it's going to be there when you get here. So it's already here, and it's already...
Good.
I mean, this is the difference between nearness and farness. It's already near, in my sense, when you're sitting over in your office.
But now there's no difference except vocabulary. But the phenomena you both agree on, what she calls potentially thinging, you call far thinging.
I like far better.
Okay, I do too. So we'll buy their story. There is something like, but I don't like far thinging too much. I mean,
I don't think it's far. I think it has its nearness because it's sitting in your office. On Tuesday and Thursday, you're going to be here with that podium. That may disappear, to be sure.
Well,
it's
that's
still thinking in that sense. In the same sense, if you use the jug once a month for your ceremony, it's thinking. when it's sitting on the shelf, it is still
Well,
part of your
and so even if you take the podium out of the room and put it in the hall, it's still thinking, because I could always come here and bring it into the room, and then I could come
Well, you
into the
could
room.
smash it up or something.
But then you stop thinking.
But
That's
it wouldn't
true.
be thinking anymore.
No, that's
for
right.
sure.
But, well, I don't think we're disagreeing so much about the phenomena. There is the sense, and once we've got the practices, we pervade the whole world with those practices, and everything in that world that we pervade with those practices has a capacity to gather. And whether we put it in terms of far or potential, or it's doing something but it's not doing it in the fullest way, we got that distinction, and Heidegger has that distinction. Right now, we said we would hear B next, yeah.
It seems like we've already gotten away from what I was going to say. I was just going to say I think Heidegger would cringe at this talk of potential and actual things.
That's right, I do too. We all do. But what are we going to say? We need something for the phenomenon. How are we going to describe it for what the podium is like when it's sitting here in a room in which we all have practices for this kind of worlding where it and everything else comes into their own. But right now, nobody's here in this room. We need a name for that. Far doesn't seem to be right. Potential doesn't seem to be right. I don't have a word for it.
Not bidden.
Not bidden. Okay, not called. It's just sitting around like sort of at a dance waiting to be asked to dance, and that's all right. But I think it's sort of misleading to say sort of actively when it's not called that it's gathering the fourfold and ringing and shining and all that just here by itself. Yeah.
Well, because I mean, it says in the stanza calls it into thinking. I mean,
yeah, well, back to that again.
It wasn't thinking before.
Well,
I mean, the poem wouldn't be doing anything.
If it wasn't calling it into something. Well, it's calling it into.
But if it's not thinking before, then
it's calling it into presence. It's not calling it to thing. The text certainly doesn't say it calls the thing to thing. He says he calls it to presence.
Yeah, he
says it calls it into thinking.
Into their thinking.
Greg, I got the German.
Yeah, no.
Going to turn on his Greg here. Okay, it's going to turn on that little word now. Called into thinking.
Can I just say something? I think that if we get out, if you look again in building, dwelling, thinking, when he talks about location and space, he says that the bridge is a location, and just by being a location, by taking up space, well, he says, as such a thing, it allows a space into which earth and heaven, divinities and mortals are admitted. So it's just like the podium. It doesn't matter if anybody's here or not, or if you take it out in the hall. It's a location. It's taking up space. And in
it won't do it.
It gathers.
Well, you're on the right track. You've almost got it right. It isn't enough just to be. Depends what you mean by location. The bridge in Arizona, the London Bridge in Arizona, is in a Cartesian sense in a location. This is in a real place. When the bridge is in a real place in which it connects real banks or a town and the country or whatever, then it's already doing something. And as long as people have the practices for knowing how to use it, we all agree on that. But it looks like it's not doing the same thing that it's doing when somebody goes across it and it shines, because we know that the things only do that. We're still back to this from time things. Each thing from time to time. We've got to be careful. If we go too far in making them thing all the time, as long as people have the capacity to pervade him, then how can we talk about them? What do they do from time to time?
That is, I know that
line is the puzzle.
It really does.
Okay.
It's very confusing.
But that's why everybody but we all got the same distinction. You've got certain capacities for using the bridge, and therefore the bridge joins the town and the city. And as long as if everybody left the towns and cities and lost and they were born unable to walk and so forth, the bridge would be like London Bridge in Arizona. It doesn't just by sitting there physically between this bank and that bank do the job. I think that would be unlikely, because then you couldn't tell it from an object in physical space, which doesn't do anything. He says. Okay, let me go back to where I was. This is very illuminating. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so thing and world come together. Okay, we got this big difference between thing and world now. That's the next, we're going to get to the ontological difference, or something like it, the big deal difference in this essay. So there's now got to be this difference. The difference is when they get called into a world, and they are and they actually get to do what he talks about at the top of 203. The things get, as Forrest says, their presence, and they bear the world, and the world grants things. Let me read a few quotes about that. So let's go on. The speaking of the first two stanzas bids things to come to the world, and the world to things. So they aren't there yet in the world, and they are already things. I don't doubt. Well, let's see. Do we bid things to come to the world, and the world to things? I think they're already things. You don't?
I don't much care.
I don't either. As long as they're not actively thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I think too. Okay. The two modes of bidding are different but separate, but neither are they merely coupled together. For world and thing do not subsist alongside one another; they penetrate each other. This is obviously got to be so. That is, you couldn't have a thing thinking if it wasn't world in a world, and there wouldn't be any world worlding if there wasn't a thing thinking. Thus at one they are intimate. They are. Yeah, that's enough to read there. Just a second. Okay, well, I'm going to skip a little and then go on. The intimacy of world and thing is not a fusion. We're getting ready for understanding the difference. The difference has got to be something about this. What keeps them from being just a fusion. The intimacy of world and thing is not a fusion. Intimacy obtains only where the intimate world and thing divides itself cleanly and remains separate. In the midst of the two, in the between of world and thing, in their interdivision prevails a difference. Now, we were trying at the very end last time to explain what the difference was. And that's what I'm trying to do now, and that's what Heidegger's doing here. The difference, I'm skipping down to about 8 lines from the end there now. The difference carries out world in its worlding, carries out thing in their thinking. Thus carrying them out, it carries them towards one another. The difference doesn't mediate, and so forth, through anything between them. Being the middle, it first determines world and thing in their presence, in their being towards one another, whose unity it carries out. What's all that about? Well, that's about the fact that what you're really distinguishing when you're making this difference is the aspect of it which is the entity gathering, which is the thing thinking, and the coordination of them into a world, into a disclosive space in which they and the people and so all the things and the mortals all show up in their own most. And the difference is between the world and the thing. But it's a difference which you can't separate them, ever. They never can exist apart from each other. But it's a very important difference, because things don't open a world, don't open a space for things to show up. They are what shows up. So you've got to distinguish that from the space in which they show up. And that's the difference he's trying to make. And it's reminiscent of the difference between being and beings in the division in being and time period, where being was the clearing and beings were the entities that showed up in it. But it's also very different from that difference, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Let's see if I've got as far as I want to get here. 205. Well, I want to... No, I want to read one more thing here. 203. It's all so clear what goes on there. I'm going to start at the bottom of 202, the very bottom of 202. The difference of world and thing disclosingly appropriates things into bearing a world. It disclosingly appropriates world into the granting of things. That seems fine. The difference, and I want to just see, it's not a distinction, not a relation again. Skipping, the difference is the dimension insofar as it measures out, apportions world and thing, each to its own. I mean, each is going to do its own job, so to speak. And it brings each out into its own, doing its own job. Its allotment of them first opens up the separateness and torness of world and thing. Such opening up is the way in which the difference spans the two. So I think what I really want to say here mainly is I was right last time when I said that it was the difference between the entity which is thinking and the disclosive space it's opened up that he's interested in. I think that this all confirms that. Greg, have you found out what this says? It calls them into their thinking. Okay. And so there.
I contend the German could be easily translated in their thinking. Calls them in their thinking.
Let's hear the German. Loud, loud and clear.
Die erste Strophe, there's a native German speaker.
Your German is pretty good.
Die erste Strophe ruft die Dinge in ihr Dingen. I think if it were to be in what Thor says, it would be in ihr them.
Subtle points of German.
But I do not think it would have to be at all.
Well, we have to defer to our native German. What does it mean?
Let him read it. Why don't you not read it? That's the best way. Well, nobody. Except that perfect German.
If you're going to study Heidegger, you sooner or later have to learn German. This is a demonstration of it. You can't count on the translators to capture these nuances.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bottom of that.
Oh, yeah.
First sentence.
What?
Calls them into.
Calls them into. Okay.
Could it possibly be in their thinking? In their thinking?
So you're suggesting the things are called
In their thinking.
as listing.
Yeah.
By that you mean sort of something like they're called
He doesn't think it can mean
thinkingly.
that. No, but he says it couldn't mean that. Okay.
Heidegger does that
Would be,
sometimes, but he does
it would be a dative.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought. Yeah. Could be. Yeah.
Okay, so we'd have to have what EFM. That's the dative. Yeah. Okay.
As die Komme, so that's really
Okay. Well, we've gone way beyond having to worry about that. So let's not worry more about it. Yeah.
I was just sort of wondering if the word translated as thing is consistent.
Oh, and how? I think there's no doubt. He's very careful about object, Gegenstand, and thing, namely Ding.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to fluctuate. So where are we? He calls them into their own. I'm just finishing where I am. And one more on 205. Because now I want to, and when it does that, then it shines.
What does what?
Sorry. When they answer this bidding and come into the world and sing, and everything gets brought out in its own most, and then of course, then we get the shining, the limpid brightness in the poem. And he says on 205, the rift of the difference, that is the way these two things, the way these two functions, the thinking of the entity and the disclosing of the opening of a space or a world, the way they come together makes the limpid brightness shine. Its luminous joining decides the brightening of the world into its own. The rift of the difference expropriates the world into its worlding, which grants things. We're going to have to talk about expropriates in a minute. By the brightening of the world in their golden gleam, bread and wine at the same time attain to their own gleaming. The nobly named things as lustrous in the simplicity of their thinking. So the things shine and the world shines when it's all coordinated so that everything is brought out at its best and it is self-contained. And I think the expropriating is really puzzling. It's anti-ness instead of er-idness. And I guess expropriates is as good as anything to go with appropriates. But what I think it must mean, I'll show you another place where it's used, is the things are called out of the farness where they are sort of sleeping, and taken into the bright, self-contained world. So it expropriates them into the world. That is, I think it takes them. Only way I can understand it is it takes them out of the world, the everyday world, the far world, and brings them in the near world. The other time he talks about expropriates is the top of 210 that I know of. There are probably others, maybe. Language speaks, it speaking bids the difference to come, which expropriates the world and things into the one fold of their intimacy. Well, that's pretty weird, because you'd expect it to appropriate them into their intimacy. What could that mean? Well, it grabs, it pulls them, or bids them, bids them out of their, is that what you think? Out of their sort of, wherever they are, and gets them out of that into the intimacy of world. That's at least I think what has to be going on. Okay. Is that all right with expropriates? What do you think expropriates means? It's really weird that he never explains it. It just pops in here.
Yeah, but this is a very different way of understanding this middle, where you both have two movements going on, a movement from the middle and a movement into the middle at the same time. And so the movement out of the middle, the furrow, the Schöchen here that he talks about, that's being drawn, draws world and thing into their intimacy and also separates them at the same time. So it expropriates them
That's interesting. Keeps them from fusing.
Of course, that's exactly the point.
So, difference come which expropriates the what a funny way to put it. Expropriates world and being into the one fold of their intimacy. That means keeps them apart from fusing.
Exactly.
In their intimacy.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the only funny thing in here?
No. Let's go back. Let me see the other one again. Where was the other one?
205.
205. Okay, because we ought to really... The rift of the difference expropriates the world into its worlding, which grants things. I mean, I'm not very happy with what I'm saying, but it doesn't make... What Forrest is saying doesn't hit me over the head as helpful either. I don't know what to think.
I think it's just a lot more complicated.
Okay. Well, I mean, it makes sense to think either way, that you've got to bring it in from outside or call it in from outside, and you've got to keep it from fusing. There are probably other places where he uses
I just don't think
appropriate.
there's any outside. I think there's only the middle.
Well, nearness, call it. I mean, you've got to bid these things in from what you've been calling farness, where they're sort of sleeping around and not paying any attention, and they got to bid them into where they're intimate and the world shines.
If you were doing that, you probably would have to drag them in.
Right. Okay. Okay. Now I want to go into the next point. Because this is partly only going to make a lot of sense, I'm afraid, to the people who know being in time. But don't feel bad, because you don't need to know this. But I can't help but want to get this difference related to early Heidegger, ontological difference, which is the difference that he said up to toward the end of his life was his big discovery, was the ontological difference. I mentioned this already, that was the one thought that a great thinker has. Well, he saw that all metaphysics missed the ontological difference, namely missed the difference between the clearing, which is this background that withdraws, and all the entities that showed up in it. And the metaphysicians made the big mistake of thinking that there was some super entity that explained everything and made everything intelligible and created everything. And Heidegger says, no, that's not it at all. There's on the one hand the clearing, and that's not an entity at all. And on the other hand, all the entities that show up in it. That's early Heidegger. Now, interestingly enough, he's repudiated that distinction by making a fuss about things. He's got things playing a crucial role in there being a clearing. And he's got either a work of art as a thing, and makes the world possible, holds open the world and so forth, and then there's each thing thinging, which when it's gathered and it holds open a little world and makes it shine. So there's a new structure here in which not all things are equal, but there are special things and a special activity of things which plays this ontological role that makes the clearing possible. There's nothing like that. Well, what's like that in being in time, just to fill this out, is there is one being in the clearing in being in time, which is a super being that makes it all possible, namely us. Dasein. But only Dasein. If it weren't for Dasein, there wouldn't be any world, there wouldn't be any clearing, and so forth. But ordinary beings, like trees and bread and wine, or even temples, they don't do anything in early Heidegger. They're just more beings in the clearing. That there should be sort of non-human beings that do this job, where humans are just part of the machinery. The mortals get dragged in or bid in too. That's a new line. So the difference that he's got now is a very different story. Instead of being the difference between the open or the world and all the entities, it's now this much more intimate difference between the special entity, which is worlding the world, and the world. It's just a much, much tighter difference. It's now just, that's why he keeps going on about the intimacy without the fusion. I understand why he goes on slithering like this for pages and pages. He is trying to say something important. I apologize for saying that this was just a kind of fruitless struggle to save the terminology. It's not at all like that. He sees that there's some kind of function where there is world on the one hand and thing on the other. And he sees that that's a much more intimate relation than he realized. That world is an aspect of things thinking, and things thinking are being brought about by the world in a way that he just didn't have any understanding of when he, in his earlier stage. And it doesn't matter. See, I've been very confused about this in my own head. It's not just about things thinking. It's, work of art working would have the same peculiar quality. It's a thing, but its relation to the world is also very intimate, because it's not just any old thing. It's a thing that opens up and holds open the world of a historical people. Now, let me see. I was going to read quotes again to back this up. 202, back to 202. Did I read that already? No, I've read that one. Good. Maybe I've read all of them already. Yep, that's in there. 3. Yeah, that's okay. So now, I just want to read you something which I think read before, maybe. Did I read you this thing from very late Heidegger where he gives up the ontological difference, or just mention it? I never read it. What?
You mentioned it.
Okay, I'm going to read it. It's very short. This is from Time and Being, if you want to ever look at it, on page 37. I'm preparing, this, either you could say I've just been preparing you to understand this sentence, or you can say this sentence confirms what I've just been saying, however you want to look at it. He says, from the perspective of appropriation, which is this special kind of gathering we're going to hear a lot more about, which is the way world and things come together and bring everything into its own. From the perspective of appropriation, it becomes necessary to free thinking from the ontological difference. See, because the old ontological difference is keeping you from understanding that entities can have this special function. Okay, let me go on. We want to free thinking from the ontological difference. From the perspective of appropriation, this relation shows itself as the relation of world and thing. You probably wouldn't really want to say relation. This is not directly Heidegger talking. This is a professor's notes on a seminar of Heidegger that Heidegger has himself read and corrected, but maybe not corrected enough. But let's leave it. From the perspective of appropriation, this relation that is between, well, this relation is got to cover I'll just read it. It's hard to know what this refers to. From the perspective of, I'm starting again. From the perspective of appropriation, it becomes necessary to free thinking from the ontological difference. From the perspective of appropriation, this relation, which means something like what the ontological difference was trying to get at, shows itself as the relation of world and thing, a relation which could in a way be understood as the relation of being and beings. That's the ontological difference. But then its special quality would be lost. And what is its special quality? Well, that there is a particular role for things which is not just to be showing up in the clearing, but to be actually making the world or the clearing work. That's, let's see now. I wrote here, the peculiar quality, which is a special quality of both work of art and thinking, is that they're not just any old entity that shows up in the clearing, but special things with a special function, which is to focus the gathering and the practices and open up a specific world, whether that be the world of a whole culture, the Christian world, or whether that be the world of a dinner party. Either one, there has to be these things, these special things that are doing it. They have the special job of focusing and gathering a world or a clearing and bringing it out into its own. And now the role of Dasein, of course, is always switched too. Instead of being the center of it, as in early Heidegger, which does the job of making a world, Dasein now has to listen to and respond to and further focus and further gather what's already taking place in the things and in, we haven't got to it yet, the speaking of language. That is, we've now got a story about what it is to be a preserver. A preserver is a special kind of, so human beings now have a very special job, but it's a new job. They bring out and sustain and stabilize and focus and articulate something that's going on anyway, already, in the relation of thing and world. And that's the new, peculiar, special relation that he's interested in. Okay? That's only going to, I say, really be illuminating to people who had being in time. And if it isn't illuminating, don't worry about it. Yeah?
When Heidegger's talking about special entities and special properties, it seems to open up the possibility that a correct description of how certain objects work with certain properties would somehow get us close to understanding how the world is world, but the quote that you just read. But that seems completely antithetical to everything he said in Being and Time.
Completely what?
Antithetical or opposite of what he said in Being and Time. We had no account of physical objects could ever get us closer to making sense of how...
Okay. Well, of course, the thing is on physical objects. No account of physical objects, he's going to still say that, could ever get us any understanding of the world. Just that runs straight through. But now he sees, and even equipment, ordinary equipment, which isn't physical object, isn't going to get us any understanding of the world, or it sort of presupposes the world.
What are things then if they're not physical or equipment?
Well, they are physical, and they're made out of atoms, and they can be treated as objects. But when they're thinking, we're back to that again, they're not. That's not what's going on. They then have another function, namely they are able to gather and so forth. Liz, yeah.
And you can talk about that, but you can't talk about it in naturalistic language. Right? I mean, you
That's
can
right.
say something about
what things are,
things
and even if they're material things, namely that's the earth in them. They have, but you can't say in naturalistic, objective, scientific, post-Cartesian, that just misses their quality as things, though it gets their quality as objects just right. That's okay? Yeah? You have your hand up?
What he said just brought up one of my questions. Like, the jug, it seems like jugs can be things at one time and mere equipment at another.
Oh, absolutely. And just objects to pottery collectors who don't use them. Yeah.
So, it just seems like,
So, and that's...
The distinction is still really...
No, but that's to say, that's a way of reinforcing what Liz just said. Yes, the same material object can be viewed as a bunch of atoms. It can be viewed as equipment for putting things in, and it can be part of a celebratory meal in which it's bringing people and everything out in its own. And you can't understand that any of these functions in terms of the other. That seems that's what you
you said it can be viewed as this or viewed as that,
yeah.
And it's not just a matter of
viewing. No, you're right. It's not a question of an attitude. I think because it's a question of actually doing something. It can actually make a world, or hold the marbles or whatever. Right. Okay. Now I got 5 more minutes, and since I'm probably never going to get a chance to say this again, and I woke up and went to sleep thinking about it, I want to, and it'll help you a lot when you read On the Way to Language, I want to sort of give you a feel for appropriation, which we keep talking about as gathering and so forth, because what's really important in On the Way to Language is that he's trying to say more about appropriation than he says in those last past paragraphs. And I've been saying appropriation is gathering, but I'd like to fill that out a little bit. And I want the crucial paragraph I'm going to be commenting on right now is on 128 of The Way to Language. I'm jumping right in the middle of it because I want to show where it connects up with what we're talking about, and then I will start from the beginning next time. So, appropriation grants to mortals, I'm at the bottom of 128, their abode within their nature so that they may be capable of being those who speak. If we understand, never mind that sentence, I think. Here's what I want. If we understand law as the gathering that lays down that which lets, I think is better than causes, lets all beings be present in their own, in what is appropriate for them, then appropriation is the plainest and most gentle of laws. That means, that is, you bring things out in their own. That's pretty simple, and it's gentle because it doesn't do any kind of violence to the thing to bring it out in their own. And secondly, it's gentle in that it's a law that can be pushed around a lot. I mean, there's other ways of relating to things. You don't have to bring them out into their own. Even more gentle than, appropriation, though, is not law in the sense of a norm, which hangs over our heads somewhere. It's not an ordinance with orders and regulates the course of events. Appropriation is the law, because it gathers mortals into the appropriateness of their nature and their wholesome. That's the heart of late Heidegger. That's Erignus. That's the word that this whole fat book that we're going to try to understand some of is about. But let me say a little bit about appropriation in the next few minutes. I mean, let's think, it happens at all levels. It happens from the level of works of art, organizing, that is, gathering a whole, coordinating a whole world, to a celebratory meal being coordinated, and I'm going to do it on the level of a meal. So what is the general law? Well, the law is that practices tend to gather so that they bring out the mortals and the stuff involved more and more, and they bring in more and more. So my example is a brunch. You start having brunch, and then you get more and more, you get more interested in the tea and the coffee and the best kind of tea and coffee, if you're in Berkeley anyway, and the bread, and then you want to get the best baguettes or the best croissants, and you have all the distinctions of the different kinds of breads, and then you get interested in bringing in not only your family, but inviting your friends, and more gets gathered into. That's the way practices work. If the brunch is really working, it wants to bring in more and more. It leads you to bring in more and more. And it wants to bring out things more and more, and it bids things come out more and more. Now, my other move is, that sounds so trivial. And so, to really understand that as a substantive claim, and even perhaps a very dubious claim, at least it's a very, it's a claim that needs a lot of support, you've got to see what it would be denying. Well, the big denier of it is Jacques Derrida. Lots of you know who that is already, just in case somebody doesn't. He sort of, in a way you could say, stands on Heidegger's shoulders, but that's not quite the right way to put it. I don't know how to put it. He operates, as he says, in a space opened up by Heidegger, but he opposes Heidegger because he thinks that the way the practices work is not by gathering, but by dispersion. That's his word. And what would that look like? Well, if he thought about the brunch, he'd say the brunch gets more and more sort of proliferated. I got to think about a different kind of brunch that takes the place of breakfast, from a brunch that's later in the day and takes the place of lunch. And I have to have brunches that take care of vegans and vegetarians and old-fashioned meat eaters if there are any left. And then I have to worry about whether for the brunch I'm going to bring in my family and my friends, or just my friends, or just my family. And then it would get more complicated. That you might want a brunch just for gays. You might want a brunch for straight friends. You might want a brunch for lesbians. In Derrida's intuition, the practices tend to get more and more dispersed. as there's more and more possible contexts into which you can have brunches. And it's not, you just notice you can't put all these people together and all these stuff together. I've tried to tell a story in which they instead of being, you can't have the vegans and the vegetarians you can't gather them. You just have to separate out the brunches for each of them and so forth. So his intuition is the practices tend toward dispersion. And well, how do you decide this? Well, each of them would say, of course I hear your story, that happens too. And each of them would try to say about the other one, but you're telling a story about breakdown. So Heidegger would certainly say that Derrida's dispersion about the practices, he's really describing technological practices, where everything gets more and more flexible, and you can have all these different kinds of brunches and go from one to another as flexibly as possible. But that's just because technology is an injurious attack upon things and on appropriation. Derrida says about Heidegger, well, he's just nostalgic, that this is the last of metaphysics. He thinks that there is something that has to be constantly gathering and more totalizing, not in a bad sense, but in a good sense. More and more is being brought in, and he thinks that things have an ownness. That's an old-fashioned idea that can be brought out more and more. That's not the way the practices work. That's just the way people have for a long time sort of covered up the dispersion in the way the practices work. Now, I just want to give you a feel for the broader context. And this gets argued in France and so forth. What turns out, and so it turns out that Heidegger's claim that the practices are gathering, and that that's the basic way practices work, that appropriation is the law, is a very interesting and very strong claim. It's the last stand of something traditional that was around since the Greeks, and he's trying to hold off technology and postmodernism and nihilism with working out this notion of appropriation. Okay, that's where we're going to start now with the languages. So, before I actually start talking about this, I want to say one more thing. I think it's very important to have classes like we did last time, in which nobody knows what the answer is and everybody's arguing for some interpretation of the text, because that's the way you have to do it if you're trying to understand what the text says and whether the text is true, which is what we do in our department, which I would have thought people did in every department, but I'm beginning to learn that this is perhaps the only department left in the university where people try to understand what the text means and then ask the further question whether it's true, and only bother to read it if they can figure out what it means, and if it's true, and if what it's saying is worth understanding for their lives and for their understanding of their situation in the world. You can't believe how rare this is, or maybe you know since you go from course to course. But in any case, I think that's great to have a talk like that. But today, I think it's also important to just sort of lay out the text and try to understand it in a way that's sort of straightforward and everybody can agree on it. So that's what I'm going to try to do. But of course, if a disagreement breaks out, well, that's fine too. Don't hesitate to interrupt me and to disagree with me, or if you want to. So I'm going back a little bit to the language essay, because to get a sort of running start in the on the way to language essay. Well, there it is. I am in 208, because he already starts on 208 to say something which he says perhaps a little less clearly at the beginning of On the Way to Language, which is something so obvious and important to him that you might just miss it. But it organizes a lot of the stuff he says about how not to understand language. The basic point is, don't understand language as something human beings use. That is something human beings are in control of, treat like a piece of equipment, do something with. And everyone has understood language that way, Heidegger thinks, up to him. So, for instance, he's saying on 208, he says, human beings, well, it sort of is jumping in at the end of this, but we have read this. So, he says by the end of it that human beings are, in a way, channeling language. That is, language is speaking through them, or when human beings speak, they respond to solicitations to say things which are already there in language, where language doesn't mean words, but means that solicitation which leads people to say things in words. So he says on 208, what has thus taken place, human beings have been brought into their own by language. Such an appropriation takes place in the very nature, the presencing of language needs, in that the very nature and presencing of language needs and uses the speaking of mortals, in order to sound as the peal of stillness for the hearing of mortals. That is, so human beings aren't using language, language is using human beings. That's the basic slogan. And they only become human beings insofar as they are responding to and used by language. Only as men belong within the peal of stillness. That means language isn't using words. Language is soliciting people to use words. So only as men belong within the peal of stillness are mortals able to speak in their own way in sounds. That's pretty clear there. And then he says down on the end of the second full paragraph, the speech of mortals rests in its relation to the speaking of language. But remember, when language speaks, it doesn't use words. It calls people to respond. It solicits, it bids, but not in words, and then people respond with words. So the moral of all this is, and now we switch to On the Way to Language. I just thought that was such a clear statement. On the Way to Language, he says it in another way on page 113 at the very beginning of section 1, and now we're going to stay in On the Way to Language from now on. Language, what we have in mind in speaking, which is something we do and are confident of being able to do. Now that's exactly the view that he doesn't hold. So section 1 is, so don't get confused, section 1 is devoted to the traditional way of thinking about language, which is something we do and are able to do, instead of something that we couldn't do on our own at all, that is done through us and by us only insofar as we're produced by and capable of, and all that, responding to this call. So this has been the view in the West since Aristotle, he says on 115. He's the first paragraph. Aristotle's text, when he writes about language, that Heidegger puts in there, has the detached and sober diction that exhibits the classical architectonic structure in which language as speaking remains secure. The letters show the sounds show the passion in the soul, and the passion in the soul show the matters that arouse them. So that is, then language is used by human beings to take something internal, as he talks about that in the other essay too, and make it external. That is, one way to think, Aristotle thought of it already as language doing that. That's more clear when you get to the age of subjects and objects, where it becomes subjects have lived experiences in them, and they use language to express those experiences. But it's not something that really starts with subjects and objects. Aristotle had something like it. Augustine had something very much like it, that there is this inner us. And this is a view, if you've read the Wittgenstein philosophical investigations, that Wittgenstein hones in on and quotes Augustine at the beginning of the investigations, that language is, we have some inner meaning, and language is our way of communicating our inner meaning to somebody else who gets that inner meaning. As I said, I think in the Being in Time course, I think of this as the Sesame Street view of language. I mean, Sesame Street, which is trying so hard to be absolutely politically correct, is not ontologically correct at all. I used to watch it with my kids, and every once in a while you'd see one character, I think a girl, but it wasn't a sexist thing. A girl gets a picture of a rose in her head, and so she says rose, and then a little boy gets a picture of a rose in his head. That's Sesame. That's the Aristotle view of language as reproduced in Sesame Street. So Heidegger's right. Everybody's in it. Nobody thinks it's even controversial. So I do go back to this one more time. On 192, Heidegger says it. I wrote a message to me, but not to read. So and Humboldt makes a move that gets sort of beyond Aristotle and Augustine and Descartes, because Humboldt at least thinks that language is for expressing whole world views of a culture, not for expressing the inner in individuals, signaling it over to the inner in other individuals. But Humboldt's mistake is thinking of all this in terms of world views, because he's still part of the subject-object, age of the world picture, ontology. So you get him, but Heidegger likes Humboldt because he's on the right track anyway with his notion that language has to do with worlds. And he'll come back to Humboldt at the very end of the essay and show us, we'll see when we get there, Humboldt even has the idea that it's that language that enables us to disclose new worlds. But it's always in terms of world views when Humboldt talks about it. So on 118, you get at the bottom of the page, while language is not, of course, the only form of worldview developed by human subjectivity, that's the clue. It is that form in which we must ascribe a special authority in the history of man's development, to which we must ascribe a special authority in the history of man's development by virtue of its formative power at each given time. Now, what that really seems to be saying, I think, is that Humboldt is a pure world picturing person in that he thinks that we sort of project whole world views. And that's really like, remember, the story about what scientists do in projecting whole world, a ground plan. Only this is a whole cultural ground plan. And what's wrong with this view, among others, but basically for Heidegger, you've got to get this feeling, we're not outside language, sort of controlling it and projecting it, so that as if we could project this worldview, or if we didn't like it, we could project some other worldview. We're always totally inside it, and we can never get clear about it. This is all the usual thing, because whatever language is doing, it's so ontological that, like the clearing, it withdraws, and we operate inside, and we never can see it in the round, as the translation puts it later. So this idea that we project these whole either individuals or even cultures, which is how Humboldt got beyond individuals. He's a romantic. He's more like he's a Hegelian. But the idea that even whole cultures project worldviews is not getting it right. It's too, you could say, I think safely, Nietzschean, Sartrean, and Rortian. Those three all think that somehow we have the power to, in Nietzsche terms, Heidegger thinks anyway, his reading of Nietzsche, pick a whole new table of values. To talk like Nietzsche, read by Heidegger, that means project a whole different world. And Sartre certainly thinks we have the power to project a different world. In those, they're both individuals. I think even Rorty, I guess, none of them go back to thinking what the culture can do. But Rorty also says, if you don't like the worldview your language is giving you, and you're getting into all kinds of problems, well, project a new worldview. That's what pragmatists do. They don't sit around worrying about the problems as if they were metaphysical problems. They're only sort of glitches that show up in that particular way of interpreting things. Okay, that's the view Heidegger doesn't like. He also does, that's the big view. That's the nearest to the view that he does like. That's why he begins with Humboldt. A view that he likes even less, though when I say likes and dislikes, I mean he thinks it's correct, but he thinks it isn't getting at anything deep about language, and certainly not at the deepest way language works. One of the views that he thinks is correct but not true, superficial, obvious, and too traditional, and too pragmatic, is his own view in Being and Time. He's hitting Being and Time here in the middle of 120. And at least Being and Time is beyond the Sesame Street view. It isn't as if what's in my head gets transmitted to what's in your head, Being and Time says. Being and Time says language is an instrument by which we point out aspects of our shared world to each other. So if you redid Sesame Street, the two kids would be looking at a rose. One of them says rose, and the other one pays attention to the rose instead of to the bees or the other flowers. That's the Heidegger picture, and that's a big step forward, but it still puts us in control of language as an instrument. He's talking about that in the middle of 120. Speaking they are present and together, he's talking about people, with those with whom they speak, in whose neighborhood they dwell, because it is what happens to concern them at the moment. Don't get excited about dwell there. I don't think that's the important kind of dwelling he's talking about in building, dwelling, and thinking. That just means they're in the shared situation. I didn't bother to look it up, but even if it's the same German word, I think from clearly in the context, this is too being in time-ish to have any deep sense. In whose neighborhood they dwell, because it's what happens to concern them at the moment. See, that wouldn't make any sense for dwelling. It's something that happens to concern you at the moment, not the deep sense of dwelling. That includes fellow men and things, namely everything that conditions things and determines men. All this is addressed in word, each in its own way, and therefore spoken about and discussed in such a way that the speakers speak to and with one another and to themselves. Now, even there, it's a little sort of receptive in that we talk about what conditions things and determines men. That's already a little beyond being in time, where in being in time it looks like language is just equipment, that you use it transparently to get things done, namely point things out. Heidegger certainly doesn't think that's what's going on. Well, that again, it's correct. He talks about at the bottom that you could sum all this up, but I'll jump ahead. He talks about vocalization. Also, it can be considered a human activity. Both are correct views of language as speaking. Both will now be ignored. Okay? Language is something human beings do by speaking, which they are in control of. That's what he's going to skip. Because none of this is getting at what's important to him, namely the stillness, something else that isn't the question of speaking. I'm going to go on with that quote at the bottom of 121. Both will be ignored, though we should not forget how long the vocal aspect of language, and you can add in there the equipmental aspect and the psychological expressive aspect, has already been waiting for a fitting definition. For the phonetic, acoustic, physiological explanation of the sounds of language does not know the experience of their origin in ringing stillness. Now we're getting into Heidegger. That is, the ringing stillness is going to be what it is that makes it possible for people to speak, or calls people to speak, and knows even less how sound is given voice and is defined by that stillness. So now, what is all that? Well, what 208 sounds like something from here all of a sudden. So what one way to put this is that people do use language to do these things. That's why it's correct. But when they do, they're always using a used up version of some much more rich and I don't want to say productive, but I'm trying to find a richer view of language that is bringing out something that's appropriate about what it's talking about in the situation that it's dealing with it. All that is now, that's what they miss. In turn, they use language in a kind of banal way, where they say, this is sort of being in time talk, something general about the general situation that anybody can understand in a public sort of way, that could be said by anybody about this sort of thing in general, in this sort of situation in general. And that's not incorrect to say people do that in language. In fact, that's what they do most of the time in language. But that's what Heidegger calls used up language on 208. Back to the language essay for a minute. Where there is something, I have to say it another way first. There is something that poetry does, which we don't know yet, and which even something he calls pure prose does, but we haven't found out what that is. But we know that in the middle now, 208, everyday language is a forgotten and used up poem from which there hardly resounds a call any longer. The opposite of what is purely spoken, the opposite of the poem, is prose. But pure prose is never prosaic. It is poetic and hence as rare as poetry. So poetry and pure prose do something different than just use everyday public language to say things that are understandable by everybody in everyday public language. He's now, at this point, you could say, sort of forging beyond Wittgenstein, because if you look at Being in Time again, which some of you know, I mean, Wittgenstein fits Division 1 of Being in Time, where Heidegger's interested in public language, that one speaks and that one understands. But when you get to Division 2 of Being in Time, already, even in Being in Time, he says that there's a kind of language, he doesn't call it poetry or pure prose yet, but which is able to do something special, that is to do something in the unique situation. And he does say that poets, among others, can do that, but he doesn't understand yet in Being in Time what it is. And ordinary people, I guess I'm saying, I mean, I haven't made this quite clear yet, but I sort of said this, ordinary people using ordinary language are able to do it because they're parasitical on the way poets and thinkers have responded to talk like the language essay to the call of the difference, and been able to say things that bring things out in their own most, and therefore have given people a language which can get to be banal, and they can then just use to say ordinary things. So what what poets do, remember, is find the right words to respond to things thinking and help them thinking, or what thinkers do is name what is worthy and thereby name in a new style into being. They're doing, both of them are using language purely. I take it man speaks purely when he responds to the call of language, instead of just saying what one says in a public language that's already there. And even, I'm just trying to relate this to other things you know so that you can see what he's not saying, so you can understand more what he is saying. And not only is this not Wittgenstein, what this is not against, if people still talk about something called ordinary language philosophy, which they used to, this is not ordinary language philosophy. This is this is saying ordinary language is correct but not true. There's nothing wrong with studying speech act theory, for instance, way people express themselves, the way they point things out, even the way they make performatives and declare new things into existence, like declaring people married or declaring meetings adjourned. All that is terrific that Searle and Austin talk about, but it's not what Heidegger wants to talk about. What he wants to talk about is something that underlies that, makes that possible. What it is sort of twice he says something mysterious about it. At the very first page of On the Way to Language, I've got the German, so I've got the footnotes that Heidegger wrote in the margin. And sometimes they're quite interesting. At the end of the second paragraph, there's a sentence in the German that's left out in English. Is that what one you were thinking of, Greg, when you said there was a sentence left out? That isn't a big deal sentence, but there's an interesting footnote connected with it. The sentence is, you can write it in if you want to, at the end of the second paragraph, it says, and our relation to language announces itself as the relating, with a hyphen. I don't know that that adds anything. What I'm interested in is the footnote. He says about this relating, the place of the belonging together of, well, a German word, I should write on the board because it's already my, how is it spelled? D-R-A. That's a very interesting word because it means both need and custom. And Heidegger says that that word translates a certain Greek word, kreon, which is used by Anaximander as the first name of being, even before physis. So there's this very interesting idea that need we'll talk about later, because he manages to say that language needs man, and when he does, he uses this word. But what's interesting to me now is custom, because he wants to say that language brings together, I think, custom and what? Well, the other magic word, rightness. Now, what is it to bring them together? I'm not sure. I wouldn't even talk about this if it didn't come back again later in the essay. And when it came back again, I thought, well, gee, maybe I better worry about this. So he seems to want to say that language somehow brings together custom, which I think may be the sort of background of what is already said and what is, in a certain way, taken for granted. And maybe even, I don't know, maybe even this kind of public language. And Erignus, which we know, is bringing things out in their own most, in their uniqueness, in their unique situation. Maybe this is what you have to have both of these in order for language to work. I'm not sure. I just think it's I mean, I'd give it to you because it's intriguing that at the first page he should write that at the bottom, and I'll show you later, come back to it again.
Could you repeat the sentence that...
Okay, the sentence that he writes is, what's the one written in or the footnote? Okay, I'm all on page 111, right at the end of the second paragraph of The Way to Language. The sentence that isn't in there, which is in the German, is, and our relation to language announces itself as the, underlined, relating, and with a hyphen. I'm translating that from the Sion, I think, with a VE and a hyphen. But, well, where's the German? I'll tell you what I'm translating. Brauch and Erignus. Verhältnis with a hyphen is this relation. And so, okay, that's the sentence. And then he says in the footnote, the place of the belonging together of Brauch, custom, and Erignus, appropriation, which is translated in owning, as I've told you, and you have to get used to in the book we're going to read next. Okay. So, now, onward. I mean, I just plant that because it's intriguing, but let's go back to saying things that are obvious, which is what I promised to do, and I've been doing so far, I think. Okay, back to what's obvious. Heidegger wants to find what unifies and makes possible all the various functions of language. The two, mostly, I think, the big deal functions of language, namely that it is able to name new styles into being when thinkers use it, and that it is able to help things think and respond to things thinking and bring them out in their own most when people speak, when poets speak, and when people speak pure prose. And we want to find what's behind all of that. On 120 he says, yet it is one thing to coordinate the various things that are manifest in the linguistic nature, and another to focus our eyes upon that which of itself unifies those things, and which imparts its proper unity to the essence of language. And then on the next page, in the second paragraph, there is a long history to the inability here come to light, of the vision of thinking to see directly the unifying unity of the being of language. That's why this unity remains without a name. He's going to be the first to name it. If you don't know its name already, you are really lost. How many know the secret name of what's behind language? I need somebody tell me. Yeah.
I'm going to guess design.
No, that's close. No. It's the secret name that's behind everything, finally, which he says he's going to be the first to say it, and finally it's been thought. I mean, it's staring you in the face. You must know. Somebody must know.
Dreyfus?
Yes. Appropriation, of course. I mean, that's what they haven't been able to name. But I was jumping ahead of the story just to see. If you'd read this, you couldn't miss that. I think it's just that I ask it in a misleading way. That's why this unity remains without a name yet. But wait till Heidegger finishes this essay and it'll have one. The traditional names for what we have in mind under the rubric language indicate this unity always only in terms of one or another of the aspects which being of language has to offer. So Heidegger is going to give it a name finally. And now he's also asking something which I'll put it in here. It isn't clear that this is what he's asking, but you can tell when you get to the answer that this is what he's asking. He's really asking, how does language work so that it has authority over people. That doesn't mean that language pushes us around. But how is it that language solicits us, and so that we take its solicitations as something we ought to respond to? That language is, I mean, you should remember the quote I read already, and we from later in here yanked out, language is the general law. That's what he's really looking for in a world in which nothing has authority anymore, in which we seem to be heading into nihilism, led by people like Nietzsche and Sartre and Rorty. That is where anybody can say anything. Is there anything left that has authority that we feel required to conform to it? And he thinks that language is that which has authority for us. And if we found out how that works, how language has authority for us, we'd also find out what kind of life we ought to lead, and we'd also have some defense against nihilism, which even technology couldn't wipe out, even if it wiped out the marginal practices and the things thinking. As long as people spoke a language, they'd be in touch with, as long as they could speak it as pure prose and not just banal information exchange, they'd be in touch with something that had authority over them and was, in a certain sense, the saving power. I'm just jumping ahead. Now we have to get there. That's what he would like to find out. When he finds out the common feature of language in all these functions and finds out how language works, he wants to find that out, not just because he likes to find out deep things and how they work, but because that would be the last, so to speak, vestige of the saving power, which he's very, very interested in finding. Okay, now we get there. Anyway, this is a stopping point. That's the overture before we actually now go step by step into the deep. Anybody want to say anything about that? This is supposed to be utterly obvious and uncontroversial. If nobody wants to say anything, I feel I've succeeded. Okay, or else put you to sleep. Okay, Heidegger's proposal is language is saying as showing. That's this thing he puts in italics as what he's going to explain. Middle of 123. The essential being of language is saying is showing. And all signs arise from a showing within whose realm and for whose purposes they can be signs. So language is what makes ordinary saying and showing possible. We know he thinks that. Now it could be a sort of still a being in time sort of view that language is for pointing things out to people. But now it's got this other aspect that it's language that is leading us to what we point out and how we point it out, and we're responding. That's the thing that isn't in being in time. That's where it stops being, in Heidegger thinking, something that we just do as subjects or as will to power. So we have to respond. Let's see, I've got it on, I say look at 123 still. After that paragraph where he does his underlined thing, in view of the structure of saying, however, we may not consider showing as exclusively or even decisively the property of human activity. See, that would be the wrong way to think about it. That's the way being in time thinks about it. And then skipping a sentence, and then even when showing is accomplished by our human saying, even then this showing, this pointer, is preceded by an indication that it will let itself be shown. That is, what you're pointing out is already something that can be pointed out. And it's not up to you that this something can be pointed out. And it's not up to you how to appropriately point it out. That's what he wants to emphasize now. So the motto for that, this is full of good slogans, so speaking is listening. And this, yeah?
Could you say a little bit about what indication is and why indication is not sign? Or
I would have thought indication would be pointing something out, and it should be like what a sign does. Where is this?
Well,
the passage quote, even then the showing is pointers preceded by an indication that it will let itself be shown.
Ah, I bet that indication isn't the same word as the Husserl unusual linguistic word of indication, which is Anzeige. Let's see. Greg, German. You got it. I think I hope, indication is no heavy-duty word there. It just means is preceded by some way that lets us know that this is something that we should be paying attention to, or something like that. We'll find out. Maybe you think it might be something important. It might.
I don't know.
It's always good to look. Indication is a big word. What does it say?
It's just
Hinweisen. Yeah, that's a normal everyday indication. Sort of a hint is a little too weak, isn't it? But it's sort of like it's like an indication, but not in the fancy sense that there is something inner which, when Husserl thinks about indication, or when any sort of subject person thinks about indication, they think there's something inner that has intentionality. And by that wonderful characteristic of intentionality, this inner content points at something outside. And then sometimes that's called Anzeigen in this fancy way. I don't think that's what he's talking about here. It better not be, because that's the view he's repudiating. Okay. Let's see now. So we're responding to what solicits us to say. I just gave you the slogan, speaking is listening. What does that mean? That's a neat slogan. One could ask it. I forget, is that one of the questions that Liz put on the discussion page? It could have been. It means that we have to be responsive to what solicits us to say something appropriate. That the listening part is the responsive part. This is the bottom of 123. Speaking is itself a listening. Speaking is listening to the language that we speak. Thus it is listening not while, but before we are speaking. Now that doesn't mean, I think, we pay attention to how we're talking and make sure that we are saying things clearly and have the right accent and so forth. It means what I said it meant. It means that we pay attention. That is, we're sensitive to what's going on so that we respond to it appropriately. At least that's what it better mean. I can't think of anything else it could mean. And he goes on about that on the next page, about 15 lines down. What it says, language says, when language speaks. Wait a second. I'm not. I've got to be careful here. Yet language speaks, he says in the first full paragraph. Language, first of all, and inherently obeys the essential nature of speaking. It says, language speaks by saying. This is by showing. See, on the level, when language speaks, it shows us what then when we speak, we respond to. What it says wells up from the formerly spoken and so far still unspoken saying, formerly spoken and still unspoken saying which pervade design of language. Now, with this in mind, I think maybe that's what's going on there. The formerly spoken is the customary background, maybe, and the still unspoken is what you can bring out further into its own on that background and say something new that's appropriate. And all of that, so it wells up, something sort of calls you to say something out of what's already been said and out of what is sort of trying to show itself with your help that hasn't yet been said, and you respond to that by listening. That is, not really listening, because there's no real talking going on, but you're receptive to that, and then you say something. It's so simple, but Heidegger's trying to get at something so obvious and so simple that it's just been missed all along, and it's obvious and simple but deeper than what has been paid attention to. I'm going to read a little bit more at the end of the paragraph. In our speaking, as a listening to language, we say again the saying we have heard. And I hope you're getting used to reading that. You haven't really heard anything. The language hasn't said any words to you. It means you respond to what you're called or bid or solicited or drawn to say by the way things are showing up. So we say again the saying we have heard. We let its soundless voice, I mean, you can't miss it. I mean, the language isn't using words. We're using words. We let its soundless voice come to us and then demand, reach out and call for the sound that is already kept in store for us. That is, you could say, we find the appropriate word. There's this say, in French, le mot juste. That's what Flaubert said he was always trying to find. We find just the right words to say what is going on in this occasion. I've said this again and again, but I mean, this is the first level of Heidegger phenomena that he's operating with. He gets behind this even, but this is the first stage you have to think about. So that is custom and appropriation coming together, I think. And it sounds again like he's saying it at the bottom of page 124. And saying itself, is it separated from our speaking, something of which we must first build a bridge, or is saying the stream of stillness, which in forming them joins its own two banks. Guess what the two banks are? Brau, footnote in the German. Brau und Ereignis. They're back again. So that's why I thought the first footnote was worth noticing. I mean, here we are now in the middle of the story, and it turns out that when you're saying something, you're bringing together two aspects of what's going on: the custom and the gathering, I guess. At least that's what it says there. But that isn't as deep as you go. Language of stillness not only solicits us to find the right thing to say, le mot juste, to bring things out. That's already in the language essay. Now we learn something quite not in the language essay and sort of horrendously new to worry about in the next section. I mean, he must know that he's making a move to the next big move. I mean, we did that section. Okay, that section just repeated, as far as I can see, what was already in the language essay. And I'm not going to repeat what I just repeated and what he just repeated. We're going on. Okay, what's new is that language as stillness structures the clearing. That is, language opens up a disclosive space in which we then can respond to things by bringing them out in their ownness. I mean, he's gotten one step behind now. This is on 126 in the middle of, toward the bottom of the page, the end of the third paragraph, the last two sentences. Saying sets all present beings free into their given presence and brings what is absent into its absence. It isn't there, the German, and it doesn't make any sense. And brings what is absent into its absence. Saying pervades and structures the openness of that clearing, and I don't think that's any coincidence, he says clearing, which every appearance must seek out and every disappearance must leave behind, and in which every presence or absence must show, say, announce itself. So we really made the move from what shows up in the clearing, thanks to language calling us to say things, to the fact that language has the capacity to open up clearings at all. And I take it, I'm just ad-libbing now, I didn't write this down, but I take it should be obvious, I hope it's true, that clearing, like world, can be a great big clearing in which language sets up the whole clearing of a culture by naming the style, and then lots of things can show up and solicit us to say things about them. Or language can clear a little clearing, a world, which is what happens when a thing things, or now after last time's discussion, we have to say when several things thinging are coordinated so that a world is opened up. That's language, I think, structuring the clearing so that things can be present and announce themselves. So a little further, saying is that this is the deep saying now of language at the bottom level. Well, one before the bottom level. saying is the gathering. It is really the bottom level, because gathering is appropriation. But anyway, saying is the gathering that joins all appearance of the in itself manifold showing, that everywhere lets all that is shown abide within itself. That's something like the unified clearing, whether the little one or the big one, that lets a lot of things in it do their thing, if they're thinking, or have their style, if it's a work of art working. Okay. This is getting harder. Yes, stop me.
Could I just ask you,
please,
if you wouldn't mind repeating, you mentioned in the paragraph before that, you said that we make a big move now to what?
Yes. Oh, to the clearing. I got it. Yeah, it's worth repeating. It's very important. We're going on. This is a misleading way to say it, but who knows? It might ring some bell in somebody's world. I can't say in somebody's mind. That is, you could say we're going from beings to being in the old talk. We're going from the things in the clearing to the clearing. We're going from what shows up in the world and solicits us to find le mot juste, to bring it out in its own most, to the world. And we're being told language not only helps us bring things out into their own, language has the capacity to open up worlds, which isn't news. I mean, that was already in the origin of the work of art. But it's important that he makes that move. When he goes from 2 to 3, in the way he's thinking about this, he goes from language lets the things in the clearing be and helps them be, to language structures. How does he structures the openness itself? Yeah, or
a point of clarification.
Yeah.
You have this stream of stillness joining two things, and somehow you have Rauch and an Agnes.
Yes.
As the two things. Now, is that only on the basis of a footnote, or is that in the text?
Only on the basis of the footnote.
Okay, because in the text it's talking about Sagen.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. It's different the way it looks like the stream of stillness which joins the two things, the saying and our saying after it.
Right.
The footnote is really not after the banks, but the saying and the saying after it. Then comes the footnote, and the footnote says Brauch and Ereignis. I don't know how to map those two onto each other.
Yeah, our saying is this being used or being needed.
Yeah, and is that that's the custom part?
Our saying.
That's the Brauch part.
Well, I don't know how that's custom. Is what I'm saying.
I see. Oh, I see. Okay, it's our being needed, all right.
Which makes sense not as custom, but as our being needed.
I see. The saying and our saying after it. The saying is language calling. That's the Ereignis part. And our saying after it, Forrest wants to say, is our being needed by language, which he certainly talks about a good deal. And it's clear from what I've said already. And he says it in that very paragraph. So it could be that I would somehow wish that Brauch had this double meaning, but I agree with Forrest that the needing one looks like it's the dominating one here. I wish there was a way to see that goes together, but I don't see how it goes together. But if you read the Anaximander essay, he makes a big effort to get them together in this one Greek word, which he says means the needing and the custom. But you don't have to think about that, because we haven't read the Anaximander essay, and I certainly can't say, not because I think it's too, I understand it, but it's too deep for me to tell you. I don't understand. I don't remember. I haven't read the Anaximander essay for a long time. So, but Forrest is right. For understanding this, it's important to see that it's need and Ereignis going together, because he says explicitly, about 15 lines down, language needs human speaking, and that's Brauch. And yet it is not merely of the making or at the command of our speech activity. More anti-Rorty. Yeah?
You said that language solicits us, but then you also made it seem that the singing, or like a work of art solicits us. Which is it? Or
Good. When the thing or the work of art is bidding us, that is language speaking. There's not a choice. They're just two names for the same thing. I think we agree about that, don't we? I think. And you look worried. Anyway, that's how I see it. I don't think that's how Forrest sees it. So language needs human speaking, and yet is not merely of the making or at the command of our speech activity. Or what does the being of language, on what does it rest? And so let's see. Well, that's the needs thing. So let me just say that. Okay, so language is what opens new disclosive spaces, but that's ambiguous, because does that mean, so far I've talked about how words open new disclosive spaces, but that can't be right, or I mean that's not wrong, but that's only half the story, because we only would say words that open new disclosive spaces if we were listening to language, which is calling us to say the words that open the new disclosive spaces. That I haven't stressed, but that's what Heidegger wants to stress, because, and now we get, finally, to Ariadnes, because what is calling us to say the words, whether we're a thinker setting truth to work in a whole culture, or whether we're a poet finding the right words to capture a particular coordination of things, or whether we're people like the general in the Babette's Feast who have found the right words to help it to its own, the coordination of things. That's all the result of listening to the tendency of the practices to gather so as to bring things out in their own. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't be saying these words. That's what's soliciting us, calling us, bidding us to say these words. That's very important. So it isn't our language that structures the clearing. It's language that structures the clearing. It's the background practices, in my sort of interpretation, and their tendency to gather and bring things out in their own, whether that means coordinating a style, or whether that means coordinating a bunch of things singing so as you could have a world, a little world. I say that we're going to get more about this on 126, so we should go to 126 and make sure that I haven't missed anything on 125. Okay, we've got that. I want to do the last paragraph on 126. Saying is the gathering. Did I say that already? I think I may have, but it's worth saying again. Now, because I've just been saying what I take to be my version of the same thing. Saying, that is on the side of language, which is not words, but what calls forth words. Saying is the gathering that joins all appearance of the in itself manifold showing, which everywhere lets all that is shown abide within itself. That's pretty abstract, but I don't know how to say it any better. Heidegger, he wants to be abstract, but he's talking about this very general characteristic of the practices that makes even their having a style possible. I mean, it's beyond style, which is something like the being of everything, remember. That the style of thesis, or the style of being subject and object, that thinkers are called to actually use words to name that style and bring that style into being. That's already depends on the fact that things have a tendency to form into one style, or that there could be a world coordinated by a bunch of things thinking is dependent on the amazing fact that things thinking, each in its own way, nonetheless tend to get coordinated into a world. This is all, again, last time's discussion, news to me, new way to put it to me, but I think that's fine. And remember last time I said, and I have to correct something I said, and this is a point to do it, that there's something very, very, it's a very strong positive claim that the practices tend to gather so as to produce styles and to bring things out in their own most. You could believe, like Derrida, that the practices, I said, tend to, what did I say? Disperse instead of disseminate. I mean, the official Derrida word is disseminate, and I just don't want you to not know what's the word. That's what I call disperse. But whatever it is, it's the opposite of gather. For Heidegger, it's an amazing fact about practices that's ultimately going to save us from nihilism. that they gather to form styles and bring things out in their own notes. If they don't do that, if they disseminate, we've had it. It's the worst news, the most bad news you could possibly have would be that Derrida is right and the practices are all disseminating, according to Heidegger. If you want to know, I never talked about it. That's because we didn't read it in this course. That's why I talked about it. Never mind. Well, I'll just say, at the end of the age, the letter on humanism, he talks about what would be sort of the absolutely most evil view. And I think this is what he would have in mind. That the absolute evil view would deny appropriation and deny gathering and happily go around showing that it didn't happen. But Heidegger's off doing his other thing. Now, we're just up at the point where not only does Heidegger think that this is amazing, that something called gathering structures the clearing, as he says on 126, but he thinks it's never been noticed, of course, by anybody in 2,000 years, as he thinks, and rightly. When Heidegger says these things, he's not bluffing. They haven't. And he also thinks that he gets the honor of giving it a name, and that is about the most exciting thing that any thinker can do. And this is what's happening on 127, so we had better read it. I guess I could read all of that, starting at the top, because he's all very, very happy here. All we need is the plain, sudden, unforgettable, and hence forever new look into something which we, even though it is familiar to us, do not even try to know, let alone understand in a fitting manner. This unknown, familiar something, all this pointing of saying to what is quick and stirring within it, that is, soliciting us to help it come out, is to all present and absent beings as that first break of dawn with which the changing cycle of day and night first begins to be possible. That's all pretty poetic. I think it gets a little down to earth here. It is the earliest and most ancient at once. That means it's been around as long as human beings have been human beings. We can do no more than name it, because it will not be discussed. For it is, I think the German would be better translated, placeness of all places. I don't know, region of all places might be all right too. I don't think anything big deal hangs on that. It is the region of all places, of all time, space, horizons. Because it's the open. That's the important thing. It's the clearing. We shall name it. Now this is what makes possible all places. It even makes possible that there's a clearing, because it's what coordinates things into a unified style, or coordinates the thinking into worlds. So it is that finally, it looks like he's saying there's something even more basic than clearing and world and being, which used to be one of the names for clearing and world. And guess what? He actually does say, in what a text we're not going to read, that Erignus gives being. That is, he knows perfectly well that he's now naming something more basic than world, more basic than style, more basic than being, which supposedly is what can you say, lets them happen. And he says, we're going to name it with an ancient word and say, I think better than moving force in the italics, the governing force. And then in the showing of saying, there's no point in making it seem more incomprehensible than it is. The governing force in the showing of saying is owning. He hasn't got to owning yet, but this is already, the owning means not, possessing something, not property, but it's got to do with what is, it's related to what is proper, but again, that sounds too much like ethics. It's related to rightness and to appropriateness. It's already, the word here would be own, is ownness, I guess, so that would be better than owning. What's the German, I wonder? For that owning there. Eignen. Eignen, instead of Ereignen. Okay, so I think we should say ownness, because owning certainly sounds too much like you are possessing something. Well, I want to mark it in my book, but I can't find my pen. It is what brings all present and absent beings each into their own, from where they show themselves and what they are, and where they abide according to their kind. This is now, here we are at the very center of what he's been trying to do. This owning which brings them there and which moves saying as showing, in its showing, we call appropriation, rightness. He's given it the meaning sort of the owning, the ownness part, and the gathering part that was earlier, at the bottom of 126. Appropriation is this thing that gathers so as to bring things into their own. He's putting them together now. And he's going to call it appropriation, rightness. It yields the opening of the clearing. So there you've got it. Something is more basic than the clearing. It's the same as the clearing. It yields the opening of the clearing in which present beings can persist and from which absent beings can depart. So now there are three levels. There's this rightness, appropriation, this way the practices gather, which in turn lets the clearing happen. How does he put it? It yields the clearing, which in turn lets things show up. So instead of the two levels story, which is there was a clearing and things in the clearing, there's now this appropriating, which structures a clearing, and then there are things in the clearing. He's got one stage behind where he was. That's pretty interesting. 127. And he says, and why not go further, one might ask? Well, he says this is as basic as you can get. We hit rock bottom now. He says on right after where we are, skipping, but we don't even have to skip anything. We'll just go on reading. This owning which brings things is appropriation, so forth, which keeps their persistence in the withdrawal. What appropriation yields to saying is never the effect of a cause, certainly not. I mean, it's way more basic than a cause, nor the consequence of an antecedent. The yielding, owning, the appropriation confers more than any effectuation, making, or founding. I mean, founding, remember, is as far as people got in the origin of the work of art, where thinkers said things that set up a clearing. But now you're sort of asking, well, how come people are called to say things that actually work to open up a clearing? Answer, because they listen to the gathering that's already taking place in the practices, and they find the right word for it, and that helps it come out as a style or a world or an understanding of being. So, where are we now? I'm still. Okay? What is yielding is appropriation itself, and nothing else. There's nothing behind it. That appropriation, seen as it is shown by saying, cannot be represented either as an occurrence or a happening. It can only be experienced as the bidding gift yielded by saying. We're just saying the same things over. But now he gets to this, and this is rock bottom. And there is nothing else from which the appropriation itself could be derived, even less in whose terms it could be explained. It's not the result of something else. But the giving yield, whose giving reach alone is what gives us such things as a there is, of which even being itself stands in need to come into its own presence. Well, there are two meanings of being always around. Heidegger's meaning of being, which is that a world or a clearing, at least that's how he uses it sometimes. And then what shows up in the clearing, what is present in the clearing, which is how the tradition thinks about being. Well, appropriation is behind both, obviously. It's behind there's a clearing, and then thanks to the clearing, things are present and absent. But clearings aren't present or absent. They make that possible. So this is all sort of super mainline, bottom line Heidegger. And it's so simple, and it's so near, and it's everywhere, because it's what is just basically going on. I keep wanting to say in the practices. If that helps you, it helps me. Then you can say it. If you just want to talk like Heidegger and say it's just basically what's going on and not fill it in, that's okay too. But it's certainly basically what's going on. On 128 at the top he says, appropriation assembles the design of saying and unfolds it into the structure of manifold showing. It is itself the most inconspicuous of inconspicuous phenomena. It seems to be a phenomenon. the simplest of simplicities, the nearest of the near and the farthest of the far, in which we mortals spend our lives. Well, if you can think of any better candidate than the fact that practices tend to gather, you can, you're welcome to do it. I'm open to it. But this is the, whatever it is, and let's talk more about it now. We come to the point where I said he wanted to get. It's the ultimate authority. The ultimate authority is that these practices tend to gather, and they tend to gather us into helping them gather, or call us into helping them gather. And they have authority over us to get in tune with the style and bring it out as preservers, to get in tune with the thinging and bring it out by saying the words like the general did. They call us to do that, and we feel we ought to do that, and we're at our best when we're doing that. That's going to be his answer to nihilism. There is that authority in the world, that gathering authority, and it has authority, and we feel called upon to obey it, and we feel that we're at our best when we are obeying it. All of this is in that famous gentle law quote on 128. Appropriation grants to mortals their abode within their nature, so that they may be capable of being those who speak. If we understand the law as the gathering that lays down that which lets, and the causes would be very bad at this point, you just said it wasn't, that lets all beings to be present in their own, in what is appropriate for them, then appropriation is the plainest and most gentle of laws. And skipping us a little, appropriation, though, is not a law in the sense of a norm that hangs over our heads somewhere. It is not an ordinance with orders and regulates a course of events. It's the law because it gathers mortals into appropriateness of their nature and so forth. Let me say a lot about that now, just because this is very important to try to get clear. It is an ultimate authority to which human beings are called to respond, but what does it mean to say it's a gentle law? Well, it's not an absolute authority like the old metaphysical laws, like God's law, which you can break but you go to hell if you do, or the law that everything is constituted by the transcendental unity of apperception, which you can't even get around. It's not that kind of law. It doesn't have the kind of, sort of force kind of authority that the metaphysical ultimate principles seem to have. Well, I've tried to think, and I finally got Charles Spinoza to tell me what examples of how this gentle law gets bent around, because we need some sense of what it is that keeps appropriation from, so to speak, working all the time. Well, here are two proposals from Charles. Appropriation guides human beings insofar as they're human beings, that human beings have bodies and certain animal tendencies, and those don't always work to bring things out into their own. As his example, he says, to protect yourself, you may grab a baseball bat or even throw a telephone at somebody, which hardly brings them out into their own. But that, and the gentle law doesn't say you can't throw the telephone at somebody. You've got to use it to telephone, and you've got to bring baseball bats out in their own and hit baseballs with them. And that's one sense in which it's a gentle law. And another way is habits override appropriation. You continue to meet regularly with a group of people, though they're no longer interesting really. They're not bringing you out into your own most, and you're not bringing them out into your own most. Or as friends or colleagues or anything like that, and yet you go on meeting with them. That's because you're just breaking the general law. You can, it doesn't force you to drop people or groups just because you're not being brought out into your own and they're not being brought out into your own. And now, okay, that might be a good point to stop because for a minute to hear anybody who wants to say anything about it, because it would be lovely to have more examples of this, or better examples, or find out that these aren't even the right examples. Yeah, Darian.
Could Gestalt be a counter example to appropriation?
It's fascinating. You haven't read the essay? You are so in tune with it, and you haven't read it, I take it.
No.
Okay, because Gestalt is coming up in 2 pages as an example of appropriation that's been distorted, but as a gentle law, Gestalt is appropriation pushed around and bent out of shape. Just what you're suspecting. Yeah, he's going to get to that. We'll get there in a second, but maybe we won't get there today. But we're close. But so is time running out. Okay. Now, then comes a thesis, which I do not know how to justify. Maybe Forrest does. Maybe one of you does and could write a paper on it. The question is, why is language the most appropriate form of appropriation? That is, why is it that talking, I mean, it's all right to use language in Heidegger's sense, because that just says appropriation solicits us needs us to help it bring things out into their own. There's nothing wrong with saying that. And the answer is, we do it by responding in words, Heidegger says. Why don't we do it by dancing? Or who knows what else? Why is singing? He even considers that as but singing in words, but let's say not singing in words. Let's say playing music. Why not do it that way? In any case, or building temples, for that matter. We face this same problem in Origin of the Work of Art, where he said, well, finally it's poetry, which is more basic than temples, which really are the best way that truth sets itself to work. Well, now he's saying it again, and he's generalizing it. Even when you're bringing a thing out into its thinking world, language is the best way to do it. That doesn't feel wrong to me. In fact, it sort of feels right to me. But I have no idea what the argument is. But I'll read you where he's saying it on 131. At the bottom. About 10 lines from the bottom. Appropriation can still only can only surmise it and yet can experience it even in the essence of modern... Oh, wow, we got to the Darien point faster than I wanted to. It must be somewhere else on 131. Oh, yeah, about 15 lines from the bottom. As showing, saying, which consists in appropriation, is the most proper mode of appropriating. Appropriating is by way of saying. Accordingly, language always speaks according to the mode in which appropriation as such reveals itself and withdraws. Now, maybe that's not our saying. Is that what you think, Forrest? I mean, that maybe then the problem goes away. Well, except that look at the end of the paragraph on 131. Let me tell you what I was thinking. If he's only saying that bidding or calling or soliciting a response from us is the best way for things to come into their own, I think that's obviously okay. I mean, the practices need us to gather and bring baseball bats and celebratory meals and the whole Christian world out into its own. And I thought that's what was going on, because he's saying at the bottom of the first paragraph, saying keeps the way open along which speaking as listening catches from saying what is to be said and raises what it is thus caught and received into the sounding word. You see, we're in the word business. The way making of saying into spoken language is the delivering bond that binds by appropriating. Now, I think, given the context, when he says let's skip a paragraph. And then language which speaks by saying is concerned that our speaking and listening to the unspoken corresponds to what is said. Yeah, I mean, I think he's saying that our speaking is the best way to do appropriation. Skipping it now, and I wish I had gotten out of it, but I can't. As showing, saying, which consists in appropriation, is the most proper mode of appropriating. Appropriation is by way of saying. Accordingly, language always speaks according to the mode in which appropriation as such reveals. Well, he doesn't say it there, but everything leads up to it. So there's a question. Does he think that language brings, so to speak, to put it in a funny way, that appropriation brings itself out into its own most when it solicits us to talk, which I think he does think. And why does it have to be that way? I don't know. But I have another quote on 135. But again, it depends on whether saying is words or not. But I think it is speaking here. I'm going to read this whole paragraph at the top of 135. Saying, which resides in appropriation, is qua showing the most appropriate mode of appropriating. Well, you see why that has to be talking.
Do you think in a way it's like what we talked about the end with the general in the coat room is the best way in the sense that that shines sort of an ultimate light?
Yes, but I don't know why. I mean, what if the general had, being a ballet dancer, had done a marvelous dance around her? Would that do? I mean, you could say, well, that's a kind of language too, and that could bring out their relationship. But you could say that Heidegger really thinks there's something special about words, poetry and pure prose. Those are words, and I think he thinks, and I think it sort of makes sense. It's a much harder thing for the general to bring out their relationship by doing a dance around her than by talking about
Right.
it.
I mean, a dance rather than saying, do you know
That
that
I love you
spent
forever.
every single day
Right.
of my life thinking
Think
about
about
you
you.
versus a jig.
Right.
Okay, so like
Well, it wouldn't
context.
be a jig. It would be
I
more
know,
like Swan
of
Lake
course,
or something.
but
But anyway, yes. I mean, I can sort of see that, and maybe that's all you can do is just say, look around. Maybe the argument is supposed to go, well, if you think there's anything around that could bring out a love relationship better than saying I love you, then you tell me about it. But I don't know. That's the way it goes here, I think.
Are you saying?
Yeah.
You're saying saying is about words?
I'm saying that in the context in which he's putting it here, it would be trivial for him to be saying that soliciting us to say words, well, just soliciting, calling in this non-word sense, is the most appropriate way for appropriation to work. That's so obvious.
Saying is.
Yeah, but saying
is
just
not the
means
same as language.
no. Saying just means calling, though. It means bidding. It means soliciting, right? It doesn't mean words.
Specifically, it's whatever you want to make us now.
Yeah.
It's the way-making movement.
Yes.
With respect to language, and therefore it enables us to find our way to language.
Yes.
All right, but that saying is going to be different from language itself.
Yes, but
it's not going to be our word.
Exactly.
Oh.
And yet I think, but no, we're still disagreeing completely, because I do think, I think here he's talking about words being the most appropriate way for appropriation to work, though he never says it, I tell you. But the context is about talking, about the sounding word on 131. And once he gets into the sounding word, it looks like saying becomes not just that language bids, but that language bids us speak is the best way appropriation works. If that's true, if it's built into the saying of language that it's calling us to respond by speaking, and that's the way appropriation works best, then you have the question, and why is that the case? And I do think that's what he thinks. Don't you think when language is saying it's leading us to speak? At that, I mean, it could be leading us to dance too, but mostly it's leading us to speak. And in our speaking, it needs our speaking. And the question is, why does it need our speaking rather than our singing or our dancing as the way that it brings itself out in its own most? That's the question I'm asking. And I think you shouldn't look too puzzled or get too worried about it, because it does seem like a very sensible claim, but it doesn't seem to me that he's really justified it. I mean, or maybe he's just saying, of course, everybody should know this. But I don't know. I just tell you that that's where I am. Now, I'm going to just mention, because Darian intuited it, that the next move is to say, at the bottom of 131, that framing, which is the same word as enframing, it's just a difference of translation. You need to know that. That in framing, it turns out to be a kind of appropriating. I'll just read that at the end of 131 and then we'll stop. Appropriation can still only surmise it. Surmise what? And yet can experience it. Language, let's go back. Always speaks according to the mode in which appropriation such reveals itself or withdraws. That is, you could also speak in the mode of enframing. And for a thinking that pursues the appropriation can only surmise it and yet can experience it even now in the nature of modern technology, which we call by the still strange sounding name of enframing. Because enframing challenges man, that is, provokes him to order and set all that is present being as technical inventory. Enframing persists after the manner of appropriation, specifically while simultaneously, and I think the word obstructing is wrong, I think you should say distorting appropriation. in that all ordering finds itself channeled into calculated thinking. But the important thing is, even calculated thinking is a distorted form of appropriating. It's the way our practices work, you could say, to bring everything out as resources. Now, bringing everything out as resources is a very bad way of trying to bring them out in their own most, and that's the sense in which appropriation is being messed up by inframing. But nonetheless, inframing is a kind of appropriation. Every way that the clearing opens is a kind of appropriation. That's the thesis, you see. And he's being consistent with his thesis. If every clearing is made by appropriation, then this one has to be, this very technological one. Yeah?
Can resources gather?
Can resources gather? That is an absolutely right question. I think it's so complicated. I thought about it, but I can't say it at the end. Perfect question for next time. I promise to begin with an answer to that. And that's the right question, because it looks like, well, I'll say one more thing. It looks like there's a kind of trick going on. That Heidegger wants to say dispersion is a very messed up kind of gathering. And I think maybe that is what he's trying to say. But it's because, after all, this is not good gathering. So why is it gathering at all? I'll take that as a challenge and see if I can answer it. So that's what it is that we're talking about. Such saying is a projection of... and I want to read another sentence. Such saying is a projection of the clearing in which announcement is made of what it is that beings come into the open as. Well, that is, I take it, that by naming some particular being, like being laid back, you're, as I say, supporting, nurturing, furthering, safeguarding, all these words that Heidegger has, a style that's already there, by showing some other aspect of it that people hadn't noticed before. So now you can see that there's two different functions for language. One we made a lot of fuss about before, way back, and one I mentioned before this, but I'm mentioning again now. There is now two uses for, let me put it this way. What we got is a story now about how actually spoken words, and sometimes ordinary people and sometimes of thinkers and poets and so forth, do the job of either producing a style, which is what we talked about earlier, or now supporting a style. That is, remember that to produce a style, the thinker names the whole way of being. That is one of the things you can do. You can help the whole new style get clear and get focused and come out clearly to itself, in itself, by finding the right word for it. As Liz pointed out to me, there's a great example of that which we read on page 19 of the question concerning technology, where there's this moment where Heidegger thinks he's doing it, and you can just see how exciting that is. He says, he talks about how we're going to call, we now name the challenging claim that gathers man thither to order the self-revealing as standing reserve Gestell and framing. And then he says, we dare to use this word in a sense that has been thoroughly unfamiliar up to now. So he's naming a style which is already there, but he's now, by naming the style, helping it become the style, and doing the thinker job of reconfiguring this out of subject-object into resources style. And so there's two big ways you can use actual naming. By naming a new style, that's ontological naming, you could say, and by supporting the style by naming some new entity that nobody's paid any attention to before, and that would be ontic, supporting the style. Okay. So now, that's just a review, right? I mean, all of it, between what I said 5 weeks ago and what I said 2 lectures ago, the last lecture, when I talked about the language part of the origin of the work of art. We covered all that. Now we have to go on to new territory. But if anybody wants to say anything about this, they think I said something wrong already, or that there's something I said already, or that I should have said that I haven't said, please say so. Because now, yeah.
Well, I just have a question about supporting or preserving of the word. Once you name something and it sort of goes into everyday speech of, oh, that's what we're talking about, can it just sort of become a dead metaphor and no longer refer to it in the same way?
Well, that's right. It could be, yes. It could become banal and dead and not really support the style at all. I think that's right.
Well, how does the common usage?
I see. Well, I'm going to say, we'll see what Liz says, but let me say first. I would have said, but the other thing you could do is just become customary. Is that what you were going to say? Gewohnt, this word that Heidegger likes. You just get used to it and dwell in it. But every time these people in Marin say laid back, they get a little shiver of happiness and think of their hot tubs. Yeah.
The word I'm thinking of is existence in its original metaphor as being.
Yeah, and metaphor becoming a dead metaphor.
And then becoming just this word existence that sort of, we still use and everything.
Well, that's.
So, I'm just questioning, is that a case of preserving the original?
Well, I don't think. I mean, Liz is going to say something about it. I think it's a very good question. Yeah.
Well, I think this is exactly the same thing we've seen before in the origin of the work of art. Of in being established, there's always. I mean, becoming customary always runs the risk of becoming ordinary and banal, right? So yes, it's going to come. There's going to be that natural sort of progression, but it need not happen, right? If we really preserve the meaning of the word, just like if we really preserve the style of the culture, it will be what's extraordinary in it will be renewed.
Yeah, I think sort of swooning. I mean, I think these things were so sort of excitingly new that people probably really didn't just take it terribly for granted, but saw that they really meant something to them for a long time. But it could, I mean, you might be right, go into the point where they don't even notice it anymore, and it just becomes something that anybody says. It could be either way, and yeah.
Yeah, that does definitely happen.
Yes.
And if we sometimes preserve the use of the word in a way that refreshes its original meaning, then maybe it'll become customary, but not ordinary yet. Right.
And then the trick would be, to use it in just the appropriate occasion, in just the appropriate way, with just the appropriate intonation, to keep it, renew each time what it's done. And you can hear people do that too. You can hear adolescents use the latest slang in a way that shows that they're so tuned in on it, in the way, just the right way to say it, just the right time to say it, and then it's certainly still alive. You don't look convinced.
Well, I mean, I see that more. I mean, you use slang as an example. Nothing seems to change quicker and be recycled with new words and new meanings more than that.
I think that's right. I mean, it's recycled with new words and new meanings as new styles or new ways of articulating the current style come and go. I mean, I don't think we're disagreeing. And then pretty soon after, they will go, and then some new way of saying it, maybe, hopefully, somewhat differently, will come along, and that'll be alive for a while.
Right. So it seems that you have to rename something.
Okay, you've got to rename. Okay, naming something anew. Well, let's think. I see what you mean. He says naming beings for the first time, and you want to say rename. You want to say something about that?
No.
I thought you did.
I was going to say with the dead metaphor stuff. I mean, people all the time reawaken dead metaphors. I mean, poets do that like constantly.
Well,
I mean,
to
that's
some
what
extent.
a lot of their work is.
That's good.
And they're not renaming it. I mean, they bring back what it originally meant, they don't alter it, maybe. They just bring it back fresh.
Right. But now she wants to say, well, that's not naming it for the first time. That's true. What you need is some way to say, naming it as it was the first time. That's what he's saying too. So that each time is like the first time. That's what you hope will happen for a while. And then it stops happening. Then we'll have to find a new way to talk. And then you will have to rename it as if for the first time, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. It won't look like you're just taking something that's sort of sitting there and finding a new word that corresponds to it, but it will light up again in some way when you rename it in the right way, I think. Yeah?
Which would indicate, I sort of forget exactly about the split between language and actual words.
Well, I think there isn't anymore. I'm giving it up.
I think maybe there is now, because in naming for the first time, you can't really have a name or a word, because a word is always already a metaphor, right? I mean, it's always at a remove from, we're talking about dead metaphors and original meanings, as if there was a word with an original meaning that wasn't already a metaphor.
I mean, I'm not sure. I wonder what, was there already swooning around, the word swooning? Why should there be? Why couldn't they just invent a new word for this thing that ladies did? I think they did. Not
right,
every time.
Okay, it seems like at the moment you invent the word, it's already dead. I mean...
Why would that be?
Well, because it's already been removed from the act or the moment of naming, which is a moment and not really a word.
Well, I think I see what you mean. I think I see that if people start using the word sort of outside the situation in which it's appropriate, and it becomes a sort of a banal thing to say in all sorts of situations, then it's gone. But I don't see it has to be that way. Why couldn't somebody take up that same word and say it again in just the right way, at just the right time, in exactly the right situation, just as if they were naming it for the first time? I don't see why it has to become sort of banal and desituated. What do you think? Okay, well, everybody, let me go on, because go one more point.
I was just going to say, what about the fact, too, that when you said that when different people use the same word, they may use it, they mean the same thing, but it might, for example, for one person it might seem like a dead metaphor, but for another they're using it with that meaning in front of them, that alive meaning. I mean, what about that fact?
Well, that's true. I mean, there's no reason why for somebody they couldn't be using it in a completely, in a way they don't really understand it even. They've just been passed on to them. They don't even really know what being laid back is, but anybody can say, even somebody in Boston, that the people in Marin are laid back. They don't even know what a hot tub is. Then they're certainly not using it in a way lights up the lifestyle of the people, the people in Marin. Okay. We can come back to this, but we're only in the prologue, and I get nervous because we want to finish this today. So let's see what happens next. So now we're going to go to this other way of thinking about things, which is what's happening in the language essay. It comes after he's written. Let me just keep the dates in mind. Remember that the origin of the work of art is way back in 35. Way later, in 49 and 51. In 49 he writes The Thing. In 1950 he writes the language essay, which is what we're reading. In 1951 he writes Building, Dwelling, and Thinking. So he's right in the middle of this new way of thinking about things when he writes this essay. As you can see, he's got the whole fourfold in his word processor. He just dumps them in at a certain point in the discussion. Okay, so now, what is he going to say this time? Well, he wants to understand now a new understanding of what language does when it speaks. We've just been discussing what it does in the style story. Now we want to know. Gee, I just interesting. But never mind. I will only confuse you. Let me not say what I was thinking. Anyway, now instead of the style story, we now want to know about we want a thinking understanding, and so we're going to pick an example of language, speaking, and naming, and it's going to happen this time through the poet. Right? In the style essay, it was in the style period in Origin of the Work of Art. It was the thinker who named being. That was the job of the thinker. The poet made a work, and it worked like a tragedy or something. But now we're going to have poetry has the job of naming things, singing, and the idea is not that only poems do it or only poets do it, But Heidegger thinks that by choosing a poem, he can find the kind of paradigm case, the most clear case of what happens when naming is related to things thinging. And he's going to choose this kind of super meal, the bread and wine, which has overtones of the Mass, the Eucharist, and is sort of the sort of paradigm celebratory, ritualistic meal. And by taking this very pure case, he's going to get you to see what's happening a lot of the time. But he doesn't. But he's going to. So let's start with that. So just even starting out when, and this is a bit far-fetched, it seems to me, very far-fetched, but just naming the snow already makes it seem to be very snowy. And I take it as that's what's happening here. Window with the falling snow arrayed. He doesn't just say snow, but by having it up against the window like that, that's when you see snow in its snowiest. So he says on 198 that language speaks, and then he says after that the little verse, the speaking names the snow, and then it goes on and it names the winter time. And what is it doing when it's doing all that? Well, he says a little further down, this naming does not hand out titles, it does not apply terms, but it calls into the word. That is, the naming calls brings closer what it calls. And what does it do a little lower? It brings it into nearness. Thus it brings the presence of what was previously uncalled into a nearness. At the very bottom, the calling here calls into a nearness. I think all that means is that when the poet finds just the right way for describing snow, it brings snow out in its snowiest thing. It brings snow out in its own most, and that's what we're supposed to think here. That's supposed to be different than naming it for the first time, I think. Although it's subtly, it could be very similar, but there's always been snow and around, and people have named snow, and before this too, and named it into its snowiest. So, but what's happening here is just one more case where that's done, and that's what interests him. I asked myself at this point, because I was arguing about it with Liz, and I'm still not sure what the answer is, but the question is naming necessary for bringing something into its nearness, for bringing something into its own, or that is, or more generally, for anything to thing? These are very closely related. Just how bringing something into its own and things thinking are supposed to be related is never explained. Because when you bring the snow into its own, it doesn't seem like the meal, which is the thing, presumably. But so both, when you name something, just so it shows up in its richest, or when you name a thing so that it things, the question is, do you have to name it? Could it be brought out in its richest? Could things thing if you didn't name them? In other words, is naming necessary, or it just sometimes happens that way? That's when you name it, it things and it shines. Well, I guess Heidegger thinks, my hunch is Heidegger thinks the naming is necessary. That seems to be how the way things go here. And I don't think that's too far-fetched. It's something like this. Finding the right words in any situation makes the situation clearer, is what I think Heidegger is trying to say. You'll wonder.
Well, it might be, what you just said might sound like naming can sort of add the extra dollop of clarity and almostness to something that might already be singing along.
Right. Well, that's the most I can...
That's a weaker story than saying you've got to have a name for it to sing
Right,
at all.
right, you're right. I can't make that case, that you've got to have a name for it to sing at all. I'm just not convinced that that's the way it goes.
The only way, I think the way you want to make that argument would be say, well, you have to have language already in general in order to be encountering beings as beings,
that doesn't
the style and all that,
no,
and then...
And what about naming, though? Do you have to find... naming means, in my jargon here, trying to find the phenomena, finding the right words. It doesn't always mean that's snow. The general, when he gets up at the dinner in the celebratory feast and makes that whole long speech, is finding the right words. He's naming the thing thinking. But so the question is, when you're finding these right words, what are you doing? I mean, could the thing not, was it not thinking until the general got up and said these words to just make it concrete? Well, I can't make that case, and neither can Liz. We can make the weaker case, I think you agree with me, that it's spelling even better afterward than before, and that it's always going to increase the clarity and the shining if you find the right words. That's the strongest case I can make. Yeah?
I think you can save yourself by reinvoking a form of this primordial language. It's the language that's naming things.
That's true.
All the time. So like the podium's being named, even though we're not,
I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a minute. Show me that. I mean, what kind of phenomena would that be? If this mystical thing is naming all this junk around, the water bottles and the podium.
Here's an example. In Babette's speech, the things are things. And the wine.
Well, not everything is singing. I'm not sure my podium is singing.
Well, you'll say the wine is singing.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the wine is singing before he names it.
Well, that's what we're worrying about.
That's
it's not obvious.
Answer. It's singing before he names it.
Well, because we've got the word wine already, you mean?
For the wine to be present,
yeah?
Language has to name it.
For the wine to be present, that's a different story. I was going to say that's a very strong claim, too.
But I think what we've got here, we've got the whole story about style and about language being operative, sort of already being established and already sort of off in the background, right? And then for the thing to sing, that's a more particular question. And you're asking whether you have to have the right words then for the thing to sing there and now. So it seems like, the language, the wine in order to show up at all, maybe there's got to be language.
This is the naming for the first time business, you're saying. Yes, if language somebody hadn't, while they were drinking this stuff, that just said, this is wine, wonderful thing, this wine, this Dionysian super stuff, then nobody might have noticed. It might have just been like water and just stuff you drink when you're thirsty or something, I suppose. But wine got named a long time ago and got into a certain style of life. And now the question is, when a jug of wine things, what then? And then we're trying to say, then, well, if you're a poet and if you say the right words in the right way, you can make it even more, bring out more what it is to be wine than ever before. But wine got named before with that. You want to say something?
Well, what about, and I don't even know if you would consider it thinking, but I certainly did at the end. If he had left without saying anything to her, it was what he said that made clear what they were each feeling possibly all these years, and it really brought them together. If he had left and said nothing to her in the coat room.
Well, there's something very interesting going on there, which I thought about, but I didn't bring into the lecture because I don't know how it fits with what Heidegger's saying. Let me make a distinction between what he said in his sort of toast, which was somehow what he was doing to focus the dinner and bring it out, and what he said to her.
Yeah.
Let's not even just think about what he said to her. Think of the simplest, purest cases. Charles Taylor, who likes to think about these things, simplest, purest case. When having been with somebody a long time and always being happy when you're with them and always missing them when you're away, you say to yourself or to them, I love them, or I love you. Now, that really crystallizes something that was just inchoate before. And it's as if somehow, why I didn't want to bring it up is, it's as if you've named it for the first time. And yet, of course, we know what it is, and we know it's just, this is an instance of it. But somehow, I guess you want to say, if you say it again in the right tone of voice, at the right moment, in the right way, it's your love, and you've just named it into being. That's what Charles Taylor thinks, and that's what he's doing with the girl.
Yes.
Exactly what he's doing with the girl, and that's. On now. Yeah, here it is. Now it's on. Okay. Now, help me remember that I need yours. Okay. So, I had one more way to put this. Let me see. Where was it? Okay. Another quote. Again, I'm afraid not from what you're reading, from an essay called words this time. He's talking about doing what the poet does, what I just said. Now, the poet, remember, is finding this way of saying, finding the appropriate word, saying something unique that hasn't been said before, to bring out something that hasn't been brought out before. In order to do this, names are necessary. They are words by which what already is and is believed to be is made so concrete and full of being. That's what I was been calling richness and clarity. Made so concrete and full of being that it henceforth shines and blooms and reigns as the beautiful everywhere in the land. So we've got all those words in there now. Shining and something like clarity and something like richness, and only when the poet finds the right words do you bring that off. Now, the nearest thing I could find in our reading, so it doesn't look like we're just off in nowhere from what you've read, is on 135, in the end of the top paragraph, before the quote there, the poem there, or the whatever he's quoting there, turbulence. For appropriating saying brings to light all present beings in terms of their properties. Their properties must be what is most proper to them, I presume. I didn't have time to go back and look. Greg, can you? Okay, it can't be that. What? It is Eigenschaft. That is unfortunate, but then he must be making a pun. Sort of on Eigenschaft would be their own most. Oh, Eigen is own. So properties has in it, what is most proper. So it may not sound to him as if he's saying something misleading. But when I hear properties, I hear something like the features of objects, like this property of this to be brown and hard and so forth, and that's certainly not what he wants.
Just quickly, what are the years on...
Oh yeah, they're all clustering right around the same place, but I'll tell you. So first I was reading from The Nature of Language, which was 58. Then I was reading from Words, which is 58. The Way to Language is 59. So those are sort of all the way language condenses all this stuff which he has spelled out in other essays that got more detail. What happens? Eigentum, not Eigenschaft. That's interesting, isn't it?
Well, Eigentum would just be the
Eigentum is property in the sense of stuff you own, isn't it? It's not property in the sense of features. So that's better for me. But is it a pun? I guess it's a sort of a pun. It's properties which are sort of your owned richness, your property. It's all playing around with the word proper, which is what you want. So let's go back. For appropriating saying brings to light all present beings in terms of, I want to say, let's say what's most proper to them. It lauds, that is, allows them into their nature. Well, that's a condensed version of what I just read that poets do when they use language. So what's Heidegger done? Well, I think he's done what he's so interesting and good at doing. So far, he has found something which seems to me sort of clear and uncontroversial when you see it. This phenomenon of finding the mojus, the perfect word, and how important it is, and how it does something more basic than using the banal public words. And in typical Heidegger way, he's found this phenomena that is sort of so pervasive and so obvious that it's been missed not only by the subject-object representational way of being, and by the postmodern cybernetic information understanding. It seems to have been missed from the start in the West. He doesn't even claim to go back, and as far as I know, and say that the pre-Socratics knew it. The nearest thing is at 700 BC, Anaximander. He only has one sentence from Anaximander. There's only one sentence existing. And in that sentence is this word braut. And that's the nearest thing he's got to claiming, I guess, that anybody ever had it. And even Anaximander doesn't bring braut into relation to language, I guess. No, never mind. Nobody's got it till Heidegger. And so much for what I think is, once you see it, obvious. I don't feel I've said anything that isn't sort of staring you in the face once it's said. But I do think he makes two controversial claims, and I think it's important to know also what he's saying when he's saying something more than is obvious, and more than I can justified, though it doesn't seem wrong to me. So the question is, I don't know how to get into this exactly. I mean, it's clearly language for Heidegger is more than words. He's stretching the notion of language. It's what bids us to respond and bring things out in their own. But language is close to words, so that it includes all the ways that things speak to us. And we can respond to them. But it's always tied close to words. I mean, Heidegger is not going to include under language, I think, really different forms of activity, like dancing, though I'm not sure. But he certainly isn't going to include something like building a car, which I'm going to say in a minute seems to me a candidate for what appropriation might like somebody to do and call Henry Ford to do. But let me start. So language, to begin with, is broader than words, but it's not broad enough to cover the way appropriation really works, is what I'm going to say. I just want to disagree with Heidegger, because I really do, and because also, when you disagree, then you see what somebody's saying, and then maybe you want to disagree with me, and then you'll understand better what Heidegger's saying. But to begin with, so on 126, where I was reading about we ourselves speak, and so forth. Now after that, right after that, you see ourselves in italics, just a little below the middle of 126. Then the next sentence. Saying is in no way the linguistic expression added to the phenomena after they've appeared. Well, that could just mean, and that's how I used to think, well, of course it's not, because saying the right words is what brings things out in their own most. I mean, the general doesn't just add a comment to the feast which corresponds to what's going on already. That's exactly the wrong way to think about it. The general brings out the feast into shining when he talks. But it's not quite what Heidegger's saying here. Saying is in no way the linguistic expression added to the phenomena after they appear. Rather, all radiance appearance and all fading away rests in the showing saying. Now, that means maybe that showing saying could be broader than language. Anything that brings things into their radiance, that makes things shine. Saying sets all present beings free into their given presence and brings what is absent into its absence. I think that has to do with the way poems can bring something absent right into the classroom, but I'm not sure. And saying opens the clearing, and so forth. But it looks to me like whatever he's saying here, and it's not very clear to me, though it's broader than using words, it's still in the business somehow close to speaking and using words. And he'll later claim that using words is the best version of it. Now, I want to say there could be things just utterly unrelated to using words. First, let me show you where it comes close to that he's talking about words. I said that it's clear that he thinks that no, it isn't. That quote won't do.
So the disagreement is that you think it isn't just words, it could be words and more things.
Right. No, I think it could be something without any words either. Not just words and some. And I'll try to give you two examples where there will be words running around all right, but they'll be just public banal words. There won't need, no poets are necessary for Henry Ford to make automobiles. But automobiles seem to me to do a whole lot of gathering and coordinating of practices and bringing, it's a new sort of thing, and it brings all sorts of new understanding of space and of who we are. It gathers together and it coordinates roads and gas pumps and garages and parking lots and repair shops and shopping malls. It brings about the end of the inner city. It supposedly changes sex when the back seats of cars are available before people can just bring their girlfriends and boyfriends home. And all of this is happening, and Henry Ford is doing it by making a mass-produced car. Now, why isn't that? That way of being an entrepreneur and making an object that changes the practices and opens up a new disclosive space, an equally good thing for appropriation and as poetry. And as I want to say, he did it with a lot of machinery and just banal, ordinary Wittgensteinian kind of language. Speech acts, lots of speech acts, I'm sure, were involved. Ordering and describing and requesting and promising and so forth. Or another one, which I like a lot, is I take Marilyn Monroe, my favorite goddess. I think she brings forth a new feminine style, and she does it by the way she smiles, and the way she walks, and the way she sits, and the way she looks at men, and she talks. But I don't remember anything very special about the way Marilyn Monroe talks. Maybe I missed it. But it just doesn't seem to be the mode in which she's doing her form of helping Ariagness, helping appropriation, gather and open up a new world. So anyway, that's my disagreement, and you can think about it and decide what you think. And if you have a clear view about it, it could be a possible paper topic. Heidegger certainly holds, this much is sure, that words are the best way of doing it. Even if language is very stretched and saying is very stretched, so that not only dancing but car manufacturing and just being Marilyn Monroe are modes of language, are sign systems or something, nonetheless Heidegger thinks it's really words that do it best. Remember, he already said in Origin of the Work of Art, the same time, remember, I objected already then, poems are better than temples for truth setting itself to work. Poems trump temples and thinkers, and which is very modest of him. He always thinks that he's second-rate to poets, I believe. Like Hölderlin, he sort of has to be parasitical on Hölderlin. So poems trump thinkers and statesmen and gods, like Marilyn Monroe, and martyrs, and everything else in bringing about a new style. And of course, he hasn't given that view up. On 134, here you still see it, where he says about in the middle paragraph, about 6 lines, saying is in need of being voiced in the word, period. I mean, not danced, not mass-produced. It needs words. And the strongest formulation I know isn't in here. It's unfortunately, again, in this essay, Words. It's so strong, it's hard for me to believe Heidegger kept it. He says on 146, the word first bestows presence, that is being, in which things appear as beings. So there, I mean, the word is just fundamental to letting there be any beings as anything. That's the sort of just below the middle of 146, if you want. This should be, I mean, I have to put this on reserve, I guess, now that I'm quoting from it. If it isn't on reserve already, in the philosophy library, can you help me remember, Forrest or Liz? I mean, let's hope they've already got it, or if they haven't, let's hope we can run out and buy it. If anybody sees on the way to language, say at Cody's or no more, Moe's or something, you see it? You found it at Cody's. It's in print again, in paperback. Oh, yeah. Good. Well, then I can get one and put it in the library. Yeah.
I was just going to suggest, it strikes me that you seem to be identifying the rightness with understandings of being and these historical things.
I see. Oh, no, I think it's behind them.
Well, that's my point. So it wouldn't be a style. It would be the style of style.
Okay, that isn't how I put it, but I agree with you that it's behind them. It's what makes it possible for there to be styles, because styles are ways that practices are coordinated. And this is the tendency of practices to coordinate themselves or to become coordinated. So yes, it's more basic than style. I tried to say that when I said that sort of appropriation uses language and saying to bring out things, styles, whatever.
But you're talking about new styles, and all of these instances you were pointing to were things that were presenting new styles, as opposed to what underlies the styles.
Well, what underlies there being any style, I agree with you, or new styles, either one.
If it makes any sense to talk about the style of having style, that would be closer to a rightness, it strikes me.
Well,
the very nature of this kind of culture that has styles in the first place.
Well, interesting. I have a quote that's very relevant to this, but it's on 146. It may cast some light. It's, no, it isn't the one on 146. I'm trying to think, somewhere he says, well, it must be very near it. That, in
the
effect,
point of saying this, then, Bert, is that language would have a different role under those circumstances when you look at it as style styles instead of particular styles, because particular styles could be revealed through the kinds of things you're talking about. But the style of style itself may have to do with this level of linguistic.
well, I would be happy with, well, no, I wouldn't. I mean, are you bringing appropriation now? How close to linguistic? That's what we have to discuss.
Well, that's it, yeah.
Yes, I mean, to call it the style of style seems neutral on this issue about linguistic. I mean, words. Let's keep using language is so tricky because Heidegger's got this silent language, which is not words. But the question is, what about words? How important are they? In what way? Ariadne seems to need language as saying, and language as saying seems to need words. And it seems Heidegger's thesis that appropriation comes out in its fullest and richest by using words. Now, maybe that's what you just said, or maybe it isn't.
The saying is the showing now.
Yes, the saying, I think saying is is it the showing or what makes possible the showing?
No, it is the showing.
Well,
the saying is the showing because it's the German he wants to
okay, so, and how about this? And the showing makes possible the shining, or is that also how much are these supposed to be equated according to you?
Well, I'm not sure there's that much, shining going on with the saying. At least if that's
it's saying.
The gathering. The saying is a gathering and not a showing.
The saying is a gathering and not a showing.
Not a shining.
Not a shining. The saying is the way gathering works, and that brings things out into their richest. And sometimes when he talks about that, he'll say they shine, because that's, I think, really finally synonymous for bringing them out in their own most for him. And sometimes he doesn't. But I read you a few quotes where they did shine. Okay, but what I want to say is, I think Forrest and I probably disagree about something, but I don't think we should try to say more here, just because I think I'm going to run out of time. But there is a claim, which is sort of extreme and interesting, and I've been disagreeing with it, is that appropriation, that is gathering, that is rightness, comes out in its own most. You've got to raise it up raise the ante one level, when it, by way of language, by way of saying, by way of showing, calls us, and we use words. Then appropriation is at its best. Now that's the claim that I'm not convinced by, but I'll read you the claim in the middle of 127. Third sentence in the middle paragraph. This owning, which brings them there, what are we talking? Maybe I better begin at the beginning. The moving force in this showing, I'm beginning at the beginning, of saying is owning. It's really ownness. That's this properness. It is what brings all present and absent beings each into their own. That's nice. From where they show themselves, in what they are, and where they abide according to their kind. This owning, which brings them there, and which moves saying as showing in its showing, we call appropriation. I mean, behind it all, so to speak, is appropriation. That's what brings things out and moves saying to bring them out and so forth. It yields the opening of the clearing in which present beings can persist and from which absent beings can depart, while keeping their persistence in the withdrawal. That's fine, but that isn't the quote I want, because the quote I want has words in it. So now I have to find what has happened to the quote I want, where appropriation comes out most in words. Well, I'll find it in a minute.
Are you thinking of at the very bottom, the being itself?
No, I don't think so. But I think it must be very... It might be. And I could look over here, but I think I'll look over here. I guess it's here on the middle of 129, maybe. So the man... Well, no, that's human beings, certainly, according to Heidegger. By the way, while we're at it, another thesis of Heidegger's, which I was going to have in here and dropped, and which I think I do agree with, though I don't know what the argument for it is that man comes most into his own when he's speaking. That, he says, on 129.
The relationship there has to be that speaking makes us mortal.
Oh, really? Well, okay.
That's why it comes most of the
Gee, that's.
That's the argument.
Okay. In showing saying which consists in appropriate, the most appropriate number saying. No, I think I'm just I'm putting things together on 131, which I may not have a right to put together. I'm not sure. Let me read the top paragraph. What I'm trying to get him to say, and we can just see whether he says it. And there are two possibilities. That he says that appropriation comes into its own most when it's saying, showing, and so forth. Or does appropriation come into its own most when it's saying and we're saying in response by speaking with words? I'm not sure. Let me read what we've got here and see what comes out. At the top of 131. What looks like a confused tangle becomes untangled, and we see it in the light of the way-making movement and so forth. That movement delivers saying to speech. That's what I'm getting into. Saying, speech is words, right? That's speaking. That's, of course, there's speaking that isn't saying. That's just speech acts. And then there's poetic speaking and pure prose, which is. That movement delivers saying to speech. Saying keeps the way open along with speaking, as listening catches from saying what is to be said and raises what it thus has caught and received into the sounding word. This is how I got here. The way making saying into spoken language is the delivering bond that binds by appropriating. And then language delivers its own, and so forth and so forth. Now it looks like the rest is still under the general business of finding the sounding word. And then I skip a paragraph. Language which speaks by saying, and speaks means finds words, is concerned that our speaking in listening to the unspoken corresponds to what is said. That's find the mot juste again. Thus, silence too, which is often regarded as the source of speaking, is itself already a corresponding. So sometimes it can be appropriate to keep silent. That's all right. Silence corresponds to the soundless tolling of the stillness of appropriating, showing, saying.
But that first speaking above is the speaking of language, not words.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, language, you're right. Language speaks by saying.
Yeah.
We respond, back up to the top paragraph, by speaking back in speaking in spoken language. Now, here's the question. The crucial sentence is, we now got silence is also going to do it. And now, as showing, saying, which consists in appropriation, as showing, saying, which consists in appropriation, is the most proper mode of appropriating. Appropriating is by way of saying. Accordingly, language always speaks according to the mode in which appropriation as such reveals itself or withdraws. Now, does that say that human speaking is the way appropriation is comes most into its own or not? I really don't know. But I bet that's what Heidegger thinks. Given the way he says that poetry is better than temples and so forth. Do you think
I don't think he's making any commitments to that here.
One way, okay, well then all I can say is, I think he believes it. I have no quote that says it. So many quotes go in the direction that poets, my picture is, I think Heidegger thinks that poets do for appropriation what appropriation does for everything else, namely brings it out in its best. And if he doesn't say that anywhere, then he should.
Well, rather than saying poets do this, poetry is the paradigm.
Yes.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that...
No, they're not the only... Poetry isn't the only thing. Poetry is the paradigm, which is another way to say poetry does it at its best, and that brings out appropriation at its best.
Which is to say it's all language, not poetry. Poetry as paradigm
okay, right.
is language.
Okay,
therefore, all art is linguistic, but not all art is simply poetic.
Yes, but poetic art is higher than any other art. According, at least back in origin,
because
on the way to language.
It's the paradigm.
Okay, but that means, I'll grant you again, the best way to do it is with words. What?
The best way to see.
Okay, the best way to see, the best way to let things shine is with words, no? And that means if Ariadnes is trying to get everything to shine, which is my picture, I know not yours, if Ariadnes is trying to get everything to shine, then the best way to do it is with poetic words, of course, or pure prose. then Erignus comes into its own most, that is, it's at its best, when it can use language, the silent language, and the saying in that language, to call us to respond with poetry, the paradigm kind of response, and thereby light up new stuff. That's what I think. And I think that's what he thinks. And I think it's wrong. But and that's because I like my Henry Ford and Marilyn Monroe doing it just as well. But there you are. You can think about that. I want to go on because how are we doing? Well, not too badly. But there's just still two things I want to cover. Let me see where I am. Okay, so the strongest formulation, I read that. See, that's why I want this formulation on 146, which, by the way, that strong formulation that the word first bestows presence, that is being, in which things appear as beings. I mean, if he went that far, then my case is made. Then it turns out finally that there wouldn't even be anything if it weren't for words. And I can't believe it. What?
I think that the passage on 146 is in the context of his stating what he takes to be the poet's position in the first stanzas of Georg's poem.
I see, and he doesn't go along with it.
Well, no, he thinks that the poet renounces precisely that. That's what the experience of renunciation.
I thought that you thought, I'm really partly influenced by your paper, I thought that you thought that what the poet renounces was the attempt to put the language itself or into words, that is, Erignus into words, the deepest thing going on. You can't finally find the words that enable us to get a grip on it, so to speak. Are we disagreeing? Anyway, let's talk in my office, because to have a discussion of something they haven't read is not good for, and something I haven't read either for a long time, only through your paper, is not going to be a good idea. You know what you said better than I. Yeah.
That is exactly, I think, the point of this. The poet renounces this notion of language as naming.
The poet renounces of naming anything or of naming the way language works?
No, I think naming anything, that's the responsibility of the poet. I think this is middle Heidegger's position, and that about language, and that later Heidegger sees that doesn't work.
But this is 58, this thing.
No, that's what I mean. That's why you have the renunciation in this.
Wait, let's hear that again. What's the middle position that he renounces?
That it is naming. That language is about naming things into being. And that subsequently the poet has to see that this isn't the text, that he is not the one who names these things, that there's something else going on. But as you say, this is another.
Okay, too many unsettled
things
points.
In the fire.
Okay, but you've got enough, I hope, of the overall picture to be able to now think about it sort of critically, and think about the phenomena, and think about what Heidegger's claiming and describing, and how much of it you buy. And I'm going to go on. So now we've got to the Carlos question. We get there by going back to the gentle law, because from now on we're going to talk about, or for a while we're going to talk about, how the gentle law is so gentle that it lets itself get bent out of shape. And that's what makes it such a funny kind of gentle law. Most kinds of laws, sort of Kantian laws, and the kind of laws philosophers generally believe in, are just plain laws, and you can't go against them. Like the laws of physics, you can't go against. But Erignus, you can. I'm looking for the general law passage.
128.
Okay. Yes. So on 128, I'm going to read that important paragraph again. Appropriation grants to mortals their abode within their nature, so that they may be capable of being those who speak. And speak is always use words, right? I take it. And you can do it in two ways. But we are talking about speaking as responding, that is, as saying. If we understand law as the gathering that lays down that which lets all beings to be present in their own, in what is appropriate for them, then appropriation is the plainest and most gentle of laws. I think that's all I need. Yeah, okay. Now, and the law, and what is that law? Well, the things are gathered into mutual belonging together. At the little paragraph on 125, Saying is itself the abode of a rest which grants the quiet of mutual belonging to all that belongs within the structure of the being of language. Structure is always, what word do we think is there always for structure? The fugue, which
Joining.
is the
Gathering, joining.
The gathering.
Fit together.
Fitting together, I think, is sort of near the German. The structure sounds too Kantian or something. So, but there's a word there, fugue, like a Bach fugue, which is the way everything fits together and the way a fugue fits together. So saying is the abode of rest which grants the quiet of mutual belonging, that's the gathering stuff, to all that belongs within the fitting together of the being of language. It's a question mark, but that's just a rhetorical. So it's a claim of Heidegger's. Now, I have to say that because now comes the amazing claim, and now we're at the, which Darien, remember last time, jumped ahead and said, but how could this be, if this is the law that covers everything, then at the bottom of 131, even enframing must be a mode of appropriation. And then you get the very peculiar idea that enframing, which is the way everything is dispersed, disseminated, disaggregated, and flexibly, constantly spread around and rearranged, like the electricity that is switched about ever anew in the technology essay, that should be a mode of gathering what belongs together. This is very upsetting and amazing and confusing. But Heidegger's going to sort of take it head on. He is really going to argue that, yes, indeed, enframing is a mode of appropriating, and it is, you could put it this way if you want to hear it in its weirdest form, challenging forth is a mode of calling forth, but, and of course the thesis is, they're very perverted modes. That is not just very perverted, but the most distorted. The right translation at the bottom, I'm going to read now, starting where it says appropriation on 131. Appropriation can still only... For a thinking that pursues the appropriation can still only surmise it, and yet can experience it even now in the nature of modern technology, which we call by the still strange-sounding name of enframing. Remember, it's just a difference of translation. Because enframing challenges man, that is, provokes him to order and set up all that is present being as technical inventory. Enframing persists after the manner of appropriation, specifically by simultaneously, and now I don't think the only right word there is distorting, verstellen, so simultaneously distorting appropriation, in that all ordering finds itself challenged into calculating thinking and speaks the language. I don't want to go to the language yet, that's the next topic. Right now all I want to say is that this isn't just any old distortion, but it's the most extreme possible distortion. The most extreme distortion of calling forth, nurturing, is challenging forth. The most extreme way of bringing things out into their own is to bring them out as flexible resources that don't have any own or any essence. It's so extreme that you wonder whether it isn't sort of off the chart. And the question is, can Heidegger make that claim seem plausible? In the question concerning technology, you can see him, I mean, he knows what he's up to here. He says about enframing, at the bottom of page 20, enframing means the gathering together. So he's setting it up there. The gathering together of that setting upon, which sets upon man, challenges him forth to reveal the real in the mode of ordering as standing reserve. Okay, so how can it be the gathering together of the setting upon that challenges him forth to disseminate everything? That's the peculiar claim.
But it's a way of revealing.
Yes. Okay. And yes, well, that's the right thing to say. But now I want to try to spell it out. What is it about the mode of revealing that makes it a gathering, even when what is revealed in that mode of revealing is a disseminating dispersion, just the absolute antithesis of gathering. Now, I agree with Forrest. The trick is to say, well, appropriation is going on the level of the mode of revealing, and what's going on, and it's bringing something out into its own, namely, resources are being shown to be as dispersed and as flexible, and people are shown to have no identities whatsoever, but to switch from situation to situation, and all of that is produced by the gathering on the level of mode of revealing. I'm going to try to explain what that means.
I just don't see how it's disseminated.
Oh, disseminating is just a shorthand word I'm using from Derrida. I want to say things are becoming resources, which means
but they're all
switched
becoming
about.
The same, then they're not disseminating, they're all converging.
Oh no, they're all becoming the same, but they're becoming the same, namely, they're all becoming switched about ever anew, interchangeable, flexible, disaggregated. Now, of course, on a certain level, they're all becoming the same what I just said. But that would just seem to me to be a trick. I mean, if you said that what they all were the same, namely utterly, taken apart, ripped up, torn into pieces, scattered about, that's what makes them gathered and coming out into their own. That gets very hard to picture. I don't want to do it that way. I mean, if Forrest can make that work, that's, fine. My story is half of Forrest's story. I want to say he's got gathering on the level of the mode of revealing, and things are gathered on the mode of revealing. Things that are gathered in this most distorted mode of revealing are, no, that's not what I want to say at all. Something is gathered at the level of mode of revealing. That's the passage I read from the question concerning technology. And what's gathered there is a certain kind of clearing, a certain style. And that style, which is gathered, is a style in which every specific thing isn't gathered at all, but is disseminated around or broken up and scattered. That's what I want to try to argue. Yeah, Darren.
I just thought that your Henry Ford example was a good example of Gestalt working as a gathering.
Not my version of Henry Ford. I mean, I was talking about how the car has gathered roads, parking lots, shopping malls, people, adolescent couples and everything, all together.
Is that all gathering up in a sameness and mediocrity?
I don't think that's relevant, how mediocre they are. The question is, are they being brought out in their own, where their own means that they have an essence? The picture is, at dinners, fathers are most fatherly, and mothers are most motherly, and kids are most kid-like as they throw the food at each other, let's say. For whatever, that there is some sort of properness, and you can bring it out. But the essence of this story is that there's no properness, not just because it's been leveled, but because it's the actual job to figure out. I mean, in business now, there are a million different kinds of stock options, all kinds of instruments for saving money, and they just keep thinking of new ones, and everything gets more and more distinguished. Or what struck me most once, but you're too old to know, is that there were once only about 6 kinds of cars. There were Chevys, and Chryslers, and Fords, and Studebakers once upon a time, and there was one variety of each, and you could recognize it, and then they proliferated till there's a kind of Chevy that goes up to almost to being a Lincoln, and there's kinds of Chryslers that go down almost to being the cheapest car. Everything gets just proliferated, and I grant you that there's a kind of banality and mediocrity about it, but that's not the point. In fact, I'm just business talk now. The claim is that now we've got a lot more quality because we've got a lot more varieties, and we can fit each one exactly to the needs of each family. So it's not crude banality, if you want. It's dispersed specificity or something like that. Yeah, Cliff.
So you're wondering how things are gathered out in their own ways. But maybe the way to gather this is to think of practices being gathered in their own ways. It's just practices making things efficient.
I think that's exactly right. That's exactly what I want to say too, with just a slight modification to make it, I think, closer to the phenomenon. I think instead of saying practices here, it helps to say skills. That we have skills for disaggregating things, and that those skills are getting more and more rich, more and more refined, more and more collected, so we have more and more skills for disaggregating more and more things in more and more subtle ways. It's the skills, or as Cliff says, the practices that are being brought out in a new gathering in their own most. And for us, it's not easy just to be a resource. You've got to have a lot of skill to keep quitting one job and taking on the next, to be able to take on a new identity on every time you go to a different chat room, and a new identity every time you go to a different job. That takes a really refined bunch of practices and skills. That's what I want to say. So to be a receiver and preserver of any style, there are skills you have to get better at. You have to have skills for cultivating, and then you have to have skills for objectifying, and you have to have skills for disaggregating yourself and everything else into pure, flexible stuff, resources. And you have skills for morphing, which is the latest thing, for changing your identity to fit the situation. And those skills, they do gather in more and more skills. And then they bring you out in your own most, and this is where it sounds like a joke, as a resource that has no own most. And that's what Heidegger's trying to get away with. And I think maybe he does. I'm not sure. You bring out everything in its extreme flexibility, its lack of essence, in its difference in each different situation. That's why I call it Derridean dissemination. I think that's what Derrida does.
Are you willing to acknowledge that flexibility could be the essence of something, in the sense of Vesa, not in the sense
yes.
of...
Oh, good. Well, that's good. Forrest has put in a neat move. When I say things have no essence, that's a kind of pun in Heidegger. I think they have no own most, if that means something about them, like an old-fashioned identity, which gets clearer and clearer as you get older and you get more and more character, or being an old-fashioned father, which you learn to do gradually from when you muff it at first with your first kid, but by the second or third you're good at it. Now but it could mean, and this is what Forrest says, where essence just means how it works. And then, of course, you bring even the resources out in their essence, because they work as flexible.
Because it's a way of revealing is going to bring things in their own most. The way of revealing of technology is going to bring things in their own most as total flexibility.
Well, yes. I mean, if you can buy that, where own most no longer has any, where you've switched the meaning of, it's the right move. What's proper to them is that there's nothing proper to them, except because they'll be different in every situation. But that's not what's proper to them.
Well, proper is the flexibility.
That's right. That's right. That is what makes them, what brings out a resource in its own most is that it could be just anything, depending on the situation.
That's what every way of revealing does, brings things into their own.
Right. But in every other mode of revealing, there was some content in the own most. Now the point is that the own most is precisely to have no content, but to be changeable in every situation. And then, so you have to make a move about where own most gets generalized in a very interesting way, and you have to decide whether you think that's true to the meaning of own most or whether it's a trick.
It's content. It's just movable content.
Well, it's like saying my identity has content when I'm different in every chat room and in every job, and I have 15 of them in the course of my lifetime. What's the content? Namely, I'm flexible enough to do that. Okay, well, that's the trick again. I don't know. You can take it or leave it, but that's certainly what Heidegger's doing. Let me just catch up with us, because you all ran ahead of me. I thought this was going to be hard to explain, and here you're explaining it to me. Okay, let's see. So, well, while our identity gets dispersed, our skills get richer and richer and more refined, and bring in other skills at morphing, at being able to disperse our identity. So, as preservers of enframing, we're getting better and better at the very time that we're getting less and less of an identity. So entities don't get gathered and more focused, and people don't get gathered and more focused. They don't come to shine in that way anymore. If they shine at all, they shine by getting ungathered and unfocused. While the skills get more gathered and focused and more articulated and better at tearing things and people apart. That's the funny thing. Okay, and the opposite intuition, just to keep the sort of Derridian intuition, because we need to see an opposite, is that what skills are for isn't for getting better and better at revealing things in some way, but what we just said, Derrida would say, is that skills are for getting better and better at constantly doing new things. And so what we want to do is develop skills for having a different identity and dealing with things in different ways, and it's just somehow a joke to say that the skill is we're getting a richer and richer skill when what we're really getting is skill at doing different things all the time in different situations.
I'm not sure I get the contrast.
Okay, let's try.
Is it between having the skills themselves gathering, so you have one skill that enables you to be maximally flexible versus having a bunch of distinct skills?
Let me try. I'm not sure I get it either, so let me try. So, if you're having skills, the old-fashioned thing was you get better and better at doing one thing, namely your identity, and you help things like dinners get better and better. Now you've got skills which are better and better at doing lots of different things and constantly being able to adapt to new situations. Our skills are... Now, Heidegger wants to say, but those skills are a kind of gathering, namely the gathering of the gathering of the ability to do different new things all the time. And I think the opposite intuition is that when you've got skills for doing new things all the time, there really isn't any such
any
thing.
One skill
right,
that's
exactly. Any one skill called skills for doing new
flexible,
things all the time. You've just admitted that gathering is over, the technology is won, and you can either be sorry about it like Heidegger or cheer for it like a postmodern. That's the point. Now let me see if I can, because I want to get on to the next thing if there's time. Yeah. Well, let me just read where I am. So now that's the story of how appropriation as a general law can get bent out of its shape, clear into its opposite, seeming opposite. And still, behind it all will be, according to Heidegger, a kind of gathering that brings things out in some way at their best and makes them work the way they're supposed to work according to the current style. Now, I guess I should stop, but you've been saying things already, but if anybody has still got something they want to say that they didn't get a word in edgewise, I'm ready to hear it. Good. Okay, I'll hear it. I may not follow it up because I got 15 minutes.
Before, when he talks about technology and stuff, he wants to set up the danger and the saving power and works of art and humble things. And here, it's like he's less optimistic, or does he?
There's still a mystery.
What does he think about works of art and humble things? In deference to his new ideas on things.
I see. Okay. It's easy to say what the answer to that is. I see what you want. Remember, this is appropriation at its most distorted, not at its most appropriate, and not being brought out at its best. It would be brought out at its best if it was not only gathering ontologically as a mode of revealing, but if it was a mode of revealing that let every individual entity come out at its richest and shine. There's no shining for resources, I think. So the answer from Heidegger is, this is a very primitive and distorted form of appropriation, but notice it's still a form of appropriation. Therefore, if you get into right relation to it, you can still be in touch with what is important about human beings, namely that they're vehicles for appropriation, speaking through them. But it would be better if we had a new God where there was a new temple shining, or better if we could preserve the humble things shining, because there's a lot more ownmost being brought out in those cases than there is in the technology case. I think that's my version of the answer. Liz doesn't like that answer.
Well, no, I like that fine, but now I'm worried about to the extent that technicity is the mode of appropriation. I wonder about the claim of the greatest danger, that where the greatest danger is that our role as preservers will be undermined, and that there will seem to be being showing up.
Yeah.
It seems like you're saying, well, yeah, you're still, I mean, everything we've been saying today, well, you're still preserving this mode revealing, so why is that, why is our role as, how does the capitulation of us as orderers into mere resources ourselves follow out of?
Yes, I see that.
Like we're not in danger anymore.
So
it's like
you're
we
right.
just go along merrily doing this.
Well, okay, we've got to balance both sides. This is good. I mean, Heidegger's got this. There's something terribly wrong and dangerous about technology, and even technology could be the saving power if you get in the right free relation to it. Now, what we've gone is way over on the right free relation to it now. It looks like just fine. I mean, it's just another way that you can be a vehicle for appropriation, and that's what your job is. And now you're disclosing what he calls, interestingly enough, an unworld. I mean, not a world in some places, because it's so dispersed. And the question is, are you being called? Is that enough, or are human beings really called to make up worlds and styles and let individual things come out in their own most? But the question is, why should they be? Okay. With the TAs and friends are still trying to understand what language is. So we have to go back because we have a new, maybe better story. The question, when I say what language is, I mean there is language and its saying, which is this silence and this stillness, which is clearly not a question of words. Language isn't talking, and it isn't saying anything, and it isn't even made up of words. But somehow, when it does its saying, and then we respond, some of what we do, at least, is we make utterances. We actually use words. So how to sort all that out? Well, there seems to be one sense of language in which language is used in a very general way, where I think it covers all the practices and their style and the way they open up and coordinate a clearing so that anything could show up that we could see or deal with or talk about at all. When he's talking on that level, then he talks about language as the house of being. And he does that early on in 45 in what you don't read, the letter on humanism, but he's still doing it in 59 in the way to language, and he's doing it here in the turning, which is sort of in between. It's in 49. You should realize, and I'm going to come back to this because it is important at one point to understand that Heidegger's not waffling around. We're jumping around in Heidegger's thinking, but we did, because of the thematic way it was put together, have to, or maybe didn't have to. You know, we could have done the turning earlier. But anyway, what we did was we did the way to language, which is 1958. And no, that's not the way to language. Where's the way to language? 59. And then we went back 10 years, and they're doing the turning, which is 49. And now we're going to go forward again, almost 10 years, to 57 to do this last thing on the question of being. I never can remember. Okay, question of being. But the house of being story is something I think he will hold on to all the time. He certainly had it in 45, and he has it here in the turning, which is 49, and I bet it shows up other places too. So we better have a story about that. And here he's talking about it in the turning, where he says at the bottom of 40. He says, prepared means build for the coming to presence of being, the abode in the midst of whatever is, in which being brings itself and its essence to utterance in language. So being isn't utterance in language, it gets brought to utterance in language through us. Now he says language, and that's the important thing, which is not just utterance, it turns out. Language first gives to every purposeful deliberation its ways and its byways. Without language, there would be lacking to every doing, every dimension in which it could bestir itself and be effective. In view of this, language is never primarily the expression of thinking, feeling, and willing. Language is the primal dimension within which man's essence is able to correspond to being at all and its claim, and in corresponding to belong to being. Now, there's lots of things to sort out there, what all that means. So, being comes to utterance in language, that's fine. But language isn't just utterance. It's something which is behind, makes utterance possible and all kinds of coping possible. It's this dimension in which everything becomes effective. You can be effective in acting and thinking and so forth. And the dimension, I think, is it's like a disclosive space. A dimension is some, I just can't find other words, some domain, some field of relevance, anything you want like that, in which then you can act and you can talk and you can point things out and things will show up as something. And language is structuring, well, structuring is a bad word, is coordinating or fitting together the practices so as to make these dimensions or disclosive spaces possible. I'll read you quotes about that in a minute. So language is not well, for one thing, language is never primarily the expression of thinking, feeling, and willing. We've read that before. That's just the simple point, that it is never the expression of something inner going outer. Because Heidegger's never... Yeah.
It is.
Did I say never? I said never. I could be never primarily. Sorry. It can be. I mean, I can have this is back to the Sesame Street thing. I could see a rose and have a thought rose and say rose, thereby expressing my thought, and get the girl in the picture to have the thought rose. I mean, we do it, but that is the least interesting thing language does. We only do that once we've already got a clearing, once the practices have already been coordinated and have a style, when something can show up as a rose so that I can point it out, and so forth. So that's the sense in which language isn't primarily ever any kind of expression of inner to outer. So language is the primal dimension. And we've still got that problem. We read this before. That's this unfanglish dimension. It's got to mean something like basic, within which man's essence is first able to correspond at all to being. That is, that we are able to relate to anything as anything, and correspond to being and its claim. That's even stronger. I think that means feel required to get in sync with the style of the practices and articulate them. And that is first able to correspond at all to being. I'll say a moment about correspond in a minute. And its claim, and in corresponding to belong to being. Okay, now we have to say a word about correspond. Somebody happily pointed out to me how confusing that is. Since way back in Basic Questions, we remember that the correspondence story is just the story about truth that Heidegger thinks is derivative and in a certain way disastrous, because it makes it seem as if there's a reality out there independent of us, and then we have representations, and they either correspond to that reality or not. And that's been the view of truth, he says, since Aristotle. What's he doing talking about correspondence here? Well, it's an artifact of the translation. The word that gets translated correspondence back in Basic Questions is a German word, Übereinstimmung, which is correspondence. All right. I think that is, well, I think that's covered, right? Übereinstimmung. That's correspondence. the word that's being translated correspondence here is entsprechen. That's to correspond. That's got speech in it. It does literally mean to correspond. But here Heidegger's making his kind of deep pun, taking it apart and thinking of it as a way of speaking back to language, of responding. Heidegger hears this as response, as a kind of response.
Counter-saying.
What?
Counter-saying.
Counter-saying, right. Yes, speaking up against, but not as opposed, but as a response. And that, so this gets translated correspondence in basic questions. This gets translated correspondence here in the turning. And that's very confusing. But you just, so this is a good kind of corresponding. It's not a kind of corresponding that the tradition has put in as an understanding of what truth is. Yeah?
It shows up in the question concerning technology also on page 23, and I'm wondering if it's the same word and the same...
Well, let's look at the context, and then we can look at the German if I have it with me. Don't think I brought it with me.
Where on the page?
Well, okay.
There's a break in the page, about 3/4 down.
Yeah. Yeah.
To answer, to respond in the sense of correspond.
Oh, I'm sure it is, because it's the same translator, and it's the same kind of situation. We want to correspond to the essence of what's being asked about. It's respond, means to respond in the sense of correspond. Surely it's entsprechen. It cannot be otherwise. If there was a different translator, we could worry about it. But now that's, and so you just got to realize that here correspondence is a good thing. It's the way human beings respond to languages and beings, or in my talk, the styles requirement that they get in tune with it and articulate it in whatever way that is appropriate. This primal corresponding, expressly carried out, is thinking. Well, now we're talking not just about any old corresponding to what the situation requires, but specifically corresponding to the style, namely to the current truth of being. And this is an old story. We've heard it since origin of the work of art. The job of thinkers is to find the words that correspond to and articulate and bring out into their own most, he would say later, the current style. Or, if they're really deep thinkers, the future style, depending on whether they're articulating kind of thinkers or reconfiguring kind of thinkers. So this primal corresponding is carried out by thinking. Through thinking, we first learn to dwell in the realm in which there comes to pass the restorative surmounting of the destiny of being, the surmounting of enframing. Well, that's not, of course, the only job of thinking. Thinkers have been around since Anaximander, putting the understanding of being, the truth of being, into words corresponding to it. But now the job of the thinker is to find the right words for surmounting technology. Of course, we know who that is again. The thinker that's trying to do that is Heidegger. He's named Bestand, that is resources, and he's named enframing, which is Gestell, and he made big flourish when he named Gestell, because he's trying to respond to technology in such a way as it will get clear what it is, so that we can get into a free relation to it, instead of just being driven about by it without knowing thinking this is just how reality is and we better get with it because this push toward efficiency is what any sensible person sees is what has always been required of everybody, only finally we got it and now we better do it. So I think that's all I want to say about how House of Being comes up in here, but I thought I would go back, and you can look this up, to the way to language, because remember in there you get another version of the same story, which is that language does the job of fitting together the clearing. Only the translation says structuring the clearing. Structuring is misleading because you might think that you could abstract the structure from what is structured. I mean, you can do that with the structure of a building or something. You can say, well, here's the structure, and they made it in steel. But certainly the clearing hasn't got that kind of structure. Kant thought it did. I mean, that would be too old-fashioned. It would be like you could find what metaphysicians tried to do. Kant thought that the categories, the 12 categories, were the structure of, he didn't call it the clearing, but he said, everything that could show up had to show up in the structure of these categories, and he thought the categories were divorceable from what showed up. So, but Heidegger wants to say something that's more, the style is not a structure that you can abstract from the practices. The style is the way the practices are coordinated. So, and this is what he's talking about at the end of the third paragraph on the way to language. You don't have it, but I'll read it to you. The design is the whole of the traits of that drawing which, he says, structures and prevails throughout the open. We will have to say fits together is a German word. I mentioned this already. The German word is like the word for fugue, where a fugue is a complicated structure where everything is jointed together. So the drawing which structures and prevails throughout the open, the design is the whole of the traits of that drawing which fits together and prevails throughout the open, unlocked freedom of language. Don't know quite what that means. Let's try the next sentence. The design is the drawing of the being of language, the fitting together of a showing in which are joined the speakers and their speaking. What is spoken of it is unspoken in all that is given in the speaking. Well, I think that's about how the background structure is the background and is unspoken and makes possible all the speaking. And that's, again, a view of language way beyond language having anything yet in anything I've said, especially to do with words. I've just been talking about how all these practices are coordinated so they have a style. I haven't said anything about linguistic practices. So then you might well wonder, but I have another quote. Let's see if I need to read it to it, just so we can go on to the next. Well, no, I better read it. On 126, I'm still explaining. At the end of the third paragraph. Saying pervades and fits together the openness of that clearing, which every appearance must seek out and every disappearance leave behind, and in which every present or absent being must show, say, and announce itself. That doesn't mean language, but that's very clear that when language is the house of being, whatever language is, it's what fits together the whole clearing. And so the question you want to ask is, what in the world does that have to do with language and words at all? And when I got to this the last time, I made, I think, the wrong move. I said, well, it's the old Heidegger mistake of saying the condition of the possibility of X is primordial X. So whatever makes it possible for us to talk must be sort of primordial talking. I think he's got over that. He apologized at one point for having said about truth that primordial truth was a kind of truth, and he admitted it was misleading. Can't remember when or where, but he did. So I don't think here he's going to do that. So what is the relation then of language to words? Well, our latest stab at it is that words are the best way of articulating the clearing. The thinker has to use words to articulate the clearing. The poet finds the right words to bring out the situation into its own mode. And I think pure prose is when people use language to communicate and thereby bring out other people and the situation they're in into their own most or riches. So what I'm saying is language, actual utterance with words, turns out to be the paradigm way of bringing things out into their own, and the paradigm way of creating a disclosive space, or at least articulating one that's already trying to be there by responding to it, so that in it there can be more action, talking, and so forth. Yeah.
When you say language there, are you talking about the words we use now?
Yes, sorry. It's so hard for me to get used to this other use of language, but that's important.
Because it can't be a paradigm. I mean, language.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a good thing to stop me. Words, I should keep saying. So, words, one wants to know what this primordial kind of language, which doesn't seem to be words, where language is the house of being, and language is what fits together the clearings, what that has to do with words. And I want to say words are the paradigm case of two things, of bringing things in the clearing out in their own most, and of making articulating the whole style, sort of, or even naming a whole new style into being. All of this, words do this better than anything, and that's the relation between language as the house of being and people saying things. Yeah.
Can you say anything about why words
are the best for it? No, not a thing. Can you?
Is it in principle that we can't say anything, or is it we just don't have anything to say?
I see. I have no idea about that either. Remember what happened when I hit it, that I'd be interested to hear what you have to say and Forrest has to say about it. When I just ran into a wall when all of a sudden in the origin of the work of art he says, and language is the best of all the ways the truth sets itself to work, period, as if everybody should just believe it because he told us. And I couldn't think of what the argument was, though I could see that sounds right. I mean, it just does seem that compared to dancing and playing and skills of all sorts, speaking does get things out in its richest. But I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, Forrest.
Well, language is going to have to call. I mean, calling it names and then naming it brings things near. And so we're going to have nearness. I think it's about nearness that the words are. That we have to have things near in that sense.
Yes.
We don't have the words for them, and we don't call them.
They won't come near.
They're not near.
Well, that's the problem more than the answer. I mean, the question is, why can't I bring something near by doing the proper voodoo dance and get the God to come near?
You may be able to, but why is saying more
the better way
or
to
words
get it.
better?
Why does it get nearer or better or more? I mean, nearer or something like that. I think nearer is the right word.
I don't see how voodoo dance could do such a thing. I just don't. I have no idea how it
I think
could do
it's
it.
the shining piece again. That they really do shine because the words focus.
Well, you're telling me, both of you, and rightly, that this is the phenomena that Heidegger's got. I wish I understood why it had to be language, but maybe that's asking too philosophical a question. Yeah.
Well, I think it's because language has a certain kind of structure.
Which language?
Words. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's my fault. I'm always forgetting to say words. Go ahead. Words.
Words have a certain kind of structure, like structuring that all these other things don't have, like dances or statues or temples even, and I think one of the big, first of all, it really directly mirrors, like a poem directly mirrors, like sort of the way that the difference works in holding things in tension, like holding things together in a sort of tension thing, so they don't collapse. And also, it's one of the only things that can allow a negative space for objects that aren't present. Like you can't really, like in a dance, well, you can't really, like in a portrait, display something that's not present, really, like, but with language, you can. In a poem, you can say things that aren't there.
That's
so you can
true.
call near while preserving absence.
Right.
Yes, he does say that. I agree.
It has a structure in which you can preserve a negative space.
That's interesting, but I don't think that's all that important. If it didn't, and it could still articulate style, name, new understandings of being, and so forth, that would be fine. Even if there were even if we could never get sort of the dinner in present and absence at the same time in the classroom by reading Troffel's poem. I mean, you just push the problem back one. I mean, then I'd have to ask, and why is that so important that we should make it the house of being? Then I don't believe that structure is what it is. I don't think, because nothing but that is. Fugues have plenty of structure, but playing a Bach fugue isn't going to do it apparently. Yeah, that's for Heidegger.
Well, I just think of even the opposite. Like growing up, there are things like if your mother or father frowned at you because let's say you did something really bad or gave you a really horrible look. You know, the horrible look will fade, but the words that they may have said in anger that were really cutting and disastrous, you usually keep with you. You know, you go to therapy, you know, in your 30s.
You're doing it again. You're describing the phenomenon. And we want to know, and why do words do that? What is it about words? Is it the noise they make? Is it the melody of them? Is it the grammatical structure of them? A philosopher would like to know, what is it about words that gives them this incredible capacity? And why is it that and if you knew that, you might know why only words have it. But we don't know that. Yeah.
I don't know if it's just pure like grammar. I'm not talking about just syntax. You know? I mean, I'm talking about something that I can't just. There's like more structured language than just sort of syntax.
Yes, there is.
And
But
it
all
holds
of it.
It holds open these spaces where things can be present and absent. And I'm not sure if you could really sort of reconfigure things without that kind of.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm not going to go on with this long, but I can think of a really nasty rejoinder to this, namely that that's true even of the language that the analytic philosophers talk about. Good old speech acts, and I can say Santa Claus, and even there isn't any Santa Claus, but now he's present as absent. This is what Frege and so forth love to talk about. I can't believe that's what Heidegger wants to talk about.
Well, I mean,
But couldn't that be symptomatic?
Of something else, maybe,
That
but we
what
haven't got.
language
Yeah, but we haven't got it
Yeah.
yet. I mean, if it can be done by the worst sort of banal language, then it can't be well, we haven't got to the great basic thing yet.
But that should be mirrored by the banal language.
I see.
because
That's what you want to say. Okay. Okay.
A
So
property.
I see.
Still
Okay. So they are just on to the sort of last dregs of this amazing capacity.
And like metaphysicians, right? I mean, they have an inkling that there is
Something very important going
yeah,
on.
and they glom on sort of the right direction of the thing, but they mislocate in the thing.
Okay. Well, I still think we haven't got it, but this is the second time we've got sort of stuck on this. And if anybody can write a paper, that tells me, well, let's repeat the questions. Why is it language that does this? What is there about words, not language now, I misspoke again. What is it about utterances and words that make them capable of coordinating and joining up the clearing? No, that's the wrong level. Capable of articulating the clearing, capable of reconfiguring the clearing, capable of making dimensions, that is, displosive spaces of all sizes. Why is it that words have a special capacity? What is it about words, and only words, that give them that special capacity? That's the question, isn't it? Okay. Now, but I don't have an answer. I don't need an answer, because we can go on without that. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward that it's true that words and only words have that special capacity, not temples and dances, or music. But why, I don't know. Okay. I wasn't going to spend time with that, because remember, we just regressed right out of this book. So back to this book. Okay, now, we're changing to a whole new subject, but we're still not connected up with last time, which we will eventually. We're connected up with some specific thing that came up last time, namely the footnote about Vergessenheit. That turns out to be an immense can of worms, which is just more complicated and messy than you can realize. We're back on the very first page when I said that footnote is just a tremendous mistake. You can't mix up Vergessenheit with the word which is Verborgenheit, which gets translated concealment. You can't mix up, in the language that's being used of the translator, oblivion and concealment. They are, I want to say, as opposite as night and day. That is, I'm going to argue that concealment, which is the lethe part of aletheia, where lethe literally means forgetting, but it's not going to mean just any old forgetting. That's where the translator's gone off the rails. So the lethe part of aletheia, the concealing part of unconcealment, which is, remember, the word for truth, is the most positive thing that Heidegger can think about. Whereas oblivion Vergessenheit, is about the most negative thing that Heidegger can think about. They are the opposite poles in ontology. That's what I want to argue. And then I want to say the translator hasn't quite simply blown it, because it's not that simple. There's a middle thing between these two poles, and he's gotten confused by it. But first let's do the two poles. The concealment, the lethe and aletheia, we come across it as a positive ontological principle in at least 3-4 ways that I know of. It's the way the clearing necessarily withdraws in order to do its job as clearing, the illumination in the ruin story. That's a certain kind of concealment, and a very positive kind. There wouldn't be any clearing if it wouldn't get out of the way and let you relate to the things in it. One, the clearing. There is also the earth, which is part of the concealing. Remember, the earth is that which is concealed and struggles to stay concealed. The earth is a kind of, among other things, a reservoir of other practices that the culture might someday make important. So it's a whole richness and wealth, you'll hear him talk about that is involved in what's concealed. There's this whole reservoir which is concealed. And this concealing is a kind of safeguarding, he says. That is, what's concealed is sort of not going to be banalized and technologized and so forth. It's a very lucky thing for things that are concealed, that they're concealed. He's talking about this on 45, about 10 lines down. The giving of light simultaneously keeps safe and concealed darkness of its origin as the unlighted. Well, there you can just see that the concealed darkness is the source of things, it's the origin, and it's where they're safe. So all of that says, boy, is lethe a good thing, is concealedness and so forth. Now, forgetting, on the other hand, he comes in 2 stages. The first stage of forgetting is the forgetting of being, and it's that distortion of the clearing, which we get in metaphysics, which covers up, and in that sense conceals. But now we've got a different sense of conceals. That's what confuses the footnote, the translator. That now hides or covers up, metaphysics hides or covers up or conceals in a way that is of no positive merit in itself, but preserves a little bit of what's really going on anyway. What's going on with the clearing? Because remember, metaphysics is a certain kind of distortion of the clearing. What kind? Just to review. Well, one, it totalizes the clearing and says everything is X. Second, it has some one being in terms of which it claims that everything is going to be explained. It's in terms of some beingness being. And finally, of course, metaphysics ignores the clearing because it thinks it's got the correspondence truth. That is, what metaphysics says, metaphysicians believe, corresponds to the way things really are. So there are 3 things wrong with metaphysics. It's terribly, seriously wrong. It's very bad to have a totalizing view. There's no place for the marginal practices. It's very bad to have a view in which you think that you can explain the mystery of beings, that they are intelligible and that they exist at all by just finding another being that's bigger and better, and they get the explanation of that. And of course it misses the fact that it's a clearing at all. It's doing all this if it just says, if it takes any particular understanding of being as just that's how it is. Yeah.
And yet for all that, you're not saying metaphysics is totally bad.
No. And for all that, at least metaphysics, in its mistaken and distorted attempt to get at something that's more fundamental than beings, has a glimmer of, is responsive to something that's going on that it will be even worse off when we lose metaphysics, which we have with technology. We don't even anymore have that.
And you're willing to say it's also ascending, or a being. It's a way of revealing.
Yes. Well, metaphysics is a distorted and totally, missing it kind of response to ascending. That is, it doesn't understand ascending as ascending, but it responds to it, but it takes it up anyway. Yes, it's a kind of response that doesn't realize it's a response. That's another way to put it.
Does any sending then realize it's simply a response?
What?
Does any sending understand itself?
Not yet.
Any response
Not yet.
Understand it as
No,
sending?
not yet.
Okay.
But of course, we've never had it right. We ought to understand descending as ascending and be grateful for it, but nobody's done that. So every metaphysics has missed what's really going on, and some of them have missed it more than others, but that's not important for us right now. So I'm going to read something on 41 now, because I have written down that that's going to help you understand this. No, not 41. That was there I wanted to just get straight about correspondence, but I've already got straight about correspondence. So look at 47.
Maybe you mean 41?
Do I mean 41?
Maybe in the middle about the danger and the concealed itself.
No, I don't think I want to do that yet. I could look at it. Let's see. No, I don't think so. I think, let me try 47. What was I looking for there?
There's another corresponding there, but
Yeah, there. Where, on 47?
Yeah, last sentence of the last whole paragraph.
Yes, that's what I was a little interested in, but why I don't know yet. There's a corresponding. I had marked, and in thus corresponding man is gathered into his own, that he within the safeguard element of the world may be immortal. That I don't want. I don't know why I got 47 or 41. I think it was, yes, you're right. Liz has figured it out. I was going to talk about how to read corresponding, and those were two places where the word occurred. We don't need to think about that. Okay, now, so first there's positive concealment. Then there's Seinsvergessenheit, the forgetting of being. You're going to read a lot about that in the thing we're reading for next week, and that's metaphysics. And then comes where we are in technology, which is the forgetting of the distortion, where there isn't even any metaphysics anymore. So we've lost all touch with the fact that there's any sending and any clearing. So there is, as Heidegger sometimes puts it, for us now there are beings and nothing more. And that's nihilism in Heidegger's definition. That's really the forgetting of the forgetting, or the ultimate, in the language of the translation, the oblivion of the oblivion. The oblivion stage is metaphysics, where the clearing is misunderstood, but it's still the clearing that's being misunderstood. Then comes the oblivion of the oblivion. Yes. Okay. And then there is beings and nothing else. I just want to say this. As I said this morning, I understood something that I've never understood before. So I'll just tell you, it's a kind, almost like a Heidegger joke. I mean, because sometimes Heidegger says Plato is already nihilism, and then sometimes he says, Nietzsche's nihilism. How could Plato also be nihilism? Well, if you're a metaphysician and think there's a supreme being, like the good, you already believe that there are beings and nothing more. Our whole tradition has from the start believed that there was beings and nothing more. So in a certain sense, metaphysics is nihilism from the start, but then it gets even more nihilism when you end up with, you don't even believe there's a supreme super being, you just believe everything is this kind of middle-sized dry goods and nothing more, and then you're in real trouble. Yeah.
Is having beings and nothing more enough? Is that what makes our understanding being into an unworld?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's sufficient.
That's good. That's good. Yes, I think that's right. And that is because if we don't understand being, of course we don't understand world either. And not only in our understanding we don't, but in our actions we don't. We're just coping with one thing after another.
Right. But not only do we not realize, but,
we sort of deny.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, forgetting that you've forgotten it means that you don't even miss it, is a way to put it. I mean, that's really the bad kind of forgetting. When you not only have distorted it, but you got to the stage where you're not even distorting it anymore. There's no more metaphysics. But you're not even missing it. And you don't feel that there's something left out. That's the oblivion of the oblivion, it seems to me. That's important. I mean, it's that our distress is so hidden from us, Heidegger thinks, that is so we're so out of touch, not only with the clearing, but we're out of touch with the fact that we are suffering from being out of touch with the clearing. All of that is in this forgetting and forgetting, I think. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that the problem that we were having this morning when we were talking about this is it's the oblivion of the oblivion that you're talking about, not the oblivion qua oblivion.
That's the last stage. I'm now in stage 3, the oblivion of the oblivion. That's the really bad kind.
But the oblivion as such would be metaphysics.
I suppose. Now we have.
Therefore, there is something still working in metaphysics. It's
right.
That oblivion as such, or the forgetsenheit as such, is not as bad as you may want to make it out, because it could be worse, and therefore it's not that bad. I.e., it does get worse, namely the forgetfulness of the forgetful.
That's true. But now I want to say, yeah, that's absolutely right. But we mustn't lose track of, and that's what the translator lost track of. There is just the world of difference, night and day, between the concealing business, which is the positive reservoir, safeguarding, marginal practices of earth, and both kinds of forgetting. The oblivion and the oblivion of the oblivion are both. They're not even on the same track. It's not as if there's less earth in them or less safeguarding. They're just out of that touch with the positive phenomena. Well, out of touch is too extreme. They are a reflection, a pale reflection, metaphysics, of the concealing phenomena, the positive earth story. But the idea that because they have distorted it, they are still a mode of it, I think that seems to me very odd, because they've gone from being a kind of positive version of it to have lost. Let's see what they've lost. They've lost the reservoir character of other practices because they're totalizing. They've lost the earth character because everything should be present in all metaphysics. They've lost the safeguarding because metaphysics is trying to sort of lay its hands on it all and confirm it all. They've lost the withdrawing of the clearing because they've lost the clearing altogether. All they've got is a sense that there's something else going on that we should be responsive to. I don't think that's enough to say that they've got any sense of the concealing. But I see Forrest is right. I mean, what the translator is saying is, well, they're somehow related. But what I want to say is, related they might be, but there's all the difference between the way you understand it when you talk about concealing and aletheia as the most positive thing. Concealing is the most positive thing you can have, and this forgetting thing, which is at best a pale reflection of this positive thing, and that has lost most of it, and at worst the beginning of a double thing, which will be the forgetting of the forgetting, which is, you see, notice that goes to zero with the forgetting of the forgetting, whereas there would be nothing wrong with the concealing of the concealing, I think. It wouldn't go to zero. It would just, things would be even more hidden and protected. And I'm off on never mind. Forget that. I have no idea about that. John. Forrest.
The emphasis that you have on concealing seems to me to be leaving out the importance of revealing. It's like leaving world out of earth.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, you couldn't.
So concealing is positive, but it's not just positive either. When everything is unconcealed, or everything is concealed, that's not going to work either.
No, I agree with both of you on that. Right. Concealing is the positive, is part of a positive dimension which contains the unconcealing as equal to it. Right. But forgetting, another way to put it is, I think, forgetting isn't on any dimension like that. It isn't as if there's maybe that's another way to see how different they are. There's nothing, that's interesting. There's nothing like the dimension forgetting, unforgetting. It's not in that even in that sort of structure. Whereas, you see that? I mean, concealing gets its richness over against unconcealing. Earth struggles with world. But forgetting doesn't get its richness by struggling with something or being related to something called remembering. It just is a distortion. Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't there remembering of being? And that's what Heidegger...
Remembering being. The remembering of being. Yeah, the remembering of being is getting in touch with being, but it's not a mode of relating to forgetting, it seems to me. I mean, you can remember being even if you're just, let's hope in the next stage when there's a new God or a new understanding of being, we're remembering it all the time. That is, we're thankful and we know we're receivers. That doesn't mean that we're therefore having a constant struggle with forgetting, I don't think. Yeah.
But this is the relationship again between homecoming and erring or wandering. It does have a relationship to forgetting because you couldn't have remembering without forgetting. Or you couldn't have homecoming without going away from home. This is her little early middle stuff. I don't see
you can't have the turning.
Right, but I'm trying to think.
Different.
That seems to be a different structure. That just says, because when you return, then you can throw away the forgetting as if it was a kind of ladder, and you're back where you would have been if you'd never been forgetting. It isn't as if you've got something new, unless you're a Hegelian.
No, I don't think you can. If you're going to have homecoming, it's going to be different than never having gone out of home. So the remembering is going to be different.
Yeah.
Because you need the forgetting to go through the remembering.
Well, that's interesting. Homecoming, certainly you'd have to be wandering. But when you get home, in your homecoming, have you got something you couldn't have had if you hadn't been wandering?
Definitely in middle Heidegger.
That's interesting.
I also think that's what he means here on 39 when he talks about a surmounting, that destroying surmounting is similar to what happens when in the human realm one gets over grief or pain.
Well, that's the crucial line. All right, I would have said, when you get over grief or pain and you've recovered and you've convalesced, you could say, and you're a stronger person for having gotten over the grief and the pain, or a different person. Well, you'd have to be a stronger person to make the case that homecoming was, forgetting was necessary.
No, I mean, at the very least, you wouldn't be returning home to the same spot, right? Because you'd be a different person. And then, I think Forrest would like it to be you're stronger.
That's right. It would be, Nietzsche is clear that convalescing puts you're stronger than you were when you got sick. Nietzsche says, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Now, I don't know if that's in here. It seems to me that Heidegger hasn't got that, but I don't know. What I would have thought is Heidegger thinks that there is this state which would be the right state to be in, where we are receivers and know we're receivers of being, and understand gods as gods and so forth. And we might have had that from the start, but we didn't. But when we finally get it, later Heidegger says we could just sort of stop worrying about the tradition and forget the whole history of being once we get there. What do you think?
That's what I was going to say. But he says before that the history is, important because, but if you're going to say now he's giving it up.
Well, I say that eventually I'll try to find the line. Very late Heidegger says we should stop worrying about the history of being, but that's not really conclusive, because one would say that we really shouldn't stop worrying about the history of being until we're in the new one, and Heidegger doesn't think we're in the new one. So whatever he means there, I think he means that, well, I don't know what he means there. If I find it, I'll bring it in. Yeah.
Well, based on the Hubert poems, the idea is that you have to go away from home in order to come back home to have homecoming. And then it is really different. You can never really know what it is to be at home until you've gone and come back.
Well, that's the fortunate fall story. Heidegger certainly may have something like that structure. But what I want to know is, everything Forrest says is sure, you wouldn't have homecoming if you hadn't gone away from home. But when you got homecoming, have you got something that you couldn't have got if you hadn't gone away from home? That's the fortunate fall. That's the Hegelian Christian structure. I don't know whether Heidegger buys a lot of Christian structures.
But I think he gets this from Hölderlin.
Yeah, well, Hölderlin, but the question is, in Hölderlin, homecoming is great, and homecoming is certainly where we're going to get, because we've gone away. I mean, we're all going to agree to that we have been out in the cold, we have been wandering, we've had metaphysics, and now we're going to come home. Does Hölderlin say that once we come home, we'll be better than we had been if we hadn't been wandering?
Not better, but we would not. Only by going and having this kind of contrast can we really know who we are.
Well, wait a minute. That's a new move. I'm lost with that. Wait, first, only by doing that can we have homecoming. That's sure.
Yeah.
The question is, when we've got homecoming, have we got something we couldn't have had? I mean, other than homecoming, have we got some profound new phenomena and a new way of behaving that we couldn't have arrived at, except by having gone through the metaphysics and the wandering and the nihilism?
I think we have a different understanding, whether we have different practices.
And we understand who we are, namely receivers of understandings of being. But the question is, couldn't we have understood that without this detour through metaphysics and nihilism?
Not according to Hölderlin and little Heidegger. I think that's
really? Okay, well...
but that doesn't mean we're bigger and better and stronger somehow. I don't think that's the issue.
Deeper then.
More, I think, whatever word.
Better understanding of who we are. Well, one, I'd like to see it in middle Heidegger. Show me.
Yeah.
And secondly, you're intimating that maybe later Heidegger dropped it. Is that what you think?
Oh, he drops homecoming in this sense, for sure.
Okay. Well, it could be. I mean, we can entertain this possibility that middle Heidegger thought that we could only have had this Christian Hegelian idea, that we could only have really understood ourselves as disclosers and receivers of being and have the right thankful attitude toward being by having made the metaphysical mistake and gone to the bottom of nihilism and now come back. And maybe later Heidegger didn't think that anymore. I don't know.
This is the whole story in the middle about strangeness, the need for
the stranger comes in, for instance, in the poem we read, to the dinner from wandering outside.
Well, and the introduction of metaphysics also.
And suffering over the pain and the thresholds. Yeah, there is all that in middle Heidegger. Yeah.
The homelessness and nihilism and this Verbindung, or recovery, overcoming, surmounting metaphysics, that all gets in on the question of being. And so at least, this was in 55, but he still has the homelessness. And it's kind of says that the nihilism is kind of it wills homelessness.
Yes, but now the question is, keep your eyes open as you read the next assignment. I was going to say, I bet it's in there. There's going to be homelessness for sure, because we don't dwell. And the question is the homelessness a necessary condition for our becoming dwellers? That's the one way to put it. Is having gone through homelessness, in the late Heidegger now, but we're going to go to read 57 for next time, keep your eyes open. I don't know whether he's going to answer it. Does he still think that you've got to go through this fall to get to the right relation, that is, to be authentic disclosers and receivers of understandings of being? I don't know. It's great to have a good question. Okay, should we go on? And we go on. Where are we? We've done the Vergessenheit question then. But I have a whole lot more stuff here that I have to read to myself to see if we've done it about this issue. Just a second. Well, it's important to know, I'm going to say one more thing about this issue, that Heidegger, it's not just the translator, Heidegger himself is failing to make a distinction, which I think he would want to make. He is going to use the word for concealing, both as this kind of safeguarding, earth-like withdrawing, and as a normal German word for any kind of hiddenness. And that's going to be confusing. So on 46, you can see this happening. I think. Is it on 46? No. Yes, the last sentence. The coming to pass of oblivion is not only lets fall. The translation hasn't got from remembrance. You can cross that out. Doesn't matter though. The coming to pass of oblivion not only lets fall into concealment, Now see, that's bad. If you fall into concealment, then concealment's a bad thing. And if concealment's a bad thing, then you can't tell it from forgetting. So there is a problem. I mean, I would like to be able to tell you now that concealment, that's one good thing, that's a good thing always. Oblivion, that's a bad thing always. Concealment is for Borgenheit. Oblivion is for Gessenheit. It isn't so simple. But I think the following, that the point is to keep your eye on the phenomenon. And when you keep your eye on the phenomenon, you won't get confused. You'll understand the difference between the good kind of concealing and the bad kind of concealing. The good kind which preserves and safeguards, and the bad kind which covers up and distorts. Just keep your eye on the ball. Okay, now let's see. And when you try to recover metaphysics, which you're going to hear about more in the reading for next time, ask yourself whether the point is to recover the metaphysics or to recover what the metaphysics has distorted. See, I think that it's clearly that's what he has to have in mind. Keep in mind what he has to have in mind, and then see if you can make sense of it that way. Let's see. So what we've got is, we should be attuned to a style, I'm still thinking about this, which is of course concealed. And its being concealed is a good thing too, that's the withdrawing. But forgetting is losing touch with that style, either partially as in metaphysics, or double concealing, which is losing touch with the way you've lost touch with it, and that's the really bad situation. I agree with Forrest that the really bad situation, you've got to have double concealing. Yeah.
When you say we can be attuned to a style which is concealed, is this what will happen? Would this be after the turning?
Yes, we could have been, I think, once, but we never were.
Right.
Yes, no, the pre-Socratics were in tune with the style, even though they didn't know it.
Okay.
They were in tune with Croesus, but they didn't know it.
But we would, so if we got into relation to technology, right, we would realize that technology was just a mode of revealing, was just one mode
and we'd be in tune with it.
And we'd be in tune with it.
And we'd bring it out.
So in that sense, it wouldn't be concealed from us as a mode of revealing.
That's
but
right.
But when it was working, insofar as it was working,
it would be concealed from us like the
withdrawing.
light in the room.
Okay.
That's right.
So if we wanted to pay attention to it, we would know it was there in sort of in some sense.
That's right. We could be in tune with it. And we would somehow, we know it was there, sense it or something. But insofar as we were busy in our activity, it would just be in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. Now, here's another way to try to make the distinction I'm still trying to make. How different Vergessenheit is from Aletheia. We want to recover from Vergessenheit, from this forgetting. Both kinds. The metaphysical forgetting and the forgetting of the forgetting. But we don't want to recover from Aletheia. That is from the lethe of Aletheia, the concealedness. You don't recover from concealedness. You just see it as a very positive, fruitful part of the struggle between earth and world. You'd be well off if all Vergessenheit, all forgetting were gone. And then you'd be in good shape. But you couldn't imagine a condition in which all concealing was gone. You'd be in terrible shape. You wouldn't even be a human being anymore. So they're pretty different. Pretty different when the more one of them is gone, namely forgetting, the better off you are. And the more the other one is gone, the worse off you are. I'm trying to find ways of making clear that this footnote is misleading. Yeah.
I don't see how with the Aletheia, the more you have of that, the better off you are?
Yes, the more there is the richness of the struggle between earth and world, the more there is concealing, struggling against revealing.
But that's not, the struggle isn't the concealing.
No, okay, but the more you have the concealing brought out by the struggle, the better off you are.
But that's the brought out aspect.
Okay.
It's not the concealing.
Well, you can't. Sure, it doesn't matter, because you can't ever say the more the forgetting is brought out by anything, the better off.
Well, I think you can, because he's saying here that he has restore surmounting in the translation. So you have to restore the Vergessenheit.
Well, I want to say you have to restore what's been forgotten by the Vergessenheit. It would make no sense to want to restore the Vergessenheit. That's really the difference between us. There's nothing good to be gotten from restoring the Vergessenheit. What you really want to do is go through it, as it says in the German at one point. Durch, you go through it. I was going to talk about that. In fact, maybe we should talk about that. Yeah, Edward, you want to say something? Okay. So, where is this passage that we got with the through it this morning?
On the question.
Oh, that's okay for next time then. No wonder we're not doing it. Keep your eye open. Again, Forrest is raising the right questions to think about. Keep your eye open for in what way we want to recover what is forgotten in this forgetting, and how we're supposed to understand that. Given that I'm saying the more forgetting the worse and the less forgetting the better, why would one want to recover any forgetting? And you may have an answer to that. But let's say that, I think, let me go on here. I'm now worried about running out of time. Just saying. Yeah, I have two other quotes. Let's see if I can get anything from them in a hurry. Well, we have to read this on 39 because it's relevant. This is this business of overcoming in the right way and the wrong way to overcome the technology on the third line of 39. Maybe we have to go even further. I guess we have to go back to the bottom of 38. Because being as the essence of technology has adapted itself into and framing, because man's way of working, remember we have to keep fixing that, belongs to being's way of working, inasmuch as being's working needs the working of man in order to remain kept safe as being in keeping with its own working in the midst of whatever is, and thus as being to work. For this reason, the working of technology cannot be led into the change of its destiny without the cooperation of the working of man. All right, so far that's just fine. Through this cooperation, however, technology will not be overcome by men. That is, just gotten rid of. On the contrary, the coming to presence of technology will be surmounted. That is, and another word could be recovered. That's the same word, right? We could say recovered in a way that restores it to its yet concealed truth. Now again, keep your eye on the phenomena. What would that mean? That would mean we would get technology as ascending, as a gift, as a mode of givenness. That's its concealed truth, namely that it is a mode of givenness. This restoring surmounting, that is, this getting in touch with technology as a mode of being, a mode of truth, is similar to what happens when in the human realm one gets over grief or pain. Now that just means, it seems to me, you've been in this bad state, distorted in technology, and if you could get into the right relation to technology, you'd get over the pain of having your essence distorted. Does it mean something different to you? I think that's...
No, it means to me this kind of double negative, forgetfulness of the forgetfulness. So that's why
You mean you want to get over the forgetfulness of it?
But that is getting over it, by being forgetful of the forgetfulness.
Really? I would have thought that you would want to get very clear about the forgetfulness and not forget it, but sort of put it behind you. Is that all right?
That means overcoming it.
Okay. Well, you certainly want to stop.
Getting through it.
Okay. You're going to get through with it.
Oh, through it. No, I think actually getting through it, which means you have to engage in that kind of forgetfulness.
You have to engage in it. We are disagreeing still. I mean, we are stuck in it, I think, but we will get out. We should get out of it. You think we should keep it around and sort of keep our forgetfulness around?
Keep it around only by forgetting it. I know that sounds esoteric, but these are these double negatives in Heidegger.
Okay, I don't have any phenomena there. My phenomena indicator goes to 0. So I have to go on. The error is too rarefied. Okay, I want to do one more because this might be relevant to what Forrest just said. It's the sense in which the forgetting is supposed to be part of the saving. This is going to be very important on page 43, starting with the second paragraph about 4 lines down. In the entrapping what comes to presence is this, that being dismisses and puts away its truth into oblivion in such a way that being denies its own mode of givenness. I'm always putting it into other language, which is just easier to understand. When accordingly the danger is as danger, then the entrapping, that is the way being itself entraps its truth with oblivion, this is where Forrest and I are going to have something to say, comes expressively to pass. That is, I take it, that appropriating or giving comes into its own. That is, then let's read it again. Then the entrapping, that is, the way being itself entraps its truth with oblivion, comes expressly to pass. That is, we experience the danger as the danger. Is that what you think that is?
Yeah.
Okay. When this entrapping with oblivion does come expressly to pass, that is seen as the danger as the danger, then oblivion as such turns in. Then I would have thought, we both would agree, oblivion goes away. That is, forgetting goes away, because when you see the danger as the danger, you're not forgetting anything anymore.
Well, there's these two words after you read.
You mean and abide? That's not in the German. That's
right?
not in the German. Oh, well, that makes all the difference, maybe. That's right. If oblivion turned in and abided, who knows, we'd have a problem.
But it turns in, not away, or goes away. It turns in.
Yeah, I don't know what it turns in. I mean, what I would like it to do is to turn into something else. But the turn into something else, we don't know quite what. The oblivion as such turns in. I say, what I really think when I read that is, well, good night, oblivion. We don't have to pay any attention to you anymore. I don't know what it means. That's the German. It means sort of turn in at an inn and go to bed. I don't know what he's saying there. This rescue, thus rescued through this turning from falling away out of remembrance, it is no longer oblivion. Isn't that sort of on my side? I mean, so now we're not forgetting it anymore. It's not as if the oblivion is still around. The oblivion has turned into something else. That's when I hear turning in, I know it isn't in the German, but I think it's like the caterpillar turning into the butterfly. So once the oblivion is recognized as, and we get over the oblivion because we recognize the danger as the danger, then it's no longer falling out of remembrance, so it's no longer oblivion. Now,
it seems like the next sentence is important.
Okay, with such inturning, the oblivion relating to being safekeeping is no longer the oblivion of being, but rather turning in thus, it turns about into the safekeeping of being.
So it sounds like, in a way, it sounds like it's supporting both of you. It's saying, look, it's no longer the oblivion of being, right? But it's still present as a kind of concealment. The safekeeping, the kind of concealment that is safekeeping.
The oblivion relating to being self-keeping, well, I don't think the way I read it, the oblivion relating to being self-keeping is no longer the oblivion of being. I see. I wonder what's going on there. I would have thought it would be concealing there. I see what you mean. Related to being safekeeping is no longer the oblivion of being, but rather turning in thus, it turns about into the safekeeping of being. So oblivion, that is distortion.
Goes into safekeeping.
How can distortion turn into safekeeping?
Exactly my point.
How?
How is another matter, but it's certainly what Heidegger is saying.
Distortion.
The oblivion remains and it's in safekeeping.
But you can hear it either way, right? You can hear it as it remains and it turns into it, or you can, I think, hear it. You want to hear
I want
it
to hear caterpillar, butterfly.
No, it doesn't turn into anything. This is Einkehren and Einfallen, and it's a whole series of Ein words here, but it doesn't turn.
I think the German does not support it, caterpillar, butterfly.
No, not at all.
It turns into the safekeeping of being. I don't know what that means, but until I can hear a phenomenon that tells me what it means, I will leave it to everybody to worry about.
Safe, the forgetfulness of forgetfulness.
How and why would anybody want to keep safe the forgetfulness of forgetfulness? John,
that's overcoming it.
The only phenomenon he offers is this grief and pain. And if you think about mourning and mourning practices, which keep around either through memorialization or monuments or through particular styles of remembrance and rituals and rites, and you can tell a story about that, then perhaps there's a certain memorialization to the Vergessenheit, which must be in place or set in place.
Well, I see that in grief you interiorize the other person and you, so to speak, keep them around.
That sounds like remembering the forgetting.
Right.
Remembering the
That's right. What I don't understand there is how you could get grief and pain into the same sentence, because grief is something about how your world breaks down and how you internalize the other and so forth. And pain, when you get over pain, the story is you just get over it. You've forgotten it. You're done with it. The more you forget it, the better. Nobody goes around trying to see that they, preserve a memory of their pain.
Well, in the sequence grief and pain, I would put them together into it.
Yeah, so would I. And you think that the pain, the grief, it must be the pain of grief, in other words.
That's the only way
Yeah.
I understand it.
Well, I used to think that was very important about grief, and it may still be, but I don't get it yet. Yeah.
So grief doesn't necessarily have to go away, though. Like, if you have severe back pain and you have to go to work every day, eventually you just sort of cope. You just go to work and the back pain is just sort of like that's part of what's going on.
Yeah, but this
you
is.
don't focus on it. You don't think about
Would you
it.
say that you've gotten over it?
Well, yeah, in some sense, I think you would.
I would say
You
you've just.
wouldn't say that the pain is gone, but you get over it.
Well.
How about, is that an appropriate use of verbinden, which you just said?
Verbinden. Recover. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't say that you recovered from it when you've just gotten so you can go on anyway.
Like a recovering, overcoming. I mean, you just don't know what verbinden means.
Yeah, well, it's got to do with overcoming, sort
But
of.
it's not overcoming.
What?
It just lives.
But it's not overcoming. It's not überwinden. It's definitely recovering from, convalescing from, and I guess there's a lot we don't understand in here. I grant you. I don't know, and I don't understand. I mean, I have no phenomenon to put why anybody would want to keep around the forgetting once they've remembered what they had forgotten. Then they would say, "Good, now I've remembered what I've forgotten. I don't have to keep forgetting it."
The issue is whether it makes any difference in the ongoing sense. As you said, if you're for pain, if you're over the pain, completely forget about it, it's gone, you're completely healed. But if this is truly still historical in the sense, it's still with you in some sense, it's still there, it has to remain in some sense. It's a historical moment in where you currently are. So I don't think it's just a physical pain that you're simply over.
Even the getting over is more bad.
Well, it's really a funny thing here. It's as if one of us is on the grief line and one of us is on the pain line. You want to not forget your grief, and the more you forget your pain, the better. And which are we supposed to follow? I mean, nobody wants to remember their pain. Yeah.
The rest of that paragraph is about the historical sending of another specimen.
Right. And what are we going to do about that?
Well, that makes it sound more like the grief story, I would think.
Really? I would have thought when you got the new one, are you still supposed to remember the old one?
Well, the new one unfolds out of the old one and is in some sense present but also transcendent.
And when you've got the new one, are you still remembering the old one, or once you've got the new one, you don't have to remember the old one?
I mean, you're not keeping it in mind, right?
But you've got it interiorized.
Or, well, it's being brought, it's being brought along in having been, in the way it's been transcended.
Right, this is a turning, not a parousia.
Not a what?
Parousia. It's not a total breaking in from nowhere or from above or whatever. It's a turning. And so, as a turning, it's going to...
Okay, well, maybe we could have a compromise coming out here. And so far as it's a turning, I will try to think that you should hold on to the forgetting, though it's hard.
It's
but
a turning in, not a turning into.
Okay, but when that turning gets a new destiny and a new God, then I think you can totally forget the whole previous forgetting.
But think about the history of being we've had so far, right? I mean, all unfoldings of history, right, are unfoldings from what has come before, right, stem from them, do move beyond them, right, and so in that sense, no, you're not focused on the Christian understanding of being when you're in the subject of Christian understanding of being, but that has been is in some sense present to the way it is now.
Yeah, but that's all within the history of metaphysics. I don't know
Well,
if that's going to be...
That's why I'm saying it's important that you go on
There's
to
a
the
big,
history.
yeah, but there's a big break here, of course. And I want to say, and I think what later Heidegger is going to come along and say, I mean, I think, you know, that you two may be right about this, but I think later Heidegger is going to come along and say, if you really had this big break, you'd be better off forgetting the whole thing, the grief, the pain, the whole metaphysical
And I thought we were at the
tradition.
end of history is the other question, right? I thought that with technology ended history.
We are.
And here it makes it look
sounds like they were not at the end of history. That's part of the problem. You want to say something about it? You? Okay, as long as everybody has brought up, let's go on reading, because we haven't really got to the end of history part, which is very interesting and puzzling. So we've got the fact that this very puzzling thing with the interning, the oblivion relating to being safekeeping is no longer the oblivion of being. So somehow the oblivion is still around, but it's not oblivion anymore. I don't understand that, but I see that he says that. But rather turning in us, it turns about into the safekeeping of being. That's sort of the grief story, I guess. That now it's something that we remember, that we've been through, and it's going to be preserved that way or something. I don't know. But then here's the next thing: when the danger is the danger, and that's what will be happening when we get over the oblivion as the oblivion of the oblivion. That's sure. When the danger is as the danger, with the turning about of oblivion, the safekeeping of being comes to pass, world comes to pass. That worlds comes to pass, and that the thing things, this is the distant advent of the coming to presence, that is there it means the coming into its own most of being itself. That really means at that point you're going to get a new God, I think. But you wouldn't know it from that, but I thought we were reading a different one. Where's the other one?
We're on 39.
Okay, go back to 39, because there you can tell that it means a new God. I mean, the one I just read, you never know whether you thought it was a new God or just a lot of things singing. But then I think later Heidegger is going to be happy with just a lot of things singing. But here, I'm going to read now about 10 lines from the top of 39. That the surmounting of a destining of being, here and now, the surmounting of enframing, each time comes to pass out of the arrival of another destiny. See, that's a reconfiguring. That's a whole new understanding of being. A destiny that does not allow itself either to be logically and historicologically predicted, of course not, because it's a total gestalt shift, or to be metaphysically constructed as a sequence belonging to a process of history, of course not. It's not something Hegelian. It's only a real reconfiguring, finally, can surmount enframing. Now what we're arguing about is, when that happens, are you still in the business of the safekeeping of forgetting, or has that been a kind of transitional state where you are preparing the way for the surmounting of enframing? What's the word for surmounting, I wonder?
It's all forbidden.
It's all forbidden.
Yeah, he's just doing a slash with that. So it's surmounting. He wants to get the idea of
Verwunden. So the verwunden of enframing each time comes to pass out of the arrival of another destiny. Isn't that interesting? So then the new destiny will be one in which we will have, the clearing as the clearing. And the first stage of getting the clearing as the clearing will be to see the danger as the danger. And the question is sort of, what's the role of forgetting in seeing the danger as the danger? And what's the role of forgetting in the next stage when there's a new God, and we have got out of that stage, and we're seeing the clearing as the clearing? Because even here, answering you, it can't just be another metaphysical epoch coming along. Could it? You wouldn't think so. I mean, you can't think that, because enframing is the end of the line. So it's got to be the new God with the new understanding of being is sent. And that one is...
I just don't see... I think that's got to be right. He doesn't say that here.
No, he doesn't.
And that... it's all around. It sounds as if the surmounting comes to pass through the new destiny, which is still stemming from, right? I don't know what came before, which makes it sound like less than sacred.
It sounds like what? Less of a big break. And yet, it does seem also like it better be a big
I
break.
think at this point he's not thinking about another God.
Really?
At this point.
Really? Not another God in 49. You mean he's given up the idea or another God, or hasn't got it yet?
Back to the idea
what?
of another God. I think he's going to come back to that.
I see.
That only another God can take us out.
But there's a lot of other God talk here on 39. Well, that's what we are. How about 43? Well, I just want to see all my other gods. What are you going to say?
Question concerning technology.
Okay. The advent of a coming to presence for being itself. No, if that isn't a new God, how about back to 39?
That's certainly not a new God as such.
Yeah, I think maybe not. I don't have any clear statement that it's a new God.
I think he talks about the possibility of God again and the divine, because we'll have a sense of the divine.
Okay.
But the issue isn't, it's having a new sense of the divine, or knowing what the divine is, not the new God as such.
Well, on 35, though, remember this is exactly the same set of lectures as the question concerning technology. Remember at the top of 35, could it be that the fine arts are called to poetic revealing? Could it be that revealing lays claim to the arts most primally, so that they, for their part, may expressly foster the growth of the saving power, may awaken and found anew our look into that which grants, and so forth. And that always seemed to me new God talk, the found anew. You don't think so?
Not necessarily, that's all I mean.
Well, it needn't be a God, you mean a thinker will do, but it has to be a reconfiguring something
of that sort.
Okay, yes, it doesn't have to be a God.
Dispensation of some kind.
Right, it has to be a dispensation that's going to reconfigure, and that we know what that has to be, either a God or a thinker or a statesman or a work of art. Something has to come along and do it. I guess we're not disagreeing about that.
But I think at this stage it's more the possibility of the return of the gods who fled.
Well, that's a different thing. There were plural gods that have fled. There seems to be a need for something to focus, a total new understanding of being to come along, whatever that is. Okay, let me say one more thing, and then you can... So one more thing you should keep your eyes open for as you read the next essay, which I'm going to keep my eyes open for, is whatever this sort of total new understanding of being story is that we just got into, and whatever it needs to do it, a new God or a new something or other, is he still holding that in 57? Or does he think in 57 that things thinking is enough to save us? I mean, the question, to put it another way, things thinking is part of this period. It was written at the same time as this, 49. When he does the thing thinking essay and this, it sounds like things thinking are a kind of holding pattern which will save us, well, not save us, which can resist technology, and that's fine, but that they're only sort of waiting until a new God comes along, or a new dispensation, a new sending of a total understanding of being. Now, is he still thinking that in the essay you're going to read for next time, or does he get to the point of view where just a world of things thinking would be enough, and that we wouldn't need a new total understanding of being and a new God? I don't know. I'm eager to find out. Okay. So we have this very interesting, sort of hard, but I don't think as hard as the Turning essay to read. It's sort of somehow more sober, and he's writing for a different audience than the businessmen in Bremen who can stand these very heavy-duty things like the Turning and the Danger, which hasn't even been translated yet. But there's always some new gimmick, it seems to me, that Heidegger has that makes it hard to understand on purpose. I think he wants to make it hard to understand, not because he wants to be a kind of obscure oracular prophet, but because he's only got sort of a few simple ideas, but he wants you to have to think them through from scratch again and not learn sort of slogans that will make you think you've got it. So this time, he's pulling this reversal in which, after saying that we must overcome metaphysics and outgrow metaphysics and leave metaphysics behind and things like that, he's now saying we've got to recover metaphysics. That's a shocker, and that's supposed to wake up Heidegger fans and make them wonder whether they've missed it all along or what's going on. And moreover, it seems to me, what he's doing is playing around with some very important ambiguities. I mean, the key to understanding this particular essay, I think, just like I think the key to understanding the turning, though I'm not sure, is to sort out who all the we's are. The key to understanding this is to realize that metaphysics is ambiguous, recovery is ambiguous, nihilism is ambiguous. They've all got a positive and negative way you can hear them. And he's really exploiting those ambiguities. And if you think that those words all just mean the same thing every time they come around, you can't understand a thing. But if you try to sort them out into their positive and negative versions, I think it all begins to make sense. But before I go to the question of being, I got to say a few things in review from last time, where we just have to try to sort of sort something out and admit that we don't understand it, and tell you what we do understand. We meaning the TAs and the graduate students and everybody I talk to that I try to get help from. Okay, it's this business of pain. I just have to go back for maybe 5 or 10 minutes and just try to make a sense out of it, because pain comes up again in this essay. If it didn't, I would just say forget it. But since it comes up again, we'll have to take it up again. Well, the first thing to say, and it's sort of interesting, remember we ended last time, if you can remember clear back there, everybody was trying to understand what this business of grief, and there was this interesting idea. Remember, it said you should get over the loss of we should turn in to a new understanding of being, the way one gets over pain or grief. Maybe I should just tell you the page, but what I'm going to tell you is that's a mistranslation, and it caused a lot of very interesting speculation on my part too earlier on, but it was just wrong, and you shouldn't wallow in it or write about it in your papers. So where's the turning? Okay, in the turning, which you may not have with you, but you don't need to, we just want to read one place on page 39. This restoring surmounting, which is what he wants to do, getting over technology, overcoming technology. This restoring surmounting is similar to what happens when, in the human realm, one gets over grief or pain. Well, grief isn't in there. It's just German is Schmerz, which is just plain old pain. It could, if you had to stretch it, mean grief, but there's no excuse for stretching it. There's another word for grief, which is Trauer, and Heidegger isn't using it. So the ingenious proposals which were in the air about how in grief you have to interiorize the person you've lost, and that's an important part of the grieving process, and you keep them with you in some interiorized way as you go on in your life, all that is not relevant. In fact, probably not even pain is relevant in any sense that you normally would have it, because he's told you already when he did pain in the threshold that when he says pain, he doesn't mean some psychological state, some experiences. But here, I don't think it's important at this point to worry about what pain means anyway, because this is just a sort of obvious point about how to interpret a text. When he hasn't said anything about pain anywhere up to here, and he doesn't say anything about pain anywhere after here, it's unlikely that he's saying anything important about pain except that you get over it. You get over pain and you get over technology, but you can't sort of bear down on the phenomenology of how you get over pain to try to find out how you get over technology. What I'm really saying is you shouldn't try to get anything out of that passage. But of course that doesn't solve the problem about pain, because he may not be making a big fuss about pain in that passage, but he sure does in the passage in what's it called? Language, just plain language, which is the threshold between the wanderers and the room with the bread and wine, the sort of nearest thing we got to a celebratory meal thing, world, such situation. And the threshold is petrified by pain, and what in the world is that all about? Well, as I wouldn't worry about it again, except that he's trying again to make some sense of pain and not helping, as I can see on page 306 of what we just read, where he's got the Greek word for pain, and he's saying that what pain means is intimate gathering. Pain would be that which gathers most intimately. So we have to think about what that could mean, and why. And we also know. Don't expect this to lead to some answer. I'm afraid. I'm just telling you the problem. There is pain gathering intimately. In the language essay, pain is the rift, and the word rift is ris, and ris can also mean tear. So there is a kind of association there where you might think it had something to do with lacerations or tearing a ligament or something, but it doesn't seem to, remember, because it's not meant to be psychological. And we know what the rift is. He tells us it's the difference between world and thing, between the open. Now I'm going to go on and say some things, but I don't think they're going to help much. So the rift is the difference between the open and the thing which holds the open open. It's got to do with the way appropriating works to gather things together in their temporary, local, self-contained world and bring things and people out into their own and separate the near from the far. All that's going on, but why would you want to call it pain? Well, I haven't got anything better than Forrest's suggestion, which is a terrific suggestion, but I'm afraid the German is not helping it much. But anyway, the suggestion is that pain equals suffering. Suffering is in the old way of talking, you know, the opposite of action. It's passion. Passion, once upon a time, meant receptive, letting something happen to you, as opposed to action. And suffering meant letting something happen to you, as opposed to action. And of course, Heidegger's been talking about receptivity, and that willful acting isn't going to get you anywhere, but what you've got to learn is to be open to the call of being, open to be gathered by the arrivedness. You're always in the position of suffering, not acting in this sense of suffering. Well, that would be nice, and for want of anything better, I'm telling it. Unfortunately, there is a word in German, Leiden, which is the word for suffering and passion in that old-fashioned sense, and Heidegger's using Schmerz, which is just a plain old word for pain, like a headache or a pain in your foot. So I'm not, but I can't get any further. I'm ready to listen to any suggestions. Yeah.
Well, this is just my sort of personal take on it. To me, it associates with sort of this longing, not that it's longing, but the way we understand longing, where like there's this intimacy that never can sort of be dissolved. You have two things that are in this intimate relationship that can never be melded into one. You know?
Right, and thank goodness, because it would be bad if they were. So there's this togetherness that isn't melded into one. That's true of thing and world, and good thing too, or it would all be one big gathered together bunch of the way technicity tends toward everything being gathered into one big bunch of resources. So we want to keep separate thing and world, and we want to keep separate us and being. A lot of talk about that in here, though they are so intimately related that they're not separate entities. You can't make any sense out of any one of them apart from the other. You mustn't equate them with each other either. That's a structure, all right, of thing and world and of human beings and being. Now, the question is why that would be called pain. I mean, it's as if you're trying to say they want to be more intimate, but they can't. But where does that come from?
I mean, that's a sort of pain that we experience, some of us.
Right. Well, that's a kind of suffering, all right.
And I mean, it's directly related with that kind of.
Well, yeah, the only thing I disagree with.
You don't always want to just meld with.
Right.
You have longing for.
Right. Well, you're talking like the symposium.
You don't always have the desire to just become one with it.
Right.
But the intimacy is sort of like this weird you know.
Okay, but but you remember tomorrow they're doing the symposium, right? We could put in a plug for that, and that's the Aristophanes story about this desire to become one. But
longing usually isn't the desire to become one.
But the trouble is,
but it's sort of like
the desire to approach.
Yeah, but the trouble is there's the problem about the longing. I mean, who's longing for what? The thing for the world, the world for the thing?
That's just sort of
that's too psychological, but you want to use that as a metaphor.
Exactly,
That these two things, the metaphor is that the two components, world and thing, or human beings and being, are sort of drawn to be as close as they can to being sort of absolutely together, and yet at the same time, to be what they are, they have to stay in some sense apart, and that the metaphor there is pain. Well, it's okay with. I mean, I'm not convinced, but but it's not as if I have anything better to say. I think it's a good try. I don't think we should spend more time on it. I think it's a kind of dead end. Though, if anybody has the answer, run and tell me in office hours, or write an A+ paper on it. It would be counterproductive to just sit here and beat our heads against it for the next hour. So I'm going to go on. I just felt that I owed you, if nothing else, an the understanding that if you can't understand it, you're not alone. Don't feel that you're missing something, at least nothing that we understand. Okay. Now we're going on to the question of being, for which I have the rest of the lecture, and only the rest of the lecture, because I want to do a kind of summary next time. Okay, so Heidegger wants to discuss nihilism and how to recover from it, and you're going to recover from it by recovering its essence. This is already to begin to be those very interesting ambiguities about recovering, which go through this. But he begins by doing not. We'll get to nihilism by the end of the lecture, I presume. But what we're going to start with metaphysics, because he also wants to do this kind of ambiguous recovering with metaphysics. He wants to recover what metaphysics got right, and he also wants to sort of uncover what metaphysics covered up, and in that sense recover that too, which is to recover where metaphysics got something wrong. But he certainly doesn't anymore think we should just get over metaphysics and overcome it and leave it behind. There's something very important in what motivates metaphysics. Motivates is too psychological a term, but what leads to metaphysics, let's say. And there's something very important that covered up by metaphysics, but metaphysics is the clue to this important something covered up by metaphysics. So we have to work our way through these ambiguities. And we'll begin with what recovery means and what it is for metaphysics to recover, or for us to recover from metaphysics, or what we're going to recover from metaphysics, or how. I mean, all these overtones are in this one German word, Verbindung, that he's playing around with. To begin with, then, and there are going to be several stages to this. Metaphysics is itself ambiguous. He doesn't stress that in here, but I can't understand what's going on in a lot of the Heidegger at this stage if I don't make clear to myself and to you that his notion of metaphysics he's got really two different notions of metaphysics, and they sometimes, and that ambiguity gets very interesting, because relative to one kind of metaphysics is these evaluative terms are not supposed to be taken sort of ethically, but they're just sort of shorthand. One kind of metaphysics is a lot more dangerous, let's put it, than the other kind of metaphysics. And both kinds of metaphysics also have their positive aspect. But let me just distinguish the kinds of metaphysics. That is, there are several, I think, this is a kind of review, not so much of this book, but what we've been hearing since the essay on the question of being. Metaphysics has several different traits or characteristics. And at various points, there are various stages in the West in which metaphysics has some of them but not all of them. And that makes it complicated. I think that metaphysics has three characteristics that in metaphysics, being is reified and treated as a being. Truth as aletheia is lost and replaced by truth as correspondence. And metaphysics is totalizing. It always has some understanding of what everything is. Now, I'm going to just take those up in the order I listed them. So, when metaphysics is reified, that is, treating being as a being, then metaphysics is ontotheology. It always thinks that ordinary beings get their intelligibility and their existence from some highest being. And being really isn't an entity or a super entity or the totality of entities, but metaphysics always thinks it is or treats it as. Now there are places, I will read you passages that are related to what I'm saying about all this. So on page 306, the second paragraph, the third sentence. What if the language of metaphysics and metaphysics itself, whether it is that of the living God or of the dead God, in fact constituted as metaphysics, that limit that prevents a transition over the line, that is the overcoming of nihilism. Well, that's a funny passage, but that's a neat passage, because if you thought that Heidegger thinks that if there was a living God, we'd be out of nihilism and out of metaphysics, you missed it. I mean, that would just be more ontotheology. I mean, even if there's this highest being and everything is organized and people worship this highest being and they seem to have meaning in their lives when they're doing it, as in medieval understanding of being, that's still metaphysics, and there's still something wrong with it because it thinks that all there are beings, and that the ordinary beings get their intelligibility and existence from some other being, which is just another being. And on 315, there's more about this. So there, I'm going to read for the end of the second full paragraph, starting about 10 lines up. Yet when the question is concerned with a discussion locating metaphysics as the surpassing of beings by being, now there's another one of these ambiguities. Keep your eye on the ball. The surpassing of beings by being, if you hear it in the Heidegger way, is exactly right. There is something is the wrong way to put it. Being is no being, goes beyond all beings. But he's talking here about the wrong way to hear it, that metaphysical way to hear it. So, when discussion locating metaphysics is the surpassing of beings by being, then this surpassing on the part of being immediately calls into question the elements that have been distinguished from one another in that distinction, within which the doctrines of metaphysics have moved since time immemorial, the distinction from which they receive the basic outline of their language. This is the distinction between essence and existence, what being and that being. Well, that's all pretty cryptic, but that's got to do with ontotheology. Ontotheology looks for an answer to what being, which is intelligibility, and that being, which is existence. And if you think that that's, and it looks for that answer in something that surpasses ordinary beings, and it gets the answer that being is God, or being is the transcendental unity of apperception, or being is the good. And so that's still about metaphysics, where the trouble with metaphysics is that it treats being as an object. And that's why, the first reason why, we have to cross out being. Because the word being, it's just hopeless. It's been taken over by metaphysics, and it's come to stand for some kind of super entity. Object is a bad word, of course, because it's only a subject-object object. So let's not say treat being as an object. Treat being as an entity. It's tended to treat being as an entity, separate from us, And us is a kind of entity which represents being, where represents doesn't mean now just subject-object Cartesian representation, but that we've got an idea or an understanding or a language which enables us to refer to this being, which is something separate from us and self-sufficient and independent of us. This is just good old, this is what you get in all your other courses, presumably. If you've had 25A, 25D, you've got a lot of metaphysics of this in this sense. And so being's got to get crossed out. This happens on 310, where it says, yeah.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Did you mean just now when you said that, are you talking about the idea that we're made in the image of God, that type of thing?
We're made in the image of God. No, what, did I say something like that?
No, you didn't say, I didn't know if that's what you had in mind.
No.
Was it like that we're part, that we're made by this larger being?
Oh, well, yeah, one version.
And that we have this idea because we're supposed to have
okay,
part
good.
of him within us.
I see what you mean. This is the kind of thing you get in the other courses. I mean, that's one of the versions of it. One version is the super being is God, and God is self-sufficient, and God has made us, and He's put in us the need for God and the image of God so that we direct ourselves toward God and have a conception of God in Augustine or in Descartes. You get versions of this. That's one form of metaphysics, but it needn't be that. I mean, it could be naturalism. It could be that what there is just the totality of natural stuff, and that's going to be the ground of everything and the explanation of everything. That's a sort of pretty minimal, degenerate form of metaphysics. I jumped to that. We could have Plato would be a middle ground kind of one. There is the good. It isn't that the good has actually created us, but nonetheless, the good is what makes everything intelligible, makes everything grow, and we have in us innate ideas that enable us to relate to the good. Yeah?
So why does he call this the surpassing of beings by being?
Ah, well, this is the ambiguity game he's playing. It's a wrong understanding of the surpassing of beings by being when you hear it the following way. For instance, to take her example, all us ordinary creatures are surpassed by God. So we're the beings, and God's the being, and there it is. Metaphysics takes what is right, that in some way surpasses beings, and decides that yes, indeed, and there's a kind of super being, and it's very different, and it's much, and that's what's, in the passage, that's just what happens if you keep reading. Where am I reading? 3:10? No? Where is it? 3:15. Where did I start? Where did I?
You just were on 3:15.
I am. Why do I have this open to 3:10?
You were about
Yeah.
to.
What's that?
I interrupted you right before you started.
I see. I went from 3:15. That's right. Where I was talking about ontotheology to 3:10, because on 3:10 is. Oh, that's right. I was just reading the crossed out, and where he crosses it out, about 15 lines from the bottom, where it says 329 there. He crosses out being, and then he says, the crossing out of this word initially has only a preventative role, namely that of preventing the almost ineradicable habit of representing being as something standing somewhere on its own, that then on occasion first comes face to face with human beings. So that's another way of describing this wrong way of thinking about beings. And the positive way, which he immediately turns to, which he still says, but you can, again, this ambiguity. The more I think about it, the more I think everything that this whole text is about there's a negative, wrong way of understanding it, but a way which is trying to get at something, but is distorting it. And then there's the right way of understanding it, what that is trying to get at when you get it, so to speak. I hate to say right, because it sounds like correspondence, but when you I can't think of any other way to say it, when you've described the phenomena. So, and what happens here is the positive version is when you cross out being at the bottom, and you think of the crossing out of it as representing the fourfold, then you understand and show, in that funny way of doing it, what's going on when there is both entities and something that surpasses them, namely world, and they're in this tight relation where they're intimate with each other and need each other, but are not totally fused with each other, and that's what he goes on to say at the bottom. From what has been said, the sign of this crossing, though, cannot, however, be the merely negative sign of crossing out. It points rather towards the four regions of the fourfold, and they're being gathered, there's the arigness, in the locale of this crossing through. That's the localness of the temporary and local world. That's what he thinks at this stage of his thinking is what the relation between beings and being should have been trying to think, was trying to think all along, but it unfortunately never got it thought until Heidegger. But now, finally, Heidegger is telling us the undistorted version. You're worried for us. Are you worried? Oh, okay. So let's see now. So that's fine. Now that's really the main thing I want to say. But now I want to say some things just to help you not get lost in all these other ambiguities which are not central to this text. Namely, that it's not, that metaphysics isn't always ontotheology in later Heidegger. So you've got to keep your eyes open and pay attention to the context. Every thinker from Plato through Nietzsche is a metaphysician in the ontotheological sense. Even Nietzsche has this will to power force, which explains the existence and the meaning, or whatever kind of meaning might not be the right word anymore, but the intelligibility of everything. And certainly Plato's got it. But and from Plato on too, and this is very important, and now I want to go to the, oh, wait, I don't want to confuse you, but we've got to do the three characteristics. So we've done the superentity characteristic, but the next characteristic is, remember, to forget aletheia and get correspondence. So also, every thinker from Plato through Nietzsche thought they were getting it right about what there ultimately was. And so they not only had some kind of ontotheology, the, so to speak, kind of being that explains all the other kinds of being, but they also had the claim that that was just the truth, in the sense of correspondence truth. And so there, and those are the really sort of full-fledged metaphysicians. But now, sometimes Heidegger says, and I used to be very worried and confused about this, but I've just gotten used to it now, that from Anaximander, 700 BC, and then Heraclitus and Parmenides, these big heroes from the Phusis temple time, right through technology, we have metaphysics. Now, let me talk about these two sort of ends of this history. Why are Anaximander and Parmenides and Heraclitus metaphysicians? They are not ontotheologians. They don't have a correspondence theory of truth, but they've got the totalizing thing. Remember that perhaps the crucial thing about metaphysics, if you think about it as what is unique in the history of the West, is that starting with Anaximander, thinkers in the West got the idea that there was something that you could say of everything that is, that was what it was to be. And when you think that, whether you think it's this custom or Brauch, which is what Anaximander says, or Phusis, which is what Heraclitus and Parmenides, I guess each in their own way, say, according to Heidegger, you are doing this kind of totalizing story about what is, and that makes you a metaphysician in this broader sense. Of course, all the ontotheological people, from Plato through Nietzsche, also are totalizers. There's no question about that. It's just that there are totalizers before you get ontotheology and correspondence. And there's this funny fact about technology, which makes it more like the beginning. It's kind of, instead of being pre-ontotheological, it's post-ontotheological. And the technicity doesn't have any center anymore, doesn't have any basic principle in terms of which the thinkers of technicity explain everything. It doesn't even have any thinkers anymore. It's just, but it's still a clearing, and it's still totalizing. And technicity, the practices of technicity, treat everything as resources. It doesn't have a correspondence theory of truth, and it does not have one. Just like the pre-Socratics, they didn't have a correspondence theory, but they didn't deny it either. They didn't have an aletheia theory. They just didn't have a story about truth. And technicity, I think, has no story about truth. It doesn't say that it's just true, everything is resources. It doesn't do metaphysics. The practices just work in this way that everything gets treated as resources. And that makes it metaphysics. And the evidence for that is, just as there are texts where Heidegger says Anaximander is the first metaphysician. In fact, I think you read one. I'm pretty sure he says that in the Way Back into the Ground of Metaphysics. Does anybody remember? I think he says from Anaximander to Nietzsche. But anyway, he does say it. And in the Nietzsche books, he says Nietzsche is the penultimate stage of metaphysics. That can only mean that technicity is the last stage of metaphysics. And that can only mean because it's totalized. So this is just keep you sort of oriented in all this strange terminology. So let's see now. And all the metaphysicians have in common, here's another thing you could put it, or another way you could put it, that even the ones who didn't think truth is correctness, I sort of said this already, didn't interrogate the clearing, didn't thematize the clearing either. They weren't fully in touch with the clearing and the way the clearing worked. If they had been, their practices wouldn't have let Plato make the move he did toward correspondence. And what all metaphysicians have in common then is that they don't think the clearing as the clearing. Heidegger says he's the first to have done it in 2,000 years, meaning the first period. I mean the first to have done it, period, because nobody else did it in the West. And because they didn't, they lead to Plato, and Plato's already a kind of nihilism because he's lost touch with the clearing by treating it as an object, namely the good. I mean, you've got to. I keep saying this, but it's such a subtle point. The clearing is what explains. Well, explains may not be the right word. I don't know. By virtue of the clearing is that on the basis of which, let's talk like Heidegger, entities show up as anything, and therefore the clearing does the job that the ontotheology people think God or the good does. But once you get rid of that idea and forget the clearing and substitute a being like Plato does, the good, then eventually, step by step, you'll get to a unworld that we're in now, in which there are just beings batting around and getting more and more maximized. And so the idea is, what all metaphysics has in common is that it fails to think the clearing, and that's a kind of oblivion, a kind of forgetting, which eventually, you have to go through the whole story, which we're not going to do, will lead to technicity and nihilism. He's talking about that on 313. The very abbreviated story we can read there. Here, the main paragraph about it is the second one on 313. The zone of the critical line, that is the locality of the essence of consummate nihilism, would thus have to be sought where the essence of metaphysics unfolds its most extreme possibilities and gathers itself in them. Well, the essence of metaphysics, as I understand it here, is not thinking the clearing. And now what happens then? This occurs, and finally that leads to, and then you get all these candidates for where things come from and where the meaning of everything comes from, and you finally end up with it in Nietzsche. It's the will to will, that where the will to will wills, that is, challenges, sets in place everything that presences, and does so solely in the thoroughgoing and uniform orderability of its standing reserve. As the unconditional gathering of such setting in place, being does not disappear. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means being can't disappear, because being is the name for the mode of givenness, to talk like the technology essay, that there's a clearing at all. And there is a clearing, because things are all showing up as resources. I mean, every stuff is showing up as resources. Or, to put it in my way, the practices are still having a style and letting everything show up as something. So the being doesn't disappear, but it erupts in a singular uncanniness. I mean, and then we get all this story about how the practices have a style which denies that there are practices, and denies that there is a style, and denies that there is a clearing, but nonetheless orders everything. Only what... Okay, that's it, because then he talks about Hegel, and that's not going to help us any. And more in the next paragraph. The disappearance of what was previously present is not a vanishing of presencing. Rather, presencing presumably withdraws. That means, again, the clearing withdraws. The clearing withdraws, starting with Plato, but it gets more and more withdrawn until and you see the difference of the ontotheological metaphysicians. The clearing's already withdrawn. The clearing's already forgotten. But they're putting in something else to do the job of the clearing, because they think they need something to explain why anything is there and showing up as anything. When the clearing gets really withdrawn, it gets denied so completely that it's not only distorted, but it's just forgotten. And that's what happens when you get to technology. It presumably withdraws, yet such withdrawal remains concealed from representation as nihilistically determined. What is that? Well, that means, well, never mind, don't think about that, because that's got to do with the ambiguity of nihilism, which we're going to get to at the end. It appears as though that which presences in the manner of standing reserve were self-sufficient. Well, I'll give you a clue, we'll come back to it. Nihilism can be understood as saying that there are beings and nothing else. When nihilism means there are beings and nothing else, that makes it look as if standing reserve were self-sufficient. And now, instead of some super being that is self-sufficient, to explain ordinary beings which aren't self-sufficient, ordinary beings are just self-sufficient, and that's the last stage of this forgetting of the clearing. This talk here gets clearer in the last paragraph. In the phase of consummate nihilism, it looks as though there were no such things as the being of beings, whatever this other thing is, as though there were nothing, in the sense of a negative nothing, to being. I'm putting that as if there was nothing other than just ordinary beings. Being remains absent in a strange way. It conceals itself. It maintains itself in the concealment that conceals itself. You see, it's always there. You've got to keep saying there is a clearing. Our practices are still clearing. We're still receiving. We're still preserving. But what we're receiving and preserving is this strange understanding that there's nothing but beings. It's a very contradictory situation. In such concealing, however, there lies the essence of oblivion as experienced by the Greeks. Okay, well now we switch to a positive kind of oblivion. I'm not ready for that. Not quite. Okay. The transition is that, having talked about what metaphysics leaves out, we're going to switch to a more positive story about metaphysics. And on 314 at the top. For ordinary, and this is again the ambiguity story. For ordinary representation, being oblivious readily takes on the appearance of merely missing something, of a lack, of something unfortunate. Well, I've been talking that way, as if, boy, did metaphysics miss something, and look at how far we've got, how much we miss. But he thinks that we don't really understand oblivion if we think of it as just hidden or forgetfulness. He says we habitually take oblivion and forgetfulness as omission. We don't really understand the essence of oblivion. I'm skipping a little. Yet even where we have caught sight of the essence of oblivion in its full extent, we too readily run the danger of it as thinking of it as something that we've done. So all of this is wrong about oblivion. It isn't something we do, and it isn't necessarily something bad, something negative, some loss. It could be turned around and thought about in 2 ways, 3 ways, as something positive. And that's what we're going to do now. And that's, again, the ambiguity bit. Now, the first way is that we've already covered, but I'll review it. I mean, when the metaphysicians, the way the metaphysicians forget being is not completely negative, because what they all think is that there's something more than just beings. And insofar as they thought there was something more than just beings, they understood that there was something hidden from everyday practical understanding that was essential to everyday practical understanding, or sort of that on the basis of which there could be ordinary things and we could cope with them. And they thought that this was concealed from ordinary understanding. So far, so good. And then what did they say after that? Just to see that you're still awake. So far they were doing fine. And then what did they say? There's something concealed from ordinary understanding and ordinary coping that makes ordinary understanding and coping possible. That's terrific. And then, what? What did they say where did they go wrong? Yeah, it was another being, just not ordinary and special, a super being of some sort. And but they were right up to then. And so we've got to recover what they got right, namely that there's more than just beings. This is what he says on 312. This is the story about the surpassing. I mean, they were right about the surpassing of beings. That's how to describe the good thing they had. The bottom of the middle of the second paragraph. Everywhere the surpassing that returns to beings, the transcendence pure and simple, the being of beings. Everywhere what? Everywhere the surpassing that returns to beings, the transcendence pure and simple is the being of beings. Surpassing is metaphysics itself. See, I was saying something like that. I mean, what is, from beginning to end, metaphysics has the understanding that there's something more going on that makes it possible for the everyday goings-on. The surpassing is metaphysics itself, where this name now refers to a doctrine and discipline of philosophy. Sorry, not to a doctrine or discipline of philosophy, but rather to the fact that such surpassing is given. That's got to do with he's making a big deal about this given later, but we don't need that right now. It is given to the extent that it is brought into the path of its prevailing, destined. The incalculable fullness and suddenness of what unfolds as surpassing is called the destiny of metaphysics. Okay, that is the idea that what's the amazing thing that unfolds, the destiny of metaphysics, is that there is this sense that there is a surpassing, that there's something more than the totality of entities. And that's all you can get out of this so far. That's the first positive thing to recover. Now, the next thing is, what should we recover that is necessarily hidden and should be hidden that was hidden from metaphysics in the wrong way. That's where it really gets interesting, and that's where this sort of ambiguity of recovery is very important. Or to put it another way, this is where we switch from a negative kind of oblivion, or something in between, this thing where you sense something else is there but you don't know what, you get it wrong when you try to figure it out, to a positive kind of oblivion, an account of what is hidden and should be hidden, and Heidegger now can tell us about it, though metaphysics didn't have a clue. And can you guess, I mean, what's hidden and should be hidden that Heidegger's revealed that metaphysics doesn't have a clue about? What if I give you a clue, like what necessarily withdraws in order for us to encounter anything? Somebody better know the answer to that. The clearing, right. The clearing is necessarily hidden, and it's a good thing too. And because it withdraws, remember, like the illumination in the room, or like the soil out of which the tree of metaphysics grows, it's got to stay in the background. And in order for whatever it is that goes on and becomes intelligible, and all our work with beings, even metaphysics and all its talk about super beings, all feeds out of this background, which itself doesn't get into the foreground. That's the first. There are two things now, and the other one is much harder for you to know. I don't think I've really ever talked about it, and it's going to be the most important thing I'm going to talk about today when I get to it. But besides what's withdrawn, there is something that is sheltered. And now, but wait for a moment about the sheltered. Let's get certainly the withdrawn straight. And that's just, when that we talked about plenty. And I don't know why you look at me blank like that. I think you just think it's so obvious that nobody in there, I wouldn't be asking you. I hope that's what you think. On 314, I take it that that's what he's talking about toward the bottom part of that big middle paragraph where he says, unconcealment resides in the concealment of presencing. That is, nothing gets revealed unless there is some clearing that is concealed and makes presencing possible. Something like that. That's not a very clear sentence for it, but that's the best I can find for the withdrawal pieces. And it's certainly in here. Okay, let's see. Okay, then I gave myself a bunch of questions, so let me see how they work, if I still believe them. The next thing is we must be sensitive to the clearing and how it works. And the question would be, well, why must we be sensitive to the clearing and how it works? As long as it's there and works, why isn't that good enough? Well, if we weren't sensitive to the clearing and how it works, you'd fall into the correspondence theory of truth, that there was just one reality and we got it right about it. But then the question is, and why would that be bad? Well, now we're getting close to something interesting, because it would close off all the other possible clearings, and we'd lose our sense of ourselves as disclosers and preservers, and we would lose our openness to disclosing new worlds, because we would just have the right answer. Yeah?
Would we lose our sense of our essence as disclosers, or would we lose our essence as disclosers?
Well, I think it's probably the same thing. Let me think. No, we lose our sense. Is that what I said, or is it what you said?
You just said sense, but in the notes you have, we lose the essence, and I think that's right.
We would lose our essence as disclosers if we lost touch with the clearing. I see the problem. No, I can't say that, even though I said it in the notes, because we're still disclosing even technicity right now. So we'd have to lose our sense of our essence as preservers and disclosers. But what we would then lose is our ability to be innovative, our ability to open up new clearings.
But wouldn't that eventually lead to an end to...
Yes, in the end, we'd end up just resources. And then we would finally lose our essence as disclosers and preservers, and that would mean that there wouldn't even be resources anymore. There would just be stuff and animals. And that's right, that's where it would end up. Okay. But now comes the interesting thing. We just made a transition from the withdrawing of the clearing to what it is that you lose if you're not in touch with the clearing. And what you lose, I just said, remember, is the possibility of other clearings. And that I've never talked about, because I've never really paid much attention to it. But now I think it's really very important. It's the idea that there is what the translator unfortunately calls a reservoir of other possibilities. Yeah.
There's no reservoir here.
No, sorry, but the translator in The Origin of the Work of Art calls it a reservoir. Here, it's called the untapped treasures in the middle of page 314. And at the end of that same paragraph, it's called that which has been and which is now, which is not past, since it remains that which does not become past in all enduring granting by the event erigness of being in each case. Well, no, I'm not sure that's right. I don't know what that is. Boris knows what that is. Is that the excess? No, I don't.
That which has been and is not past.
Yeah. Is that the excess? Okay, good. I have trouble with this. Let me explain to you why I'm having trouble with this, and it'll help you understand why I've never talked about it up to now, and why it's a kind of difficult for me to talk about it. Because I've always thought that this treasure were the marginal practices. And I don't think it matters much if it were. I mean, it would be sort of structurally similar to this story. But there is two different stories. That if you have a correspondence, metaphysics, totalizing view, you lose any sense that there's any truth in the marginal practices. You lose any sense that there's any truth in the anomalies. You lose any capacity to bring about new clearings. That's been my story. I don't think that's really Heidegger's story. Heidegger's story is you lose the capacity to open up new clearings and get in touch with what we've decided to call the excess or the abundance of this treasure, which isn't, it's very important, a bunch of particular other clearings around that are possible. We haven't thought about them yet. It's very hard to think about it, because anything you think about this is going to turn it into a being, and it's going to reify it, and you've got to think of it just as the possibility of revealing other clearings. That's the richness. That's all you can say about it.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you to say why reservoir is bad.
Yeah, the reservoir is bad because it suggests that there's a bunch of sort of a storehouse of other clearings, and that's bad. Treasure isn't much better, because then it still says, but that's why saying excess or what was the other one?
Abundance.
Abundance. Not that that's something, you can hear them all wrong. It's wonderful. It's another lesson in the ambiguity story. A metaphysician can come along and hear excess, well, these other clearings that we haven't got yet, abundance, treasure. You can hear it all wrong. And you've got to hear it without turning it into a being, but you've got to think that, boy, is this a good thing to have around. Good thing, you see. I mean, it's great to think that it's this, well, you better not say a thing. And once you understand what I'm talking about, you'll have to think it. Yeah?
How are these untapped treasures different than other epics and other styles?
They are. They are exactly that. And we've had some of them. And that's why so once you know that there's a clearing, it's a good thing to put it your way. And you don't have a correspondence theory. So you don't think that you've just got the answer. You're going to have a whole series of worlds. And look what we've got in our historical culture. We've had a whole series of worlds. But there's no reason to, but we wouldn't have had if it weren't for this excess and abundance, and we can have more as long as we don't lose touch with this excess and abundance. But and now that notice, I just got to keep saying this right, and this is a positive kind of oblivion or hiddenness. It's not as if you could know anything about it, or remember it, or think it, or anything like that. It's got to be oblivion. It's got to be hidden. It's got to be unthinkable. But now Heidegger wants to put a positive spin on that and use a sense of hidden, which also means sheltered. I mean, it's because it's there to be nurtured and preserved in some future world. He thinks of it as hidden and sheltered, and that's fine. And he wants you to, but just to confuse you in a productive way, he's going to call that hidden, sheltered oblivion. And he's going to say, you thought oblivion meant forgetting, but here oblivion means hiding and sheltering. And that's the kind of oblivion that we've got to get back, that metaphysics has completely covered up and forgotten. They've got a bad kind of forgetting oblivion, of this good kind of withdrawing and excess, both other kinds of oblivion. Yeah.
But it seems that we're also getting back to the sense of mortality.
The what? Mortality?
Yeah, a sense of mortality, in that if there's always an excess, then we're always mortal to that excess. You understand what I'm
No, I don't, but it sounds intriguing, and I never know what to do with mortal, so say more.
Well, because there's always an excess.
Yes.
That just makes us more finite.
More finite.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I guess I see what you mean. I see what he means, don't you? I mean, yes.
So what's being recovered is like the gathering.
Okay, I like it. I see what you mean. That is, insofar as you're a metaphysician, you're not finite.
You're not gathered.
That's right. And you're not, I mean, really not finite. I mean, Plato talks about being a friend of God. Metaphysicians see things as they really are, from God's point of view, and they see it all, and they know it all. Everything important. Now, a lot of contingent details they don't know, but everything important they know. And that means metaphysicians aren't finite, or at least, they're denying that they're finite. If there really was a metaphysical truth, and metaphysicians really knew it, then metaphysicians wouldn't be finite. But since there isn't really a metaphysical truth, but only a clearing, and metaphysicians only know that, then metaphysicians are finite because, as you say, there's an abundance of other clearings which they'll never know and we'll never know, and that gives you a sense of very much not being a friend of God's. Am I following you?
Right. I guess it gives us a sense of, it gives us a sense of mortality.
Okay, and you can call it finitude, mortality. I like finitude better.
Things continue for us.
Well, that's a fast move. Tell me more.
Well, if we're gathered, gathered as mortals, then things can think for us because we're not. So I guess things wouldn't think for a metaphysician.
Yeah, that's what it follows, but that's odd. I haven't really, now you've given me a puzzle. Why couldn't things think for a metaphysician? I think you're right, they couldn't. And that's because somehow there wouldn't be nearness, because everything would be equally already brought out into its own. Everything, let's take the God story, everything would be a creature of God already. Everything, and there wouldn't be any sort of special local world in which they were brought out into their own. Something like that. Can you help? Yeah.
Well, they would be gathered instead of gathering, because they would be gathered with respect to the being of beings.
Yeah, I think that's probably formally right, but can you give me the phenomena more? I'm just trying to think, what is it like in a world in which...
the true meaning of whatever it is found transcendentally.
Right.
So whatever something is determined by this kind of universal, and therefore its essence does not stay for a while, it doesn't gather, it has universality.
Okay, so I think that's right, but let's just... I want to... Tell me about what happens when a metaphysician tries to have a celebratory meal. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they have to really, really believe they're good stuff.
They'd have to what?
They'd have to really believe they were good stuff. They might just cave in.
Yes, that's right, but if they really did, when Leibniz at a celebratory meal somehow doesn't make any sense, I guess. The monads are all there already, and they're already brought out into their own, and it's a pre-established harmony, and all they're having is dinner. Nothing important could be happening, sort of ontologically. I think that's the picture, yeah.
Yeah, like Hume says, we do philosophy and we go out and we forget about it.
Right,
yeah. If you really lived it.
Yes, if you really lived it, you would, when June couldn't even have a celebratory meal because it wouldn't last more than it would keep disappearing every time everybody went out to the kitchen. So we metaphysicians have such a strange view of the world that they really can't have things thinking. I think he's right. Okay, let me see where I am. We're doing fine. We're just going to finish. But we're in now the positive. Oh no, we have a lot to do yet. But we'll do it. 313. Did I read that already? No, I was just at this, trying to find places now where you get the positive form of oblivion. At the bottom of 313, he's talking about the concealing of being, but he's going to do now, it's not a negative nothing. In such concealing there lies the essence of oblivion as experienced by the Greeks. In the end, that is, from the beginning of its essence, such oblivion is nothing negative, as a sheltering in concealment. So that's the sheltering of the excess and the abundance. Rather, it is presumably a sheltering that preserves what is as yet unrevealed. I mean, that must be, these other worlds that aren't really there yet, that aren't on some shelf someplace else either. For ordinary representation, being oblivious takes on the appearance of merely missing something and so forth. We've read that. But it turns out that it's got this totally thing. Now we can skip again and read the middle of 314. Correctly thought, that's a third sentence in the big paragraph. Oblivion, the concealing of the as yet unrevealed essence, in the verbal sense of unfolding, of being, shelters untapped treasures. That's what we're calling its excess and the abundance, and is the promise of a find that awaits only the appropriate seeking. So that's turning it all around now. So now let me just review two senses of oblivion as a positive something or other that metaphysics has made inaccessible to us, namely the clearing, which works only when it withdraws, and the abundance of other possible clearings, which you can have once you see that there is no right answer to what reality is. Now, is that okay? That's clear? Yeah.
Does the abundance of other clearings have anything to do with the saving power?
I doubt it, but I have to think about it. Let's see. I do. No, I think the saving power is in the let's read it. With the saving power of the humble things must be things thingy, and that's not the same. I mean, why is that the same? It's a kind of saving power. It's just not what he calls the saving power. But yeah.
But there's also the saving power of a new God. That would, and it's the same, that's the sense.
Okay, good. Liz is right. There are two saving powers. It's always the case in late Heidegger, as I keep saying, that there's the track of the things thinking and the dwelling, which is that whether there's ever a new God or not, we can stay true to our essence as disclosers and receivers of local worlds by fostering things thinking. And there is the promise that if we do that right, we can make a place where it may well be that a God will return, and that's another world, and that certainly comes from this excess and abundance that would become accessible to us if we got out of metaphysics. Yeah, good. Okay, one last issue, and that is the ambiguity about the essence of nihilism. Again, it turns out even nihilism has a positive and negative form. He starts talking about that on 320. And he talks about it as a higher ambiguity, about 6 lines from the bottom. He's talking about the going over the line. Well, let's read that. He says, what is the purpose of this letter? His letter to Hubert. This is the letter. It attempts to raise into a higher ambiguity the title over the line. That is everything that it describes in your sense and in mine and tries to demonstrate by saying it in writing. This higher ambiguity lets us experience to what extent the overcoming of nihilism demands a turning into its essence, a turning in whereby the desire to overcome becomes untenable. The recovery of metaphysics calls thinking into a more original calling, and I presume the recovery of, we're now going on to recover something important about nihilism that we're going to find out about. Okay, nihilism says that besides being, there is only nothing. That's the negative kind of nihilism. That's on 316. And this is where he's reviewing what is metaphysics, which we didn't read. We just read the postscript to it. Went way back into the ground of metaphysics. But he's saying, look, science, and he could say philosophy too, thinks that they know everything that is, and apart from what they know, there's nothing else. This is the second paragraph, starting about 4 lines down. And then skipping further down, by contrast, never mind by contrast, within the perspective of scientific representation, which is acquainted only with beings, that which is not in any way a being, namely being, can present itself only as nothing. So I take that to mean that both the abundance and the clearing which is withdrawn are inaccessible to science and philosophy. Really, you should say something like theory. Theory can't get at any of that. So it looks like there are, to theory and philosophy and metaphysics, however you want to put it, it looks like there are beings and nothing more. And that idea that there are nothing but beings starts with Plato, because even the good is a being. Oh, it isn't really, by the way. Plato says it's beyond being, but Heidegger doesn't seem to worry about that. So the nihilism starts with Plato and ends in framing. But on the other hand, the idea that beings are not everything is also contained in something like nihilism. That is, and it's just a kind of pun almost. It turns out that there is a kind of nothing. This is what is metaphysics about, which is the no thing. And that's the withdrawn clearing. And that's the abundance. And if nihilism is about nothing, and if there's a positive kind of nothing, then you can see that nihilism, if you interpret it in this other way, is going to lead you to understand it's true, there's nothing but beings. But now you just switch what you mean by nothing, and you see, yes, that's quite right. And boy, is that important, because it's not a negative kind of nothing. Nihilism is just misunderstood that there is that the nothing that there is beside which there is nothing besides being. Nihilism understands that nothing as a negative kind of nothing, meaning there's only beings. But if you switch that around and think, yes, and the most important thing is this no thing, because that's what makes it possible for beings to show up at all, because it's the clearing which is no thing, and it's all that other stuff which isn't really stuff yet. It isn't a reservoir. You can't even talk about it, which we're going to call excess. As soon as you switch it around and think about it that way, and he calls that the essence of nihilism. I don't quite know why, but the essence of nihilism is this deeper truth that there is, how did I put it here? Beings are not everything. Besides beings, there is no thing. And then you discover that nihilism is a distorted understanding of that important truth. Well, let me read you some passages which seem to say that. And this is what he's trying to do with Jung, and confuse him and turn him around somehow. Where is it? At the bottom of page 311. Certainly a topography of nihilism is required, and that's this line story of its process and its overcoming. When are we going to get to the line between nihilism and something after nihilism? And that's what Jung is doing. But he says, yet the topology must be preceded by, that was been a topography. That's the sort of laying out of the geography of lines. It's got to be preceded by a topology. A topology, namely, a discussion locating that locale which gathers being and nothing into their essence. Now we're getting a positive nothing. that determines the essence of nihilism, and thus lets us recognize those paths on which the ways toward a possible overcoming of nihilism emerge. This topology is really about the difference between what's in the clearing and the clearing, I think. And that's going to tell us about a kind of nothing, which is a positive kind of nothing. I'm going to just give you some pages where this keeps coming up. On page 316 at the bottom, to put this another way, the human being holds the place of the nothing. That's a famous line from What is Metaphysics? That we're the Platzhalter des Nichts. And that means that in this positive sense of nothing, we're in touch with the clearing. This sentence says that the human being holds free the locale for that which is quite other than beings, so that within this openness, something like coming to presence, being, can be given.
And then the next sentence.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to see how far to go. Yes, this nothing, which is not beings, and which is nevertheless given, is nothing negative, right? It belongs to presencing. Being and nothing are not given alongside one another. The one employs itself for the other in a kinship whose essential fullness we have scarcely pondered. So there we're turning it all around into this positive story. And then again on 318, at the end of the middle big paragraph, only because the question, what is metaphysics, from the start recalls the surpassing, the transcendence, the being of beings, can it think the not of being, that nothing which is originally the same as being. That's just another way of saying the nothing is the clearing. And nihilism is onto something important when it talks about, when it's concerned with the nothing, but it's got it all distorted and it's missing the positive way of thinking about it and experiencing it. The withdrawing of the clearing is the positive truth of nihilism, in short. And that's, I think, I'm claiming that's on 319. Let's try. The middle. The essence of nihilism, the big paragraph, which finds its ultimate consummation in the domination of the will to will, resides in the oblivion of being. That's the ambiguous notion. We seem to respond best to such oblivion by forgetting it, which here means casting it to the winds. Yet in so doing we fail to heed what is meant by oblivion as concealment of being. That's the positive oblivion. If we pay heed to this, we experience an unsettling necessity. Instead of wanting to overcome nihilism, we must attempt first to turn towards its essence. This is the move. Turning into its essence is the first step through which we may leave nihilism behind us. That is, we'll leave the negative kind of nihilism when we understand that the essence of nihilism is to realize that no thing is very important and makes all encounters with things possible. I think that's enough to read for that. But I did say that let's read more, because the path of this turning takes the form of a direction of a turning back. This does not, however, mean going back to a time past in the attempt to freshen these up in some contrived form. Back here means the direction pointing to that locality, the oblivion of being, from which metaphysics already receives and retains its provenance. Oh, good. That's a perfect way to pull it together and summarize and stop. Metaphysics, remember, is a surpassing of beings. It's looking for something because it knows there's something else than beings. But the something else than beings is no being. It's no thing. And when we understand that, then we understand that metaphysics has got a certain, that the oblivion that metaphysics is onto is the withdrawing of the clearing and the excess and the abundance, though it's onto it in the wrong way. But when we understand that, we can understand that there's something positive that metaphysics is trying to get at, and something positive that nihilism is trying to get at. And what it is, of course, what Heidegger's got, namely what we've just been talking about, clearing and abundance and aletheia. I think that's where we should stop it. I just make sure. Yeah, that does it. Okay. So, now, sort of just an overview of the sort of implications of the course. I'm assuming we're in this dangerous understanding of being called technicity, and the interesting question is what can we do about it? That whether you call it technicity or any other thing, when people think that, or nihilism, there does seem to be a kind of malaise in the culture right now, and it seems that something has gone wrong, or at least lots of people think that, from Weber and Nietzsche and Foucault and Heidegger, to name just a few. And so the question is, what are we supposed to do about it? What cultural resources do we have for getting free of the way that practices work, those practices that produce us and everything else as resources that should be as flexible and as optimized as possible? Heidegger doesn't think that we've lost something. I mean, I'll come back in a minute to the various ways that people can think about the problem. But there are people who think that we've lost something that once made life worth living, and that it's very serious that it's gone. And some people think that we can just go back to it. So the first thing is just to see that Heidegger's not a romantic nostalgic that thinks that things were great once. He does think that. Pretty good anyway, not perfect, but pretty good once in Greece and pretty good once in the Black Forest. But he's quite clear that we can't go back to that. And so he's very different. Don't let people call him a romantic and a nostalgic as they do. Romantics, people like Rousseau, who would like to return to some kind of perfectly innocent nature, and Wordsworth, and who's sort of a kind of like, could be read like a deep ecologist who thinks that there is something special about nature and we've been cut off from nature, but we should get back in touch with nature. There are people, a little before your time, Robert Bella, who retired recently, who wants to get back to his earlier Christianity when the Christian words really meant something to people. And I just read a book recently by a man named Richard Sennett called The Corrosion of Character, who obviously is in the subject-object stage and wishes that we were still subjects that had long-range life plans and character and could develop more and more into a strong identity and know who we were and pass this on, and our children would know who we were and would want to be like us and all that. Sennett sees that we're losing that, and he regrets it. And there are people who would admire the Amish, who think that it's great that they can live in this way without technology, and that it would be great if we all could. This was a sort of a movement of hippies to go to communes where they would live in this minimally technological way. Well, Heidegger's not like any of that. He thinks that what the Greeks had and the peasants had is something that's lost forever and can't be recovered. That is, insofar as there was a certain content to the way their life was. They had certain gods and they had certain practices and so forth. That's just gone. You know that from from Poetry, Language, and Thought, for instance. No? Wait a minute, I don't understand why I put this here. He says, our reference to the Black Forest farm in no way means that we should or could go back to building such houses on page 160. I'm just picking up places where it's clear that he's not being nostalgic. And another place is 165. I think. Somehow I don't know how I got my pages all mixed up. I really want. Okay, well I'll find another. On 41, he talks about how the Greek world is perished, and that's that. And world perishing can never be undone, he says on 41. At the top of the page, world withdrawal and world decay can never be undone. So that's just all ways of saying we can't go back to them. They're over. The longest one is not in the assignment, but I read it once before on page 91. where he says, our era is defined by the God's failure to arrive, by default of God. And then he says that doesn't mean that people still don't go to churches. It means that no God any longer gathers men and things unto himself visibly and univocally, and by such gathering disposes the world's history and man's sojourn in it. Not only have the gods and the God fled, but the divine radiance has become extinguished in the world's history. So the gods are gone and the sacred is extinguished, and we can't get it back. But, and now comes the surprising thing, but clearly Heidegger's not nostalgic about it, not even thinking that this is in a way a great loss, oddly enough, though it sounds pretty bad the way he describes it. But on page 48 of the Turning, he says, remember, middle of the page, all attempts to reckon existing reality in terms of decline and loss are merely technological behavior. So that's just not even the right way to understand what's going on, is to think that there was something terrific once which is gone and we've lost it, we can't get back to it. Thinking we can get back to it is really bad news. Thinking that, for Heidegger, just wrong-headed, but thinking that there's something lost that we should get back to, that there's some kind of decline. He's oddly enough saying that's not the right way to think about it either. Now that's a clue that there's something really special going on in Heidegger that we've got to get clearer about. That's really what I want to talk about, and explain why he would say such a thing, that you can't even think that we've lost something. He says the gods are extinguished, the peasants have TV on their houses and have lost seeming, have no more nearness, but boy, that looks like decline and loss. But it's not. Well, it is and it isn't, and that's what we have to get clear about. Okay, so if we're not going to be romantic and nostalgic, there seem to be three kinds of reaction to the fact that there's something missing or something wrong, that there's something distressing in the modern world, according to a lot of people. Okay, I've got three versions of the non-romantic, non-nostalgic reaction to what's going on, none of which are the Heidegger version of this course. There is early Heidegger here. Anyway, there is something like the bad news version, I'd call it. For that, you get Weber. And Weber is famous for saying that, this is Max Weber. You may not have heard of him, although he's a famous sociologist. And I've used his phrase, he talks about the disenchantment of the world. He says, there are no longer any mysterious, incalculable forces that come into play, but rather one can, in principle, master all things by calculation. This means that the world is disenchanted. And the kind of disenchantment he has in mind is something you can't get back, because it's like innocence. Once you've lost it, there's no way to recover it. Or you could say it's like becoming rational and reflective. You can't stop anymore. You could become irrational and crazy, I suppose, but you can't go back to sort of primitive, pre-rational thinking once you've developed rational thinking. Or it's like being a child and then growing up. When you've grown up, you can't think like a child anymore. So for Weber, he's my example of something that's really lost. He is thinking it in terms of loss and no return. Okay, the next is, and that's more fun, the good news version. Yes, we've lost something, but it really wasn't so good anyway, and we'll find something else worth cultivating in its place just because we've lost it. Well, the example I used of sort of going from childhood to being a grown-up is the way it looks to Habermas and Kantians. Yeah, we become rational and reflective, all right. Our world isn't enchanted anymore. We are now grown up and mature thanks to the Enlightenment. It's true that the culture doesn't give us any sort of content resources anymore, any understanding of the holy or of the good or of God or even of meaningful differences. as Habermas says, we've got no resources left in our culture that can save us, or he wouldn't put it that way, but that will help us. But that's all right. That forces us to act on rational principles. And we should have been acting on rational principles all along. We shouldn't have been involved in this kind of just relying on whatever the ethics of the culture happen to be and the gods happen to be. We should be autonomous, rational, mature, and now we have to be. So it's a loss and good riddance. Now, there's the absolute opposite of Habermas, who also thinks it's a loss of good riddance, is Kierkegaard. It's as if I was starting with the first lecture of the Kierkegaard course because I was going to read one passage from Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard thinks, and he thought it earlier than any of these people, earlier than Nietzsche or Weber, who's influenced by Nietzsche, certainly earlier than Habermas, who's still around, but he thought that something which he called reflection had undermined all commitment and all the sacred that was once in the world. He says, and it's a great quote, from the present age. And so, when the generation, that was his generation, 1850, that's when he wrote the present age. Now, this is going to turn out to be good news, but it doesn't sound like good news. And so, when the generation which itself desired to level and to be emancipated, to destroy authority, and at the same time itself, has through its skepticism, started the hopeless forest fire of abstraction. When as a result of leveling meaningful differences is what he's talking about. With this skepticism, the generation has rid itself of the individual and of everything concrete and put in its place humanity and the numerical equality of man and man. When the generation has for a moment delighted in this unlimited panorama of abstract infinity, unrelieved by even the smallest eminence, undisturbed by even the slightest interest, a sea, a desert, then the time has come for work to begin, for every individual must work for himself, each for himself. No longer can the individual turn to the great for help when he grows confused. There'll be no charismatic leaders. That is past. He is either lost in the dizziness of unending abstraction or saved forever in the reality of religion. Well, for Kierkegaard, what happens is, when all the meaning is drained out of the world by rationality and abstraction, then it's still possible for individuals to have unconditional commitments to other individuals. And they have this in a way, as he would put it, before God, because in a way that I can't explain, God is what makes unconditional commitments possible. But that's all that people ever really needed, and that is the highest thing that people can do. So it's good news now that this illusion of what he calls sometimes mediation, which is all this concrete cultural support that people once had, in all this way that the holy and the sacred was all over the place, the way it once was. Thank goodness all that's gone, and people now have to face up to what it is to be an individual. It's just the opposite of Habermas, because Habermas thinks, and when you do face up, then you get to be purely rational. And what he likes about the present age is what he calls the public sphere, where all these rational talking heads talk to each other about how to run the world. And what Kierkegaard thinks is that that's a disaster. He thinks that the public sphere, or the public, or the press, as he calls it, have produced this leveling of everything. But it's all right, because then we have to get out of that. Stop being detached, rational talking heads, and get to be totally concrete, committed individuals. Okay, Nietzsche comes in there, and he says, yes, God is dead, and boy, is that good news. The gay science is just full of these wonderful quotes. I forgot to bring one in, that I never thought of bringing one in, where now a new day dawns, now we're free to go out on the ocean and sail anywhere. Finally, at last, we are able to be the adventurers that we always should have been. So, God and supersensuous are dead, and good riddance. Now we can invent ourselves from scratch. We can outgrow our past. We can convalesce from 2,000 years of bad understandings of things. And we'll get rid of all meaning, we'll get rid of all need for meaning, and life will be constant overcoming. That's the moral of the gay science. So there you've got sort of two opposed views, sort of the Weber view, something has been lost and that's terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it. And all these optimistic people who say, yes, something has been lost, but that's great. Now we can finally be what we always should have been. Now there's a third possibility, which is in being and time, which is sort of a compromise between these two in a certain way. We can save something from the past and transform it in such a way that it really fits the need of the present and enables us to cope with the problems of the present generation. That is, Heidegger says, we need to take up a hero or a practice from the past, which is part of our heritage, but is marginal now or unappreciated, and adapt it to the present. That is, we make what Heidegger calls a reciprocal rejoinder to the heritage that's in the cultural practices. Now, I think he's on the right track there, he would say later. But that's too ontic. It's too much in terms of picking up some particular marginal practice or some particular hero from the past. There's something more interesting going on for later Heidegger than that. Okay, now, the way middle Heidegger, sorry, I should have said, when I say later Heidegger, I sometimes mean everything after being in time. And I sometimes mean middle Heidegger, which is the age of the world picture. The origin of the work of art, Heidegger, where there's one God, one saving statesman, one work of art. There's one truth that establishes itself at a time in the West, and it's total. Really, I want to call that middle Heidegger. And then there's really late Heidegger, which is the thinking Heidegger. If you, for shorthand, you could think of middle Heidegger as monotheistic. There's got to be one being in the one clearing that gives us the one set of meaningful differences that makes life worth living. And late Heidegger is polytheistic Heidegger. There's going to be a lot of gods or things thinking or worlds, and we don't have to hope or expect, or maybe we don't even want one. Well, so now, but what's most interesting is what's going on in middle Heidegger, which is interesting, sort of independent of whether it's totalizing or not. The totalizing is not the crucial question, but I have to explain that. So what does Heidegger think? So why does Heidegger think we miss something important? We miss everything important if we think in terms of decline and loss. And the answer is, and this is the heart of what I want to say. This is really this sort of came to me as a flash, and I'm just expanding it. But the flash is the following: that if you think we've lost something, then you don't see, and then you begin to worry about what the cultural content is that we've lost, and whether we can retrieve it, or whether if we can't retrieve it, that's good news or bad news. That's what I've been talking about. But the basic wrong-headedness of all that is we haven't lost anything at all. And the interesting idea that Heidegger has, of course, is that the clearing is still being sent, that we are still being receivers and preservers of it, and that therefore things are showing up for us as something, and that this is amazing and mysterious and something that science can never account for and rationality can never account for, and it's only in the space opened up by this that you could even have science and rationality. The whole moral of the course. That is, there is a saving power that has authority and will make our lives worth living because we're disclosers, and our job is to be the place where various worlds or various styles in the West happen. And that's supposed to be, and that's not something, you see, that's lost. That's not, that's pretty mysterious. And that's a kind of enchantment in the sense that it's something going on that we can't calculate can't be rational about, can't objectify. But it's not something that's behind us. It's something that's happening now. So the new question for Heidegger isn't whether we've lost anything, but whether we've lost touch with it. That's how he switches it all around. So there's nothing lost that's important. We're still disclosers, and disclosing is still going on. But there is something important nonetheless that's been lost, namely our understanding of that. And that's very dangerous because we could lose touch with it completely. And then we'd be resources, and then there wouldn't be any disclosing going on or any sending of understandings of being. And now a subtler point, which you're used to as a kind of review. Now the culture was never fully in touch with its role, with our role as disclosers. That's what we found out in Basic Questions. This is all Basic Questions talk, that we had something pretty amazing going on once, but we could have something even more amazing going on in the future. And Heidegger's preparing the way. Because though they had some sense of their job as preservers in 5th century BC Greece, because they understood that poiesis, which is nurturing and cultivating, is what's crucial about what's going on. It was their understanding of being, and they had some feel for the clearing, but, as you know, they didn't interrogate the clearing, they didn't think about it, they didn't know there was a clearing, and they didn't know that their job was to be the preservers and nurturers of clearings. So because they never were fully in touch with it, they lost it. Namely, that it was possible then for Plato and more clearly Aristotle and finally everybody to lose it as we got. That is, even though there was a clearing and there was worlding and there was what he'll later call appropriation going on, three things happened, as you know. The clearing was overlooked because it withdraws. And then metaphysics came along and denied it in Plato by having a correspondence theory of truth instead of an aletheia, unconcealedness understanding of truth. And now it's not only, the clearing is not only concealed, or the truth is not only concealed, but it's concealed that it's concealed. We've even forgotten it. We've forgotten it. Those are Heidegger's stories. But none of them are stories about any thing that's lost. A thing isn't the right word. Any activity that's lost. Any events. I don't even know how to describe it. All that's important is going on anyway. But something lost. Namely, we are out of touch with it. As soon as we get back in touch with it, which is, since it's already happening anyway, we will belong to it as we have belonged to it ever since the beginning. But we won't really belong to it until we are in touch with it and it pervades the way we live. So what can we say about that? Well, things like this. If you put it in terms of appropriation, arrivedness, then you say that things are gathering because that's how practices work, but we can help nurture gathering of things and bringing things out into their own and nearness. I mean, we can't by our own willpower reverse the practices that tend to get out of touch with gathering and don't bring things out into their own. But when we find any practices that do, we can help them, support them, repeat them as much as we can. And we've always got access to things thinking in poetic language to remind us of this. Language is saying all the time, even now, all we need to do is listen. So the slogan, as somebody gave it to me, I think it may have been B, the slogan for this is, we've got it, but we don't get it. That's your slogan? Okay. That's the Heidegger take on the current scene. So, and if dwelling means to be a preserver and discloser, then in a certain way human beings are always dwelling, and yet they have to learn to dwell. What's the meaning of that? And that keeps coming up. I could have just asked, well, how can that be, that we're dwelling all the time and that we have to learn to dwell? It's this business, again, of something's going on all the time, appropriating, disclosing, world is worlding, and we're the place where it's happening. And in that sense, we're dwelling. However, we are out of touch with it. And to be really dwelling, we've got to learn to live in terms of that, not live in such a way as to deny it, which is what we do when we try to make everything into flexible resources, or when we think that we've got the right at metaphysics, whatever it is, which is the correct answer to reality. So I was going to read, and we still have time to do this. So on 2:13 he says, again, we don't read this, but he says, every man at all times, let's see, but how is man, and this means every man at all times, supposed to dwell poetically? So I think that means that human beings always, everywhere, at all times, dwell. But whether they don't dwell poetically is another way to put it, because to dwell poetically, I think, is to be then in touch with the fact that you're dwelling. If we did, well, I have one quote 161. I think that's in something you read. Yes, in Building Dwelling Thinking. So he says, at the end of the Building Dwelling Thinking, the real dwelling plight lies in this, that mortals ever search anew for the nature of dwelling, that they must ever learn to dwell. What if man's homelessness consisted in this, that man still does not even think of the real plight of dwelling as the plight? And now comes the interesting special Heidegger thing. Yet as soon as man gives to his homelessness, it is misery no longer. Because that is, as soon as he gets in touch with the fact that he's not dwelling, as soon as he gets in touch with the fact that he's not in touch with that he's called to be a dweller, he's back in touch with it. And then he's all right. He's not homeless anymore. And another important thesis from the question of being, was that what it was? No, not the question of being. What's the thing we read at the beginning, the book? No. The basic question. I think I called it the question of being once earlier on and confused people. Somebody should have stopped me. Yeah, the basic questions. Back to this again. If we do get back in touch with it, of course, and this is just another side of what I've been saying, we're better off than the Greeks. So there'd be no need to be nostalgic for a return to anything, and no sense that we've irrevocably lost anything important. We've lost something ontic, namely the content of the culture. That's gone. That culture's content is gone. And the culture of the content of the culture in the Black Forest is gone. But there's no reason to be nostalgic about that, because if we got in touch with what's really important about human beings, namely that they're the place where this disclosing happens and preserving, we'd be better off than the Greeks were, who never were fully in touch with it. So that only leaves me one sort of problem with this middle Heidegger, which is I've never been able to say, and I don't know who, if anybody has, if they have in their papers, be sure and show me their papers, or if you know any book, show me their book, just exactly what concretely this comes to when you got in touch with it, and you dwell, and so forth. Just what do you do? It's sort of clear what you don't do. You don't press on with technology furiously, thinking that if anything that isn't efficient is deficient, and that's a new slogan, and should be made efficient. And you don't curse technology as the work of the devil, as if it had taken away something from human beings that was so valuable that it's a disaster that they've lost it. That's just more technology, remember. So that's what you do, but that seems to me not very helpful. And I feel that there ought to be a lot more to say about what you positively do when you're in touch and when you're preserving. And I haven't said it, and I'm sorry I haven't said it, but it seems to me Heidegger hasn't said it, and so I don't know what to say. Yeah?
But isn't asking what you do, isn't that technological?
Well, good. If it's asking sort of, yes, if it's asking what you sort of willfully can do, that is just by yourself and as a kind of autonomous subject, yes. But it's not. But Heidegger is certainly not saying that you just have to sit back and be totally passive It's not that either. You have to call it, it's this middle thing between action and passion or suffering or passivity. It's cultivating or nurturing. What you're supposed to be doing is preserving and nurturing those activities and those moments somehow when people are in touch, or when the culture is in touch, or when you're in touch with this disclosing. That's what you should do. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's not willful to try to help and preserve the humble thing, to preserve, but then it gets rather empty again. It's to preserve whatever happens when you're preserving this total understanding. See, I don't think this is going to get us anywhere. I'm not a middle Heidegger fan, finally, though I think it's a marvelous picture. And for me, I think it's probably even true of what was happening from 500 BC right through Nietzsche, the history of total understandings of being in the West. But it doesn't give me any feel of what to, not let's say do, but be responsive to, what to cultivate. Yeah?
It seems like maybe that's why it switches to things thinking.
That's what I think.
Because in the end, maybe things, like all various things thinking is like really the only way to have any content to that claim.
Good.
There's not going to be God.
That's exactly what I think. That when you can really cultivate things thinking, you can find them, you can produce occasions when they're more likely to think. This is the Borgman view that I like, that you nurture the focal practices wherever you find them. And there, it seems to me, Borgman gives you a lot more sense of something to do. So let me go on. You just went right ahead of where I am. The next sentence is, okay, now how about late Heidegger? How does he differ from this middle Heidegger? Well, to begin with, middle Heidegger has already done something that I haven't spelled out, so I will. The whole point is he's moved this from an ontic to an ontological question. That is, he's not talking about recovering the content of the culture anymore, or the former gods, or anything like that, or the former meaningful differences. He's talking about getting in touch with being a discloser. That's an ontological story. Now, you can go back and see for a minute what I said about being in time being on the track, but not quite right. The being in time seems to me, and this is the first time I've thought of it this way, and I might be wrong, sort of got one foot in the get back the content, because what you retrieve is some hero from the past, or some practices from the past, which you then bring into the present. That now sounds to me too ontic. I don't think that's what Heidegger thinks you should be doing. Anyway, I mean, there's everything right now has already got this ontological dimension. When you're a preserver, you're not preserving some hero from the past or some practice from the past. You're preserving what's going on right now as a sending of being, or now we're going to get thinking of thinking. So I think the point is, my slogan for this is, recover lost modes of being a discloser, which is different than recovering anything specific that was once important and now not appreciated, or was once important and is now marginal, or was always marginal. That doesn't seem to be quite the way he's doing it anymore. And one way you can see that is when you cultivate things thinking. That's very different than making a reciprocal rejoinder to some hero in our history, or some marginal practice, some particular marginal practice, like, I don't know, being, you could take Florence Nightingale as your heroine, and then you could try in a modern way to do what she was doing. There's nothing wrong with that, but it just sounds too ontic. It doesn't seem to be on the right level for Heidegger. What you need to do is to pay attention to practices right now, and people right now, too, I suppose you could say, around which are formed temporary local worlds with their own equipment, their own identities, their own mattering, and their own moods. So you can cultivate focal practices like the culture of the table, which Babette's feast is an example. You can, in general, and this is what I've already talked about, so now I'm just connecting up. Learn to be attuned to different worlds that draw you in and have authority for you. It could be the world of Aphrodite, with Marilyn Monroe as the current or the recent goddess of that. But it could be domestic worlds, business worlds, war worlds. They can, and worlds in which you fight ferociously. They can each draw us in and have authority over us and determine for a while what it makes sense to do and give us these local meaningful differences. That would be enough to get rid of what did I already talk about what I call laid-back nihilism? I think I did once mention it. I mean, there's going to be a whole lot of different worlds. We're stuck in pluralism now, I think. That's why this total picture doesn't grab us anymore. But there's two ways to be pluralist. One is to say, well, there are all sorts of different ways of doing things, and everybody should do it their own way, and I'm not going to interfere with their either religious life or secular life or kinky life or very hard-working for the good of humanity life, whatever. There are all kinds of ways of doing things, but once you see that, you've got to be careful. It doesn't mean that you just feel that, but of course none of them would be worth giving your life for, because it's just like a kind of smorgasbord of possible ways of life. They're all fine, and none of them would be worthy of infinitely life and death commitment. But if you can get back into this attunement kind of world, which is a world in which you could give your life for the erotic, or you could give your life for business, or you could give your life in a war. I mean, the life is an extreme way to put it, but what I want to say is you don't have a sort of laid-back attitude toward, I just happen to pick this way of life, and I'm going to do it for a while, but if this way of life gets boring, or if this way of life gets too hard, then I'll pick some other way of life. If you're in the attuning business, then you can't do it that way, because there are things that will grab you and have authority for you while you're in that mood, while that thing is gathering you, or that world is gathering you. So now just the final thing. So that gets us the possibility of new gods, and even a new God, the way Heidegger thinks about it. We can't get back the old ones, but the arrival of new gods depends on whether we, and this is too voluntaristic, I'll say it first one way and then another, whether we make attuning central in our practices. We really have to say the arrival of new gods depends on whether attuning again becomes central in our practices. Because Heidegger calls the gods the attuning ones, meaning that they show up in like Marilyn Monroe as a goddess, in a world as the sort of paradigm case of whatever it is that's grabbing you. And you can't bring about that change in the practices, but you can be receptive, and you can nurture attuning practices as much as you can. Now, if you do that, then what do I got here? Well, I put it in a funny order, but I know what I'm trying to say. Okay, there is attuning going on. There is gathering. There is appropriation going on, and you can cultivate getting in tune with it. Once you do that, it's possible, Heidegger thinks, that some new God will come along which will unify everything. He's always got, you make a place, a home for the gods, that's all you can help do. And you can't do anything about whether a God, not even a preserving sort of thing, you just have to be receptive and see if a God comes and lands in this landing field you've prepared for him. Then the new God could come along and reconfigure a new understanding of being, but the important thing, the way I see it, is you will be saved just by the humble things. Whether a new God comes along or not, once you cultivate an attuning world in which there is gathering and things being brought out into their own, you have a life worth living, and you are already out of technicity. So now you can see how there's nothing been lost like innocence that happened once and doesn't happen anymore and can never happen again. That whole way of thinking about it, whether you're feeling bad about it or glad about it, is just the wrong way to think about it. Heidegger avoids the pessimism of Weber and the happy active nihilism of Nietzsche. He wants us to let being, well, finally, to put it in the most Heideggerianly megalomaniac way, there is hope that being is beginning to help us get back into the attuning world. And what's the hope? The existence of Heidegger. That being is operating through Heidegger. Heidegger is channeling being, and that's a sign that things are turning around. And after 2,000 years of downhill, look at this. A thinker who finally has got on to what's really important. And that would get us back in touch with the enchantment that's really going on. Heidegger calls it mystery, but we haven't lost the enchantment. It's been there all along. And I was going to end with Heidegger's little prayer for us, that it's at the end of the turning. Heidegger, who's sort of ahead of us, a prophet, prays for us in the last paragraph of the turning, and sort of summarizes, in my view, all the things that are going on and have always been going on as long as there have been human beings with worlds, and that we've been out of touch with. He's praying for us, hoping for us, that we will listen to him and get back in touch with it. May world in its worlding be the nearest of all nearing that nears, as it brings the truth of being near to man's essence, and so gives man to belong to the appropriation that is bringing into its own. Okay, that's my summary.